We're joined today by the Controller and Auditor General Seamus McCarthy as a permanent witness to the committee, and he's joined by Mark Brady, Deputy Director of Audit. Apologies have been received from Deputy Pat Deering. The first item on the agenda are the minutes of the meeting of the 9th of May. I take it they're agreed. And matters arising, I don't think there's any matters arising that won't be dealt with by way of correspondence. So we move on then. So now moving on to the correspondence. There are three categories of correspondence. Category A deals with the opening statements and briefing material for today's meeting. So specifically, item number 2162 and 2163 from the Department of Health, dated the 14th of May, are the briefing documents and opening statements for today's meetings. Agreed and noted, and we'll publish that. That's agreed. 2164 from the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board, dated the 15th of May, is their opening statement for today's meeting, so we note and publish that. Next item of correspondence B, from accounting officers and ministers, and follow up to PSE meetings and other items for publishing. Correspondence 2131 from Donald McMahon, CEO of Irish Council for Social Housing, dated the 5th of April, providing a breakdown requested by the Committee of all tenancies, 29,803 housing units offered by approved housing bodies, including a clarification of the length of tenancies, the number of tenants with tenancies for life starters, those on 4-year, 6-year and 10-year tenancies. This information may inform the consideration of our report when we come to do our periodic report or report on housing. So we note and publish this item. We noted and published this at our last meeting and agreed to hold it over for further consideration. I think we'll discuss it when we're discussing our housing.
Yes, for it to be held over, I think, amongst other. And I've read it. There's a serious amount of detail in it. I welcome the detail.
That's good.
Yeah, and it certainly should be discussed in relation to our housing periodic.
Absolutely, and we'll ask the Secretary to take on board the contents of that latest correspondence when preparing a document for us to consider on the housing issue. Next item held over from the last week was from Rachel Downs, CEO of Carranua, dated the 25th of April, providing an update by the Committee on the current financial position of Residential Institution Statutory Fund, known as Carranua. We noted, and I think we did publish this at our last meeting, but we agreed to hold it over if anyone had anything to ask.
Again, I just want to go back on that. I can't find it now, but I read it. I asked for it to be held back, and there's still outstanding money.
There is.
It's 6 million.
6 million or something like that, standing out, yeah.
And I think the whole process is coming to a completion in August of this year, is it?
Yes, that's correct.
Will they be coming back before us? It wasn't Carranua anyway. It was actually.
We hadn't planned between now and July.
No, that's all right.
You know, we hadn't planned. But
will it come before us in due course, or what? I've lost track of.
Well, I mean, the financial statements are being audited on an annual basis, so they're available to be called at any time.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's unacceptable that the money is still outstanding.
Correct.
Okay, that's the first item, and we followed up on this. There are other items in relation to Carranua that I'd like to go back on at some stage that we would learn. So it's not for today, and I don't want to delay the meeting, but certainly I want to come back in relation to that in terms of value for money, which is really a horrible statement in relation to the purpose of Carranua. So it's certainly not to do with the clients.
Deputy Connolly on that.
So the 2018 financial statements are probably with you at the moment.
They're done.
They're done.
They're
so
done.
when you have no idea of when they might be published.
They're carried over. Sorry, 18.
The 18 accounts won't be done until June, July.
Oh, sorry, yeah. The 18s are scheduled for June, July.
Yeah, so it will come up again, their annual financial statement for last year, and we will have an opportunity to discuss it later on.
But the 2017s have been submitted, and you can call them on the 17th.
We've discussed the 2017 already, but the 2018 are under audit at the moment, we call it, and we'll dealt with later during the summer. Okay, so next item then is 2147 from Mr. Liam Sloan, Chief Executive Officer, National Treatment Fund, dated 2nd of May 2019, updating the committee regarding the review of the system of pricing under the Nursing Home Support Scheme. The National Treatment Purchase Fund advises that the review of the scheme was being finalised and was expected to be with the Minister at this stage. However, the Secretariat informed me they do not believe it is with the Minister yet, and I propose we ask to be kept updated. So we want to keep that matter very much on our radar, because a lot of people are interested in that particular topic. So we note and publish that. Correspondence 2148 from Robert Watt, Secretary-General, Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, dated 3rd of May, providing information requested by the Committee in relation to a timescale in relation to the improvement of cost estimations, and information note on the assessment process to determine whether a project meets the value for money criteria and how this is integrated into the approval process. So we note and publish this. Much of this issue is in relation to a timescale in relation to the improvement for cost estimation. Phase 2 is expected. Phase 1 is expected to be completed very soon as part of the Public Spending Code, and Phase 2 is expected to be completed towards the end of this year or the beginning of next year. So that's something we will hold on our file here for ongoing reference purposes. Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, I welcome that. Obviously, lessons are being learned in relation to the National Children's Hospital and the broadband plan as well. We had a lot of commentary. I think we discussed it at our last meeting, the correspondence from Mr. Watt to the Secretary-General of the Department of Communications. And that's fine. So he set out very real concerns in relation to that project. Now, he did cite in the letter that part of that was a learning from the National Children's Hospital. But can we write to Mr. Watt to see if any similar correspondence or any similar concerns, or indeed any exchange of views, were expressed in relation to the National Children's Hospital? Because that's one element of this issue that we haven't looked at. I know we had Mr. Watt here, and he was reluctant, I suppose, to get into the National Children's Hospital. He was here dealing with the broader issue of procurement and all of the big projects. But we now know that he put in writing very serious concerns in relation to the National Broadband Plan. There may well have been correspondence. It may not have been as stark, or, as what was set out in terms of the National Broadband Plan. But I would like to see what engagement there was between DEPR and the Department of Health in relation to the National Children's Hospital. I would imagine that there was a level of engagement. So is it possible that we can seek that correspondence, any correspondence between DEPR and specifically Mr. Watt and the Secretary-General, I think, at that level?
Okay.
Just to see what was being said at that time.
Understand.
I support that, but actually my understanding, it seemed to be the other way around from the little amount of correspondence that we did look at the emails where the Department of Health or somebody in relation to the Children's Hospital was attempting to contact DEPR and there weren't responses.
Before the budget.
It seemed to be in reverse, subject to clarification.
Then that's what it shows.
We'll ask the question again specifically.
I think if you remember that particular day, we had a list of topics, and in fact the National Broadband Plan was included on it. We almost couldn't discuss it, and he was quite cross.
A career-ending move is
he was, yes.
Well, his reference, if he had
exactly.
answered the question as to whether to proceed or not.
Yeah, it was quite cross with the committee that almost the entire focus was on the National Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I mean, I think that there is merit, where there's a bit of distance as well, to reconsider the whole issue of the of how we manage the capital projects.
Okay, so we'll write to Mr. Robert Watt specifically on that basis, and we'll have the Secretary General of Health here today, and we'll ask him the same.
Even that's a learning in itself. Yeah. I mean, despite the fact that there was tension between the two departments, I think most people see it as a healthy tension. Yeah. And it's good to see that as part of a process. Now, if that wasn't, or if that was lacking in relation to the National Children's Hospital, or worse, that it was that the department were going to DEPR and not getting anything back, then that shows up that there was a failure there as well. In itself, that shows a failure. So I just think it's interesting. I don't think we asked for that level of documentation, but because we now have the correspondence from the broadband plan. I think we should seek whatever correspondence was there.
Yeah. Okay, that's agreed. The committee agrees to that, and that's definitely agreed. So we'll note and publish that and follow it up with the request that Deputy Cullinane has mentioned. Next item of correspondence 2151 from Minister Pascal Donoghue, Minister for Finance and Public Expenditure and Reform, dated 9th of May 2019, which is a minute from the Minister in relation to our periodic report number 4, which was published in December. There are 29 conclusions and recommendations in our report, and there's a detailed response over 26 pages to that. I suggest that we take time to study that in detail, because as part of our work to examine the the Minister's response to our recommendations, and we need to, I think, take a little bit of time. So I propose we note and publish this, but hold over discussion until our next meeting. Is that agreed? There's quite a lot in it. Okay, thank you. Next item of correspondence is 2152 from Ray Mitchell, Assistant National Director, Health Service Executive, dated 9th May 2019, providing information requested by the Committee in relation to the National Children's Hospital and particularly in relation to the role of PwC as consultant at different stages of the project. We will discuss this in further detail when we meet the Hospital Board and the HSE and the Department of Health. I suggest we note and publish this, but in the interest of balance, I do just want to read one paragraph of this letter just into the record, into the public record, because I think people will be aware, as Chairman of the Committee, I expressed concern regarding the fact that they had an earlier involvement in the process and then the Department brought them back to carry out the cost escalation report. So I do want to, just in the interest of balance and fairness, put the response on the record rather than noting it and people not being aware of it. So the response from the HSE talking about the
from the 10th of May.
Yeah, it's the letter.
And the attachment with this information.
It's the letter of the 10th of May, 2152,
Thanks.
and I'm reading from the top of page 4, just 2 paragraphs, and I'm doing it in the interest of balance, because my views were made clear the last day, and this is their view, and in the interest of balance, I want to put both on the record. Okay, so it says the review was conducted over a 9-week period and involved the deployment of a highly experienced international PwC team comprising capital project and infrastructure specialists, required detailed examination of over 2,000 National Children's Hospital project documents, more than 40 in-depth interviews with 52 members of the hospital project team, and the development of a compliance and detailed PwC report, comprehensive and detailed PwC report. The review was of a fundamentally different nature and scale to the high-level advice provided by PwC and others to the HSE in November 2018. We do not see any conflict of interest arising from PwC's involvement in the provision of high-level advice to the HSE in November and its role in carrying out a review of cost escalation in 2019. Indeed, we believe the work conducted was highly complementary given the technical nature of the skills and experience required. I'm just putting that on the record. It would be unfair to the people who I may have criticised the last day. I'm not saying whether I agree or disagree. I made my view, and it's fair I put their response on the public record in the interest of balance. And we will discuss it with the people later today. Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, we will, but I still think that it merits a response in terms of the correspondence that came in separate from this meeting. So I just want to make a number of observations in relation to it. The first is this was never about individuals, so I'm not aware of what comments you made, but any concerns that were raised from recollection were more about the process and conflicts of interest. Now, the letter itself says that the department doesn't see any conflict of interest arising from the PwC's involvement in what it calls its service a high-level advice, which is what they gave, and then says that there's no conflict between that and its role in carrying out a review into cost escalation. But then underneath it, when it expands on what they were actually doing, they were giving advice on the guaranteed maximum price report, and again, to use their own words, high-level advice. So there seems to me to be a lack of understanding at best as to what constitutes a conflict of interest. Like a conflict of interest can arise if there's a perception of a conflict of interest. And there has to be, if we're going to do an independent report, it has to be completely arm's length. I would imagine there should be, or should have been, no involvement in the project itself. Now, obviously PwC would do work for the HSE in the department, but given that they had a high-level role at some point in the process, should have precluded them from independently examining the process. That's a clear conflict as far as I'm concerned. Now, we'll take this up with the department, but I don't think the department can really write to the PEC, well they did, but with any seriousness, and say, listen, we don't see any conflict of interest, where anybody that understands conflicts of interest would see it's a glaringly obvious conflict of interest, and it shouldn't have been allowed to happen. And we've been saying this time and again, the small number of these companies doing the rounds, getting all of these jobs, on the one hand giving advice, and then on the other hand doing independent reviews, or so-called. I don't think it's good for accountability. I don't think it's good for getting answers to questions that people want answered. And while the PwC report, I have to say, was a good report and reflects very much, funnily enough, what was in the Mazars report, there wasn't really a huge amount of difference in it. I still think a conflict of interest is what it is. And I don't accept the response from the accounting officer, but we'll take it up with him when he's
during
in.
the course of the meeting. Deputy MacSharry and Deputy Connolly and Deputy Murphy.
Yeah, just say, Chairman, I had no difficulty with what you said at the
Deputy
last meeting, because I joined you, as many did, at that meeting in agreeing to it. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we can't have the contestants judging the beauty pageant. And, you know, there's effective admission here that the same personnel were involved. I think what worries me even more is that the Secretary-General doesn't see a conflict of interest, because God knows what are going on in so many other capital projects throughout the country if this is the case. I mean, PwC are a stand-up company with a global reputation who do excellent work, as is KPMG and so on. There's only a limited number of companies that are between the two canals in Dublin, but we seem to have, you know, a peculiar dedication to solely using them. And I think that if PwC were involved with high-level input, I think was the phrase used. I mean, what's high-level input? But anyway, the fact that you gave high-level input, you know, you can't review it. You know, it's called an independent review. I mean, that wasn't independent, sorry. And maybe everybody did the best possible job that they could, but I'm sorry, it's compromised. It affects the credibility. The fact that one of the best Secretary Generals, to my mind, in terms of his candid answering here from time to time, you know, is compromising his own good name by saying that, in effect, that they don't see a conflict of interest in this. The other thing I would say is that there's a lot of woolly language. You know, there was a lot of high-level expertise. There's a lot of high-level expertise and health construction people that we kind of think, you know, who?
We'll ask.
Who?
Yeah. Okay, so the Secretary-General and the HSE will be here shortly, and we'll pose those guys. Deputy Murphy and Deputy Connolly. Yeah.
Many of the same points, but I think it's important to reiterate them. I asked, was the same personnel involved, and we know that there were some of the same personnel involved. Are we seriously being asked to accept that people were asked, that they were going to be essentially asked to just disagree with themselves? That's what this is. This is nonsense. And the point that Deputy MacSharry makes is that the thought process in relation to engaging companies should be of serious concern, and any report that we issue, we should be making that as firmly as possible back to deeper in relation to the advice that it gives to other departments in relation to this kind of conflict. I just think we're, you know, this kind of response really kind of it's almost like we're being made idiots of now. That's the way I feel about it. There's the same personnel involved and given high-level advice, then asked to critique themselves. Sorry, that for me just screams conflict of interest.
Okay, point noted. And Deputy Connolly.
I think you might have been a little bit premature in trying to balance a record, because I don't know what record needed to be balanced.
Well, I made a lot of
That's going on. That's okay for yourself, but certainly for this committee, or as a member of this committee. I read this. I find it very worrying. It's something that's going to have to be teased out today, very much teased out. I don't know what words I used, but certainly I stand over whatever I said now, because I'm looking at this document, and PwC was engaged in November in relation to this thing. Now, they've already been employed by a contract since January 19 in relation to general work. Then in November, they're given this specific piece of work. And then at paragraph 2, there is no separate documented advice from any of the external parties involved. Paragraph 2, page 4, as stated above, November, PwC was appointed as one of a number of organisations. Okay, and so on. And then the last paragraph, there is no separate documented advice from any of the external parties. Now, Chair, I happened to hear your interview today, and I think you said that PwC were only involved for a few days, subject to clarification. Well, they got paid €21,477 plus VAT for a couple of days' work, again, subject to clarification. And then they that external advice, of which there's no documentation, along with the other external advice, was used to justify the step of going forward. There's no way of going back, we have to go forward. So they called all the expert advice in to go forward and no documented evidence. And then we fast forward to January and we commissioned PwC again to do an even more extensive. And significantly, remember we commented on it, both of us, in relation to the conclusion that they weren't asked to give. They were asked to give recommendations and findings, and their conclusion was no choice but to go ahead. Copper fastening, what apparently, because one has to be awfully careful now, in November 18. Now really and truly, to anyone listening or looking, and to us trying to struggle through all of this documentation, interestingly, on the list of reports, it's not mentioned, so we'll be going back to that as well. We asked, remember, we struggled to get the list of reports.
Yeah, other consultants.
Other consultants, Mazars, Delight, Linesight, so on and so on. And then there's an internal report, November. There's no price for that one.
Right.
So we go back. But we know now that one of the external advisors was PwC at 20-something thousand. And so on, you know what I mean? And remember, we struggled to get all this information. So, Chair, I certainly
we'll
think...
discuss it when the...
Absolutely discuss it openly.
An additional point that I forgot to mention was that if there's a conflict of interest, conflicts of interest can be managed if there's a declaration that there was a conflict of interest. There was no declaration here. I mean, I read the PwC report. It doesn't say anywhere in its report that we provided high-level advice at an earlier stage in this project. Wasn't said. If you remember, we had discussions at this committee and in the Health Committee. People were asking questions, was there a conflict of interest? It was only later on, in fact when the report was published, that we got the letter from Mr Griffin. Is it Mr Griffin or Mr Mitchell, sorry, that stated that that there was a relationship between the company. And we found it out by accident, really. But my point is that conflicts of interest do arise. They can be managed. But this wasn't managed. It wasn't declared at any point before or during the process, and only afterwards, by accident, by the good work of this committee, that we found out that there was a relationship. So I think it's a slam dunk, to use that expression, in terms of it's a clear conflict of interest, and the fact that it wasn't even managed by the company or by the department in HSE, I think is even worse. And then this letter that justifies it, to say, well, we don't even believe there is a conflict of interest, I think is problematic. I mean, if the CNAG was doing a look back on this, and he would be looking for, I would imagine, correspondence from all sides and looking to, I would imagine, you know, you wouldn't accept this, and you know, you can speak for yourself, but I can't see how you can accept the department saying we don't see any conflict of interest here.
Okay.
I just find it staggering.
Yeah, fine. And we have this item of correspondence as their position. That's all. I just read out their position. I'm not asking people to agree or disagree. I just want to put it on the record because our position.
Record without being read out in any event. So it goes on the record without being read out, but it was being read out to balance.
Yeah,
something.
because I made remarks. I was just being chairman, trying to be impartial. I made a point of view. There's a counter point of view. Okay. I'm putting it on the record. People can judge accordingly. That's all I'm doing. I'm not drawing conclusions. I'm just putting it on the record. Okay. So the next item of correspondence is 2155 from Seán McCarthy, Controller and Auditor General, dated 9th May, providing an update to the committee regarding the submission of public bodies of draft financial statements for audit by the Office of the CNAG. So, I want to say in relation to this item, the first job of the PAC is to review the financial statements of the 300 approximately public bodies that are audited by the CNAG. We can only do that if they submit financial statements. I take the view that a primary objective or requirement of a board of any organisation is to produce financial statements in a reasonable time period. If they're not able to do that, I question what else is not working properly in the system. When we took over here this PAC a couple of years ago, the previous year's financial statements, we were down at about 40% of them had their accounts submitted within a 3-year period. We've been following this issue relentlessly, and we had the ETBs here when there was a situation only one of the 17 had their accounts in on time. We've issued several reports. We took the unprecedented step of this committee authorised me to write to the chair and secretary of every organisation reminding of their obligations, And over the last couple of years, we are seeing a vast improvement. It went up to 70%, up to over 80%. And I'm happy to report that up to the end of April, over 92% of the 300 organisations audited by the CNAG had their draft accounts submitted for audit, and there are still 24 have not done so. So with the consent of the committee, I'm going to, on your behalf, write to the chairperson and chief executive of each of these 24 tomorrow, reminding of their obligation and to get their accounts in straight away. And I think we're making outstanding progress in our work getting financial statement, because I was here a few years ago and realised statements were 4 years old, and that was wasting everybody's time, and it showed a lack of governance in the organisation. So for the record, I'm going to read out the names of the organisations on the public record who have not submitted their accounts within the end of April. And a number of them are in the Department of Finance directly. From the Department of Finance. There's an account called the Sundry Monies Deposit Account that has a turnover of 149 million. The Hep C Special Account, which has a turnover of 26 million approximately. The Hep C Repatriation Account has a turnover of Reparation Account has approximately 4 million. The Local Loans Fund has a turnover normally of 280,000. And the Credit Union Restructuring Board, now in wind down, haven't submitted accounts. Then in relation to the Environment Fund, directly from the Department, approximately 44 million of turnover each year has not been submitted, and the Fisheries Harbour accounts in the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine, with a turnover of approximately 6 million, have not submitted their accounts. Then moving on to the education sector, the following colleges have not submitted their accounts: University College Cork, Dublin City University, Dublin Institute of Technology, but they're in a wind-down situation. The State Examinations Commission haven't submitted their accounts. Letterkenny Institute of Technology, St Angela's College in Sligo, St Patrick's College of Education, that's a residual account because of the amalgamation, and the Church of Ireland College of Education, again as a residual account, they're in wind-down mode. Now, some of the universities will say, and it's a fair point, they have external auditors, and that they go through that process, and then it comes after that to the CNAG, so they say they have a double audit. So I acknowledge that point, but still their account would generally relate to well towards the end of last year. We're several months gone. And then in relation to the HSC fund accounts, the private patient account 72 million not in, the National Treatment Purchase Fund account is not in, the Pre-Hospital Emergency Care Council is not in, the Hep C Insurance Scheme account is not in, and two accounts with minor activity, the Long Stay Repayment Scheme Special Account and the Long Stay Repayment Scheme Donation Account. And then finally, in relation to three state bodies who have not yet submitted their accounts up to the end of April, I stress, the Legal Aid Board, Irish Water Safety and the Discovery Programme Centre for Archaeology and Innovation. So we're writing to those 24 organisations. 24 organisations today. Yeah, 24 organisations, but we'll be writing to the relevant accounting officer in the State Department of Finance and Government Department, and directly then to the Chairman and Chief Executive of the relevant organisation. I want to thank the CNAG for keeping on top of that, and if nothing else, we'll make sure that there is corporate governance at board level and at senior level and at accounting officer level in all of those organisations, and we're nearly there. Okay. That's my little speech on that topic out of the way. Okay, so that's agreed. So then correspondence 2156 from John Halligan, Minister of State, Training, Skills, Innovation and Research and Development, dated the 18th of April, advising the Committee regarding the recent launch of Ireland's National Intellectual Property Protocol 2019, a framework for successful research, commercialisation and accompanying research guide. I welcome the development, which will have a bearing on the commercialisation of all forms of intellectual property, and I am pleased to see that there is a requirement for state research funding organisations and state innovation funding agency to apply the policy and framework in the National Intellectual Property Protocol consistent across all programmes of funding. The Committee will continue to monitor this topic closely, especially in relation to the third level institutions. We'll note and publish this, that's agreed. Next item 2157 from John McKeown, Secretary General, Department of Employment and Social Protection, dated 9th May, providing information requested on foot of an inquiry regarding the use of precedential test cases by the Social Welfare Appeals Office to determine issues in respect of employment, self-employment or bogus self-employment. We'll note and publish this and forward a response to the correspondents who raised the issue. That's agreed. item 2158 from John McKeown, as well Secretary General of the Department of Employment and Social Affairs and Protection, dated the 10th of May, providing further information regarding the Job Path programme. This is in response to our queries previously. The Department is currently reviewing its contract of public employment services with a view to continuing to provide resource services to those who need support. So we note and publish this, and that's agreed. So the third item of correspondence then is from private individuals and other correspondence. 2153 received from an individual dated 5th of May in relation to the National Broadband Plan. The correspondence raised the value for money issues that may feed into our consideration of broadband matters. So we'll note this. That's agreed. 2154, correspondence received from an individual dated the 6th of May in relation to negative environmental impacts of broadband rollout. Again, we'll note this. Item 2154 received from Deputy Cullinane in relation to the Commission's consideration of the broadband issues. We are awaiting documentation in relation to the broadband matters, and I propose we note the item for the moment and return to it when we get the information requested. So we note that. I know the Deputy has just stepped out for a moment. So the next item on the agenda is statement of accounts received since the last meeting, and they are coming up on the screen now. I think there's just a few. Where's the tax appeals commissioner? We got that days ago. Sorry, the one item of correspondence that I omitted to read out, and it's one I was looking at carefully, is correspondence 2159B. It's from the Tax Appeals Commission, and we had asked for a 2-monthly update in relation to their 10 largest cases. And it should be noted that in March they had their 10 largest cases at that stage amounted to a figure of approximately 700 million, and they were saying some had been settled and different issues like that. So we wrote back for an update, and the update will require clarification from the Tax Appeals Commission, and we'll write to them immediately. They now highlight, they don't give exact estimates because that might prejudice the outcome of any hearings that they may be involved in, but they give it bands. So they're saying that they currently, as at the 16th of May, have 3 cases before them in relation to corporation tax where the amount to be determined is in excess of 100 million in each of the 3 cases. They go on to say that there are 3 further cases where the amount to be determined is between 50 and 100 million, that's their estimate. And then they say there are 3 other cases of corporation tax where the amount to be determined is between 30 and 50 million, and there's 1 case in respect of an environmental levy where the amount in question is between 30 and 50 million. Now, interestingly, the schedule at the bottom of the schedule says an overall total of 2.517 billion. I don't know what that figure means. I'm wondering, is it the quantum of cases with the Tax Appeals Commission? Because the last time we dealt with them, the figure was about 1.7 billion. So if there had been a dramatic increase in the quantum of cases in value terms, before the Tax Appeals Commission, we need that clarified. I'm not quite sure the figure that they have put at the bottom of their chart. They don't say what it is. I'm guessing, and if I'm wrong, I need them to clarify it. And also, they might comment as to why the volume of cases on their desk has gone from what we understood it to be 1.7 billion is now 2.5 billion in a very short period of time. Now, I know they have to deal with the appeals at the land, but they must have some observation. So we're going to write back to them on that, because it's a matter we've been following due to the quantum and volume of cases before the Tax Appeals Commission. Because they've been with us before and we had lots of issues. So
there's 2 court cases as well. I mean, one is the judicial review, and the other one is the final one on the environment, the environment levy. Actually, it wouldn't be any harm to have just an idea what they're about.
Okay, the Supreme Court has imposed a stay on progressing this appeal. So that's been before the court, so it's public knowledge. Is that what you're saying? And which is the other one? That was item number 10. And
it strikes me that looking at the amount looking at the amount that's involved with the environment levy, it's obviously a point of principle rather than the individual.
Yeah.
So you could compromise the entire levy with a decision on that. That's
Okay,
yeah.
well, it says item number 8 there is in relation to corporation tax, and there's a figure involved of the estimate greater than 100 million, and it says the High Court has imposed a stay on progressing this appeal pending the outcome of a judicial review proceeding, which proceedings have yet to be heard in the High Court. And item number 10 relates to an environment levy, and the estimated volume or quantum of the case is somewhere between 30 and 50 million. And as the Deputy said, the Supreme Court has imposed a stay on progressing this appeal pending its judgment in proceedings which have yet to be heard but not yet decided. So I think we should be able to get some info. If they're before the courts, they're public information. So we'd ask for that to be sent to us if they're publicly before the court. And again, we stress, we understand the Tax Appeals Commission, if the court says you're not to decide the case until we're finished, they have to do that. So it's not their fault that there's a lot of cases on their desk. I must make that point clear as well. Okay, so the accounts received since the last meeting, the next item on the agenda. Okay, the Ombudsman for Children, clear audit opinion for 2017. The Institute of Technology, Tralee, clear audit opinion. But the Institute has incurred a deficit each year in the last 5 years, an accumulated revenue deficit of 4.4 million. So the CNAG is highlighting that in relation to their continued existence. Obviously, they need support to clear their deficit. Then there's FIS Éireann, as formerly the Irish Fish Éireann, is formerly the Irish Film Board, clear audit opinion. The revenue account, clear audit opinion. That's minor detail of 77 billion. That's what, the central fund?
No, it's the revenue account.
Just explain
the
what that is.
taxes and other charges collected, so PRSI and so on, go through this account.
Right, and that's
this is the revenue of 2018.
Separate from the revenue commissioners?
No, there's the revenue commissioners' vote, which
Yes.
is their administration costs. This is the money in, the taxes
and who
in.
produces this report?
Revenue commissioners.
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine, and we'll be dealing with them in due course.
Yes,
again,
yeah, this is the first of the 2018 accounts coming through.
Oh, that's very good. So the revenue are
Ahead of
they're one of the
game.
first ones up there, accounts audited. And if they can do it with a throughput of 77.3 billion, some of the other small organisations should be able to do the same as well. Anyway, next and the final one is the Aquaculture Licences Appeals Board, again a clear audit opinion. So we note that, and then the next item on the agenda is the work programme, and we. Yeah,
just in
please.
relation to, because it kind of come up on this, but we looked for a number of things, like for example, in relation to the National Broadband Plan.
Yeah.
We looked for the entity, how that entity changed, and who were the people behind it. Did we get that back?
No.
And can we get that?
Yeah, sure.
I specifically looked for that,
Yeah.
because the final bidder changed over time, and it was and how every time it changed, just that we can actually track that.
Yeah.
To actually know who they were and who they are.
Now, and who they might be when a contract comes to be signed.
And it's just that we did look for that.
Yeah.
And I've been watching out for it and didn't see it. And can I just say about, I know we'll have a work programme, but we also, this probably won't appear on the work programme because it's when do we do that report? And given that there's another committee doing some work, I actually think the work that we did may well be helpful to that other committee because it largely focused on the man's contracts and the early sale without tendering of the concessionary, what were the
extension.
Exactly. Now the extension and then the sale, and without tendering the sale, and we heard from others that they would have tendered. The very fact that Granahan McCourt would have been the company behind ENET, is a useful piece of work that the other committees shouldn't have to duplicate on. And I think that that kind of makes it important that we finalise the work that we've got to do. I know there's likely to be one further hearing, but I just don't think we should let that go on for a considerable period of time.
I know the other committee wants to do some examination or possibility. We won't be duplicating two committees doing the same job. We've done a large volume of work up to now, and I think what you're saying is we need to complete our work, and it will be beneficial to any other committee that's going forward, so they won't have to recover the ground that we've already dealt with. And it's an issue, but we'll talk about it at our next meeting, which is fortnight's time, Okay, so the work programme, so we're not sitting next Thursday, and people know that. I'm proposing we postpone our engagement with the court services until June. They were scheduled for next Thursday, but the all is not sitting, and I don't think people will be here. And we're trying to identify a later date, which is the 26th of June. The 27th of June. The intention is that we would do two sessions on that day. The first with the court services, followed by the houses of the Oireachtas Commission. I don't want to drop the meeting, so we might be able to do morning and an afternoon, and we'll do our timing accordingly. So in relation to the finance chapter, Chapter 2 and 3 of the CNAG report are listed for the Department of Finance on the 30th of May. These have already been discussed when we met deeper, so I just want to formally take them off the agenda for the Department of Finance, because we've already discussed them, as I said, and we don't want to do any unnecessary duplication. So look at, that's the end of the work programme for now. I think we'll suspend, sorry, Deputy Kelly.
Under any other business, before we start, it's been going on now for over a year. It's probably been going on for years. But a long time ago, we asked for a report into the companies in CIT, and we keep being pushed back on this. And we wrote to them months ago again asking for it, and they said that they were, the report is being done. So, Chair, at this stage, this has gone on now since the last pack. Now, we delved into this, we found out about these companies, the report was meant to be done. We've written to them, we've asked them, where do we go from here? Because obviously it's been stonewalled, so where is this report? We need to get onto the HEA and CIT and put some deadline on this, because this is.
Okay, what I will just say on that particular issue, we're meeting here this day 2 weeks. That report needs to be here in 10 days' time, or at that stage we'll set a date for them to come up and answer why they haven't done it.
Okay, can you write to them and inform them?
We'll write to them, and we'll write not just to the Chief Exec, we'll be writing to the Chairman, the respective Chairman of the Board as well. We have to have the answer before we meet here in 2 weeks, and
Perfect.
If not, we will set a date to bring them up.
Thank you.
Just briefly, I did correspond with the clerk yesterday. I asked some weeks ago with the EPA in for a report on were they monitoring drug residues in our drinking water,
yes,
and also radon, the cost benefit of the radon programme, and I've nothing yet. It's a number of weeks. I know there was an Easter break, but it seems like a very long time for something that I would have imagined the answer should have been fairly, especially on the water quality monitoring.
No,
quite topical at the minute.
Yeah, no, we had a good meeting with the EPA, and it's a few weeks ago, and 2 weeks is more than long enough for any Secretary General to provide a response. So immediately tomorrow we'll follow that up directly. And again, if we haven't a response here this day 2 weeks, it'll be well over a month. We'll be setting a date for when they'll come in and answer why they haven't responded. So I'm kind of taking that view to make people act properly. Okay, yeah. So at this stage we're going to suspend for 5 minutes while witnesses take their seat. 5 minutes. Session. Today we will continue our examination of the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board Financial Statements 2017. We are joined this morning by the following: from the National Paediatric Hospital Board, Mr. Fred Barry, Chairman. You're very welcome, new Chairman. Dr. Emma Curtis, Medical Director, Jim Farrell, Finance Officer, and Paul Quinn, who is also a member of the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board. We're joined from the Department of Health by Jim Breslin, Secretary General, and Tracy Conroy, Assistant Secretary, and we're joined from the HSE by Dean Sullivan, Deputy Director General of Strategy, and Jim Curran, Head of Estates. Can I remind members and witnesses and those in the public gallery that all mobile phones should be switched off, and that means putting them onto airplane mode, because merely putting them on silent can still interfere with the recording system. I wish to advise witnesses that by virtue of Section 1721 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to the committee. If you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise or make charges against any person or persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or it identifiable. Members of the committee are reminded of the provisions of standing orders that the committee shall also refrain from inquiring into the merits of a policy or policies of the government or a minister of the government or the merits of the objectives of such policies. While we expect witnesses to answer questions asked by the committee clearly and with candour, witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect and consideration at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. The CNAG made his opening statement on this topic at a previous meeting and won't be making one today. So we'll ask Mr. Breslin, can we have your opening statement, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. When the committee met on the 31st of January, the 2017 financial statements, I circulated in advance of that meeting a briefing note prepared by the Department for the Health Committee, which set out the detail of the cost escalation in the new Children's Hospital capital project. I've circulated in advance of this meeting an update on the developments since then. As is well known, Government approved the construction investment to allow Phase B, the above groundworks of the hospital, to be instructed in December. At the same time, Government approved the commissioning of an independent review of the escalation in cost of the capital project. The purpose of the review was to examine in detail the contributing factors to the cost escalation and associated responsibilities, so that any potential weakness would be identified and comprehensively resolved in the interests of the successful completion of the project and the effective management of public funds. The terms of reference also required the review to identify and address major residual risks, control and oversight issues. It was also required to develop recommendations which may identify any areas of potential cost savings or reductions which are consistent with the applicable contractual undertakings and the delivery of the project. The report of the review was presented to Government on the 9th of April last and published on the same day. The PwC report is the result of an intensive and extensive body of work carried out by a team of experts over a period of 9 weeks. The PwC team was composed of a number of international capital project and infrastructural specialists, including chartered engineers, quantity surveyors, chartered accountants, commercial specialists, data analysts and healthcare experts with extensive experience in the review of complex capital projects and programmes. In publishing the review, the Government requested that an implementation plan be prepared and submitted to Government for its consideration. Extensive work has been undertaken between the Departments of Health, Public Expenditure and Reform, the Taoiseach's Department, the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board, Children's Health Ireland and the HSE. The Minister for Health updated Government on this work earlier this week, and it is envisaged that the draft implementation plan will be considered by Government shortly. The PwC report accepted that the two-stage procurement process used to award the contract for construction of the new Children's Hospital is a widely used approach and can deliver significant benefits. It also identified failures that occurred in the set-up, planning and budgeting stages for the project and in the implementation of the two-stage process. It warns that the GMP established through the process does not provide a contractual ceiling on cost and significant residual risks remain. A primary focus of the Development Board must be on managing this risk and preventing further cost increases. The report synthesised the findings of the review into a set of 11 recommendations. The first 9 are specific to this project. They identify steps to be taken by all stakeholders in this project relating to project delivery, control and assurance. This ranges from a review of the scope and responsibilities of the advisory firms that constitute the design team to reflect their roles in the performance monitoring of contractors, to strengthening the capacity and capability of the Development Board executive, right through to putting a scrutiny process in place that includes all levels of the governance structure to review all proposals that are focused on reducing the GMP. The remaining 2 recommendations relate to the management of other public sector spending on major capital infrastructure projects more generally, and therefore are a matter for the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform. Government noted the report's findings and requested the Minister for Health and the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform to revert with a proposed implementation plan for these 9 recommendations. The implementation plan will set out for each of the 11 recommendations the actions taken to date and the further actions proposed, along with timelines. The implementation plan is being developed on a collaborative basis by key stakeholders and will be brought to Government shortly for consideration, following which it is expected it will be published. The implementation plan will address the deficiencies identified in the report, including developing and implementing, where necessary, more robust project control and project assurance plans, appropriate for a project of this national importance throughout the remaining construction programme. The Development Board is fully committed to implementing the recommendations, as are the Department, the HSE and Children's Health Ireland. As the Chair of the Board will outline, he has established and leads a subcommittee of the Board to ensure full implementation of the recommendations relevant to the Development Board. The National Paediatric Hospital Development Board has already taken a number of important steps to strengthen its project control system's capacity and capability. Work is underway to improve reporting standards and introduce revised working arrangements with the design team. Consideration will need to be given to the report's warning of potential loss of corporate knowledge. It is appropriate that the focus is on maintaining corporate knowledge and expertise and on strengthening the project by building further capacity and capability. In that context, you may be aware, in relation to the Executive, that the Project Director of the Development Board, who holds the statutory function of Chief Officer, announced his resignation in March, effective from early June. Given the scale and complexity of the project and the challenges associated with both roles in this current phase of the project, the Development Board decided that the roles should be divided. Following receipt of sanction from the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform to the remuneration rate for the Chief Officer post, the job campaign was advertised by the Public Appointment Service last week. Discussions are ongoing with the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform in relation to the terms and conditions for the recruitment of the Project Director post. The PwC report's findings did not identify that the existing governance structures above the Development Board contributed to the cost escalation. The review was satisfied that these structures did not impede the flow of information in relation to the cost escalation, but did find that the terms of reference and composition of the CHP&P steering group and board meant that their collective ability to provide challenge to the role of the Development Board was limited, and accordingly recommends a review of these matters. Such changes will form part of the implementation plan to be approved by Government. The project is now in the major construction phase. Above ground works at the St James's site are progressing well, with the structural frame, walls, slabs and columns now above ground level in most advanced areas. Basement excavation and piling are now substantially complete. The mechanical and electrical fit-out of the basement plant areas will commence this quarter. Construction work on the new Children's Hospital will be completed in Q3 of 2022. This will be followed by a period of commissioning, and the hospital will open in 2023. Work at the OPD Urgent Care Centre at Connolly is on target for handover to the Children's Health Ireland this month, followed by equipment installation and operational commissioning. In fact, as the Chairman will update, the handover has taken place this week of the Connolly facility. The delivery of services at the Connolly Centre will be provided on a phased basis from end July 2019. Decant works at Tala University Hospital are now complete, and the new creche, changing facility and offices are open. Construction work on the Paediatric Outpatient and Urgent Care Centre at Tala started last month and is due to open next year. Extensive engagement has taken place with the Oireachtas Health Committee and the Committee of Public Accounts on how the cost escalation came about and its reporting. PwC reviewed more than 2,000 project documents, records and data. The report documents what's happened and the timeline of reporting. I believe the review's findings on the reporting of the cost escalation are consistent with previous information provided to the Oireachtas, including this committee, and the documentation published by the Department and others. The scale of the review and the consequent robustness and comprehensiveness of the recommendations mean that the benefit of the review is of very considerable additional significance, however. Chairman, when we met the committee at the end of January, you impressed upon the witnesses the importance of the work required to complete the project and that the learning from PwC should be used to inform the quality of that work. We now have a very detailed recommendations regarding the enhancement of control processes across the design team and the development board. The board of the new development board has accepted these recommendations and implementation is underway. But PwC also quite correctly identifies the nature of the project, which has now entered the major construction phase, will change as we approach the opening of the main hospital at St James's. The commissioning and bringing into operation of a project at this scale requires coordinated delivery of the building, equipment, technology, staff and clinical and non-clinical operations. There is a very good working relationship between the Development Board and Children's Health Ireland. This will be enhanced further with the support of the HSE and the Department and in line with the recommendations set out in the PwC report for the benefit of the successful delivery of this major investment in children's health services. Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to address any queries.
Thank you indeed, Mr. President. And Mr. Barry, you Chairman, I think you've been here in previous capacities in the National Roads Authority or whatever it was on previous occasions. So you're welcome now to give your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. And may I say, I didn't expect to be back again. Dear Chair, members of the committee, thank you for inviting us here this morning to resume your January 2019 examination of the NPHDB 2017 financial statements. I'm joined by Paul Quinn, Board Member of the Development Board, Jim Farrell, Finance Officer, and Dr. Emma Curtis, who is Medical Director of the Development Board. And just as background, the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board was appointed in August 2013 to design, build and equip a new children's hospital. A planning application was lodged in August 2015 and on Board Connolly granted planning permission in April 2016 for the new children's hospital, the paediatric outpatients and urgent care centres at Connolly and Tala hospitals and related developments including the Children's Research and Innovation Centre and a family accommodation unit adjacent to the new children's hospital. The expenditure as at 31st of December 2017 was 67.2 million, and there's some more detail that I won't read out, if that's okay, Chairman, in the document. Also, we have the draft unaudited expenditure as of the 31st of December 2018, and a date for the CNAG to audit these accounts has been set for late June 2019, and the expenditure in 2018 is 129 million. In December 2018, following the completion of the second stage of the two-stage procurement process, the final cost of the design, build and equipment programme for which the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board is responsible is now at 1.433 billion, which is 450 million more than advised to Government in April 2017. 319 million of the additional cost relates to construction costs, and the balance of 131 million, which includes 50 million in VAT, relates to costs associated with staff, construction design consultants, planning, design team fees, risk and contingency. Previously, we included detail on the 7 construction cost drivers in the briefing document sent to you for your review in January 2019. A PwC review on the escalation of costs was commissioned by the HSE in January 2019, and the findings of the review were published on the 9th of April. As discussed with you in January 2019, once the Board became aware of the significant additional costs emerging, the Board set in place a review of alternate options. Contractually, the NPHDB did not have to proceed with the second stage, which is Phase B above ground construction works, and a number of options were considered and carefully evaluated. The outcome of the options evaluated was a recommendation by the Development Board accepted by the HSE, the Department of Health and Government to proceed with the instruction of Phase B works as it offered the best solution commercially and ensured the completion of the Children's Hospital in the shortest time frame. Since our last appearance before you in January 2019, the then Chair, Tom Costello, resigned from the role, and I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the contribution and personal commitment made by him. Shortly after, I was pleased to be appointed to the role as Chair of the NPHDB and appeared before the Joint Oireachtas Committee on Health to ratify my position as Chair. In March 2019, the Project Director, John Pollock, decided that as the two-stage procurement process was finalised and approved, and the project has now moved into the final construction phase, it was an appropriate time for him to leave the project. To this end, and as per one of the recommendations from the recently published PwC report on cost escalation to strengthen the capacity of the NPH executive, we have recently advertised to the public appointments for a Chief Officer, and we hope to interview for this role within the coming weeks. As indicated above, since our last appearance, a PwC review on the cost escalation of the project has also taken place and recommendations have been made in this regard. The Board of the NPHDB have reviewed the report, acknowledged and noted the issues raised and the recommendations set out in the PwC report, and is developing an implementation plan against this. Prior to the publication of the PwC report, the Board had identified and commenced implementing a number of key project changes. For example, strengthening the executive with a separate Chief Officer and Project Director roles, establishing commissioning and project controls work streams within the NPHDB, key risks as a standing item at Board meetings, agreed procurement strategy with stakeholders in relation to equipping the main children's hospital, and putting in place performance-based indicators with core design team members. In addition, the NPHDB will continue to work with all stakeholders involved in this important project and will do all that is within its power to support the implementation of the PwC recommendations. The Paediatric Outpatient and Urgent Care Centre at Connolly is complete, and earlier this week was handed over to Children's Health Ireland for them to commence the commissioning and transitioning of staff. Children's Health Ireland will operate the service, and the centre is due to open towards the end of July 2019. Decant works at Tala University Hospital are now complete, and the new creche, changing facility and offices are open. Construction work on the 4,600 metre squared paediatric outpatient and urgent care centre started last month, and it is due to open in 2020. Construction work on the new Children's Hospital on a shared campus with St James's is progressing well, with the structural frame, walls, slabs and columns now above ground level in most advanced areas. Basement excavation and piling are now substantially complete. The mechanical and electrical fit-out of the basement plant areas is due to commence shortly. Project costs incurred to the end of March 2019, including construction costs, were €314 million. Construction work on the new Children's Hospital are scheduled to be completed in Q3 2022, and this will be followed by a period of commissioning, and it will open in 2023. Thank you for your attention, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Barry. And just before we call the Speaker, there's just one overall question I want to ask Mr. President. When the Irish taxpayer, the state, invests it's approximately $2 billion in it when it comes to be open by 2023, will the state own the site on which this $2 billion will have been spent?
So the site on which it's being built is owned by the HSE. St James's Hospital occupies the site, but it's owned by the HSE, and the building will be owned by the state. It will be handed over to Children's Health Ireland, which is a public body, statutory public body.
And then finally, in relation just to the tri-location of the maternity services, in relation to the Coombe Hospital, the site has been reserved. Will that be owned by the state, or what's
Yes, again, the entire of the St James's site is owned by the HSE. So all of that is in the ownership of the state and will continue to be so.
People will be pleased to know that, because that question has been asked in recent days. Thank you for that answer. So today the lead speaker is Deputy Kate Connolly, who has 20 minutes, and the second speaker is Deputy Catherine Connolly, who will have 15 minutes, and other speakers will have 10 minutes in the following sequence: Deputy Marc MacSharry, Deputy Catherine Murphy, and Deputy David Cullinane. Deputy Connolly.
And good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming in. I hope I don't repeat some of the questions from the previous session, so I apologise in advance if I do. I'd just like to refer firstly to the admin costs on the site for 2017 in our briefing document, and the amount totals to €12 million. Within that, this is essentially housekeeping money as such. It's not building anything. There's an amount of that 12 million, there's almost 7.5 million in planning application costs. So I'm wondering how this is so high and why it came out in the 2017 accounts, and what it pertains to. Is that architects' fees, or is it fees for actual submitting planning applications, or why does it appear in the admin section, and if that's appropriate? That's the first question, so if somebody would maybe like to refer to that. I assume, Mr. Farrell, it's your area.
Certainly. Sorry, Deputy. The 7.5 million is mainly DCC contributions.
Can you just expand on that? That's fees.
Yeah, levied by the
Levies.
DCC,
yes,
part of the planning contribution, the planning application.
And what's the position on that? Is it going out this year, or is it going to be phased over time?
We have part of it paid. It's about over 3 million of that's paid and to DCC, and there's over
currently
4 million paid, yeah, and over 4 million to be paid.
Yes.
So
how? Over a phase period?
Yeah, monthly. Phase monthly, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a reason why it's front loaded into 2017 accounts? Is there any reason for that?
Well, we hadn't booked the liability prior to that, and it felt appropriate to book and recognise the liability in the accounts.
Oh, obviously, because they're the accounts.
So.
But why is it 2017?
Well, primarily because we didn't do it in 2016. And
you didn't want it in 2016?
We didn't book the costs in 2016. It was recognised we had paid some money. It was recognised that we should book the total.
It was recognised by whom?
By the board.
Okay, just to hop it into 2017's accounts. All
Yeah.
of it.
Well, yeah, but you're going to be paying it on an ongoing monthly, on a quarterly basis, yes.
So quarterly basis?
Yeah.
So only half of it's paid. So is half of it going out of the 2017 accounts? Or is it 4 million going out of 2017?
No, it's gone out. It had accumulated. Some of it had accumulated up to 2017. Yes.
Okay. There were 8 subcommittees formed under the board, of which one was a procurement subcommittee, and it met 4 times in 2017, which seems quite small considering where we are today. Can anyone, perhaps Mr. Quinn, I believe you sit on that board, give me an indication of any contributions that were made by that committee with regard to procurement, and any real tangible interventions that were made to actually contribute in a positive way to the procurement process?
Deputy, the committee met on a number of occasions and had
4
a number
times.
of working groups as well.
In a year, yeah.
Yeah. The committee also formed during the evaluation process, for the main tenders, a number of various different groups to perform the evaluation of the tenders that were underway. Most of that process, in fact, took place in late 2016, from my recollection, more so than in 2017. So a lot of the procurement planning and strategy had taken place prior to the meetings that you're referring to. In fact, the procurement strategy for the hospital was formed back in 2015 from recollection. So a lot of the work of the procurement committee is in the oversight then of how the executive and the teams formed were conducting those activities and ensuring that we were staying with the processes that were put in place.
So how many times in 2016 did you meet, or maybe even the latter half?
I don't actually have that information.
We get it, maybe.
We can.
So
we
in
can
terms
get
of my
it,
question, what tangible interventions were made, even towards the end of 2016? Just a few examples on really what I'm trying to find out, were you at anything?
Well, of course, again, the work of the committee was to oversee the tenders that were in place. So there was a lot of reporting that was taking place from the various different evaluation teams. We were walking through how those evaluations had taken place. We also had established a procurement auditor whose job it was to provide detailed oversight at arm's length from the board, from the executive, from the evaluation teams, to bring a degree of oversight to the procurement processes. That auditor reported to the procurement committee on a number of occasions during the procurement process. So there was a lot of activity in overseeing the work of the evaluation teams.
I know there seems to be a lot of activity everywhere. In terms of actual things that were done, can I have an example? You sit, you're a member of the board, a long-standing member, competency-based appointment, your expertise is in procurement. Can you remember any incident where you made an intervention that actually, saved money in terms of procurement or led to an efficiency in terms of procurement, just off the top of your head?
Well, the strategies from the outset were there to drive competition in the marketplace. And as I said, Deputy,
so have you an example of what you did to drive competition in the marketplace? So just with your expertise, okay. It seems you must have some example of
absolutely.
Of this,
I don't have the minutes of all the meetings.
No, you
of
don't
2016
need just a few examples. Surely, as somebody in procurement,
I can't recall
surely
all
as somebody
the
in procurement, surely as somebody in procurement, if you made some big intervention, you'd remember it.
Well, there was quite a number of interventions.
How many of them will do?
The programme, we developed a programme for bringing the various different elements of the project to the marketplace. Most of the work of the board is in oversight and ensuring that those projects are brought in a timely fashion to make sure we're maintaining compliance, that we're delivering value for money by bringing and ensuring...
That's kind of the problem, though, the value for money element. So,
The programme was there to ensure that we brought the tenders to marketplace. That is how value for money is achieved in public procurement, is the opportunities are brought to the marketplace, competitions are formed. A lot of work was put in place to make sure that those projects and programmes were brought in such a way as to achieve value for money, to ensure that we were making sure that the tenders were structured in the right kind of way, where we were making sure that tenders were structured in a way that was open to SMEs where possible as well. So there was a lot of discussion, engagement, decision-making in relating to ensuring those decisions were happening and that those projects were structured in a way to deliver value for money. But I don't have in front of me, Deputy, and we can provide it separately.
Just really, I think it's, it's sort of unusual. As somebody with your expertise, you can't remember any incident where you made an intervention that, in a positive way, affected procurement. Any big
I can, but I
moment?
can't put this into exactly 2016, Deputy, for you. There was a lot
you might for the afternoon, maybe.
Maybe I should go back to 2015 when many of the strategies... I don't mind where you go back to,
once we have an example, maybe.
Absolutely. In terms of how we were structuring the approach to the market for the main works, there was a lot of discussion regarding things like how the tender would be structured,
no, I get that.
What the balance... Yeah. And these are important matters in terms of ensuring, Deputy, that we get competition in the marketplace.
But the importance of competition is to drive down prices. It's not just to give everyone a fair crack of it. It's to get quality and price reduction. So
indeed, I absolutely understand that. And there was a lot of work done to ensure that the projects were brought to the market in such a way as to attract competition. There was also a lot of work done to ensure that we were communicating with the marketplace to ensure that, particularly for the main works, that we would attract the right kind of field of bidders, an international set of bidders who had competency, who had form and who have delivered projects of this scale, and particularly in this tricky area of healthcare delivery.
Okay. There's a note in the accounts. The note states the consultancy costs are all outsourced and it's business as usual. Can anyone tell me what the meaning of that note is? And do we have a value somewhere for consultancy costs incurred in 2017? So really what I'm getting at is additional fees. So there's a business as usual note, and really any any external consultants that were employed in terms of procurement. There's also a procurement fee of €172,159. So I just want to know how much, considering all the boards and all the expertise and all the appointments, how much extra money was spent on consultants in 2017. And that procurement fee of 172,000, give or take, who got that and what's it for?
The consulting fees, again, if you look at the note 3.5, the administrative costs, these include, starting at the top, you have ICT. That's we outsource all the ITC support to a company that's tendered, publicly tendered, and that was the annual cost in 2017. There was legal expenses, as you see there, which were 409,000 in total, including VAT.
I'm really getting at the procurement aspect. Any procurement consultants employed?
Yeah, the procurement consultants, again, that's supporting the various procurements that were in the process of being finalised, the construction.
Yeah, I don't need to know how much money was spent on procurement consultants external to the normal bills.
Yeah, these are all external costs in actual fact. The
For
procurement costs.
Forget the ICT.
Yeah, no, the 172 that you're just referring to there, that's all externally paid, primarily to legal firms to help the procurement process in terms of documentation and support to the procurement process.
So was any external consultant brought in with an expertise in procurement and paid a fee, is really what I'm getting at. Was anyone employed with a specific expertise in procurement in a consultancy advisory role from externally?
Yes,
and how much was paid?
Yeah. I haven't the breakdown of the individual. There was two firms there, primarily McCann Fitzgerald and Eversheds, that we paid fees to. They were tendered fees in terms of, again, they were publicly procured. We have a framework in place for the legal fees, and we draw down in terms of both legal and they provide procurement support to the board.
So the McCann and the Evershed, that's for legal and procurement expertise?
Correct.
And what's the total amount spent there?
What the 172 is the procurement fees that you just... and,
that's the total, so it's within that bundle?
Within that bundle, yeah.
And perhaps the Chair, Mr Farrell, you could answer this. Are you aware of anybody who's in a position on any of the multiple boards and subcommittees? Is anybody employed on a personal or contractual basis, somebody who's sitting on one of the boards who in maybe a parallel life is doing consultancy work? So I'm just wondering, is there anybody who's within the boards that are established working externally for a consultancy company and getting paid fees?
Well, I am. I do a certain amount of consulting in my own right, and I'm a director of the project management group.
And anybody else?
I'm not aware of others, but they may have outside involvements that I'm not aware of.
Repeat that, sorry.
Sorry, indeed. I said, sorry, I do a certain amount of consulting work myself, and additionally I'm a director of the project management group, which is one of the larger engineering project management companies in the country.
My understanding is in the briefing note, where is it now? The rules regarding appointments, you know, it precludes. Where am I going now in this? It's precluding from, I suppose, getting extra money for it. It's complicated, I suppose, when you have a role on a board like this.
None of my outside involvements have anything to do with Children's Hospital or the health sector in any form or fashion.
Oh, grant. So you're not there's no financial benefit for.
Oh, I'm not engaged in any way with any of the companies.
And are you, as the new chair, confident that there is nobody who is reporting to you that is conflicted in any way by a role that they're getting paid, or is there anyone, forget the conflict, we can decide that. Is there anybody that's getting paid externally
for anything to do with the
anything
hospital?
to do with this?
I'm not aware of anything.
And have you asked them all?
I haven't put it to them in those terms.
Might be worth doing, perhaps.
We do it at each board meeting. We ask the board members present to declare if they have any conflict of interest on any matters that's there at the board. And that's an ongoing standing, the beginning of the meeting.
They declare if they have a conflict, but is the question ever asked and answered, are you getting paid? Who determines whether it's a conflict?
Well, could I say that if any of the board members were getting paid by any of the companies with whom we have contracts...
No, forget that. Just about other companies even.
Okay, but that would be an immediate conflict of interest.
So can we get an answer just to make sure of
Well, sorry,
that?
I'm giving the answer in my own case, whilst
I
I've got
understand your
outside
own case.
involvements. They are involvements with companies that are not in any way associated with this project, in any way. And there are declarations of conflicts of interest at the board meetings. And separately, of course, whilst I haven't been chair long enough to see the returns, all board members have to make the standard returns of interests, which again would bring out the fact that there are conflicts, if in fact there are any. But I just haven't been there long enough, Deputy, to have seen a set of those returns yet.
In terms of the recommendations of the PwC report, the 9 of the 11 that are relevant, one of them is to split the role and to appoint a new person, the officer, one of you mentioned it, the chief officer. Is that in terms of the recommendations? So while PwC were doing their report, in a parallel, I think it was before your time, the board came up with their own few recommendations. And one of them was to employ somebody else, and I think it's recommendation 5 of the PwC is to beef it up or strengthen, I think it might be the word used. Is in terms of implementing recommendations, is the only recommendation that has been implemented to date employing somebody else? Or
no, although
in terms of, I'm just concerned about prioritising of recommendations, that the first one was to give someone else a job. And that's just sort of when I'm reading it last night, I was going, oh, this is the priority here.
Indeed, although I will say on that, replacing the chief officer, the project director is leaving, replacing that person is a key priority. Because, of course, in the absence of that, we don't have a permanent person in that position, and obviously that creates issues. But we've already taken quite a few steps. Some of them are plans that are in action. Some of them we have already delivered results out of it. We've already brought in strengthening of project controls within the organisation.
In terms of this new role, the recommendation says the executive should be strengthened in the short term. So this is the PwC recommendation. So this through the public jobs, this has been advertised, this new role.
Well, there are a number of steps to strengthen the executive. There is the.
But this is the one that's been done.
This is one of the things that has been done.
Is it the only one that's been done?
No.
To date, okay.
It is not the only one that's been done. It is being done, but it's not the only one that's been done to date. We have already taken steps to strengthen the project controls capability within the organisation.
What have you done for that?
We have brought in a couple of experts on scheduling and on cost control and claims management.
A couple is 2, is it?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Those are the steps that have been taken in the sense of having people in situ. We are going to be bringing in additional strength in that regard.
Does additional strength mean people?
People, yes.
More people?
Yes. More people with the right backgrounds and experience.
Is that suggesting they didn't have the right backgrounds to start?
Well, I wouldn't say it didn't have the right backgrounds, but perhaps as PwC brought out, there was an over-reliance on the design team consultants, and we want to have greater strength within the executive.
In terms of the design fees for 2018, why are the design teams so large every year? I would have thought that if you were designing something, it would be front-loaded early on in the project. Is the same design team sitting somewhere designing on a constant basis, or what way is it?
It is the same companies, though not necessarily the same individuals. The prime activities that the design team are carrying out at the moment are in dealing with construction details as the contractor finalises its plans for construction. They come up with a lot of detailed queries and submissions which the design team have to review and approve or not approve, or work out best solutions with the contractor. So there's a lot of that goes on. The design team have provided the employer's representative, which is both an individual, but that individual is supported by a team who were on site doing quality assurance, tracking for progress payments, certifying applications, and all of that. So there is still a very heavy involvement by the design team, but not in original design work, but in subsequent follow-up work.
Bringing the project forward. The Connolly site is ready to go, isn't it, pretty much?
Yes.
So have we a situation now, have been out there, where we have a building that's equipped, functioning, but no patients?
Well, I can't tell you about the patients.
I don't think there's any patients in it.
Well, it hasn't been commissioned yet. It's been handed over to Children's Hospital Ireland, and the plan is that later this summer it will be commissioned and brought
End of July,
into
phased opening, I think Mr. Breslin said.
Yeah.
This is standard, that you
Standard
hand
where?
over.
Standard where, sorry?
Standard the world
In the
over.
world.
You hand over a building and then you have to operationalise the building. You don't take it straight from the builder and put patients into it. So we're now in the process, as the Chair has said, having the building pass across to Children's Health Ireland. They have a full plan in place to bring patients on board over the summer period.
So in terms of the phasing of the handing over of the main building in the Children's Hospital, I'm just really concerned about the timelines here, how you'd end up with a building empty for any number of months.
Deputy, that this is not peculiar to hospitals. This is true of pretty well all major capital projects. There is a period between the end of substantial construction and the end of the commissioning of the buildings, and whether it's an industrial plant for Intel or a hospital, there is always a transition period between the construction whilst the owners of the building and the people who manage it get up to speed.
But in terms of expediting the transition and utilising this resource as quickly as possible for the main hospital,
yes,
is it going to be
2023?
Yeah, but is it going to be worked in such a way that we don't end up with a hospital that's lovely with no sick people in it, children in it?
Indeed. If I could go back to the earlier statement, the substantial construction is targeted to be done towards the end of 2022 and the commissioning to be complete in 2023. So it is in 2023 that you will see patients starting to use the hospital.
Dr. Curtis might wish to...
Sure, yeah.
Yes. When the hospital is completed and handed over, there's a huge amount of commissioning work, planning work has been taking place over the last number of years for Connolly specifically, and there will now be the staff being brought in, being trained on site, using the equipment, understanding it. And the international experience is there was a hospital in Australia where there was pressure to open the hospital and shorten that training period, which resulted in significant risk, and into which there was a public inquiry because there wasn't the proper amount of time allotted between handover of the building and bringing patients in to ensure that the staff understood the building, the working, the equipment, the systems entirely. So it is really, really important that there's a proper period of training of staff in the new building.
There's one hospital in Australia where there was huge risks from expediting this. Is there any hospital in the world that has successfully done this without huge risk, expedited it? Have you any example? Has it worked out for anyone else doing it faster?
I mean, I don't know the periods, but this one is well known because they shortened the period that they had wanted to spend in training, with the result that there were clinical issues in terms of patient safety and an ensuing public inquiry. So the recommendation is that you do not compromise on preparation and training of staff in a site which is new before you open it.
Oh, that makes sense. And in terms of, is this something that can be decided on day one when the staff train, that you can estimate how long it will take? So do you have like a 3-month period or a 4-month period?
Is the
planning,
the planning for Connolly is planned, or the period of time required for Connolly is planned.
The next one.
And similarly for Tala it will be planned, and for the new Children's Hospital it will be planned how long it will take from the day of handover to bringing in patients.
How am I on time? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Con. Next speaker is Deputy Catherine Connolly.
Mágad agus fáilte over that. Congratulations, Mr. Barry. You were nominated by the government and approved by the Health Committee, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, it was no interview process, it was a nomination plus an approval. Yes. Thank you. Now, we're back here, Mr. Barry, because quite clearly there's been a huge overspend, isn't that right? None of us want to be here. Certainly we don't as members of the Public Accounts Committee. So you gave us an opening statement today, and I wish you the best. But you've given us an opening statement of 4 pages, and you really haven't you've given us a history lesson, partly, and you've outlined things that happened, and we know that that's why we're here, and that's why we have this report that cost $500,000. Okay, so I would expect more than just a little paragraph on telling me what you're going to do. I'll tell you why, and I'm not personalising it. Before my time, before the Public Accounts Committee, the board appeared and said, this hospital is going to cost $650 million. Price? And we assure you, all members, that everything is in place. Governance, risk assessment, the whole lot. That was 15, prior to your time, prior to my time. On the last occasion, the board came before us and they assured us everything was in place. Everything was in place. And it takes PwC, which I'll come back to tell us everything wasn't in place. Now, presumably, you've all read it. What did you think of the report?
Well,
in terms of its findings now, I'm not asking for any personal life.
Sure. Yeah. I think in terms of its recommendations...
Yeah. What did you think of its findings?
Well, the recommendations are the key thing, I suppose, that I was focused on.
What did you think of its findings, please? Well, let me help you. Just let me help you. The definitive business case was faulty, inaccurate. Okay? Definitive. The project, the PEP, what's that again? The project. What's a PEP again? Sorry.
Project execution.
Thank you. Faulty. Faulty. Reporting back. Faulty. Failure to challenge by the board. Not able to challenge. A competency-based board, but unable to challenge what was coming up. An undue reliance on a design team, and so on. All of that identified. Was any of that identified by the board prior to this?
I would say yes.
Good. Where?
Well, the board brought in Mazars towards the end of last year to help them, to help them do better, basically.
Yes.
And Mazars came out with the recommendations and suggestions, and the board was already acting on these before the PwC investigation came along.
So the Mazars Internal Audit Service, to close out the review of the guaranteed maximum price, was November 18. Review of business continuity and disaster recovery, which is an aptly titled document. Review of business continuity and disaster recovery. That's Mazars. Where else did Mazars say something?
Mazars gave advice on organisation.
Very good. Okay. Okay. Just you can imagine where we're coming from here in terms of a board, competency, and honestly, I'm not wishing here to be critical at all. But we're up. I come back to the department as to what this is going to cost. We're up at what, 1.7 billion, is it, at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. And just to take focus off you for a minute, Mr. Barry, we're up at that price. That doesn't include an educational centre, does it, Mr. Breslin? Research. Does that include accommodation?
1.7 does, yes.
What does it include?
So it includes all of the construction costs.
Oh, no, I know all that. In addition, what does it? It builds a hospital. Does it equip it completely with everything besides the basic beds?
So it includes equipping.
Yeah, what does equipping mean? Does that all of the IT?
So if I go through it, then so it includes equipping. Yeah. It also includes ICT.
Yeah.
It includes an electronic health record.
Yeah, so I've the list. I have the list.
It includes the Research and Education Centre.
Okay.
And it also includes the costs that were incurred on the Matter site.
Okay. So maybe it might be simpler to say, actually that reminds me of what was written down, of course. What was the price that was written down on the previous debate? 35 million that was written off. What's not included? Because I'm confused at this stage with Secretary-Generals, and I have the greatest of respect for them, as to what the final cost is. I think we had somebody before us that couldn't answer in relation to a 2 billion cost. So what does that list not include?
So the PwC, who were asked to look at this, and they set it out from page 70 of the report.
Yes.
They set out the risks. They're not crystallised. They're not.
I understand that.
There at the moment.
I understand that.
But the management of them will determine
absolutely,
the full
like the management
cost of this.
Absolutely, like
and one of them which is excluded from the contract is construction inflation if it were to exceed 4%.
I understand all of those, and they should have all been identified before, and that's okay. So that's what the report is telling us. They weren't. And there's an optimism bias and all of this other lovely language that led to huge increases in costs. My question to you today, what figure has the department for a hospital that will be up and running, in addition to what you're telling us today? What's besides the risks, what's not included in the hospital?
So, but the risks are the exclusions.
That's all?
Yes.
There's nothing else? So any additional price to the 1.7 million will be to do with what's built in, to deal with optimism bias, to deal with risks, to deal with various...
and in particular the risks as identified in the PwC report, which are enumerated, where they can be quantified, such as in the inflation, a scenario is set out to quantify them. But some of them are not quantifiable. Fine,
but everything else is included?
Yes.
Okay. The accommodation for children, for the families, is that included?
The accommodation is in cooperation with the Ronald McDonald charity, and that's identified as a risk, because if they can't fundraise to the extent of the cost of that, that is a risk, and it's set out in the PwC report.
So Ronald McDonald is going to provide accommodation for our sick.
They do that the world over in children's paediatric
That's lovely. It's very reassuring that we're almost spending out 2 billion of taxpayers' money, and we're going to rely on Ronald McDonald.
It's important that the voluntary sector is part of this initiative. They are on the Crumlin site as well as we speak.
Let me just say, I have limited time, and just that's only my own personal thing. I'll stick to facts, but it certainly doesn't really help me to think that Ronald McDonald is going to provide accommodation. So just explain to me, what is the state providing for accommodation?
So the major development in this hospital is that every child will be in a single room, where there will be room for the parent to stay with the child overnight.
Please, listen to me, we're not going to deal with the wonders of the hospital. I'm asking you, what...
But that is important in accommodating a carer throughout the night, which can't be done in the existing
Mr. President,
hospital.
I've no difficulty with that. Please, I'm a mother, I have no difficulty, and I'm sure the Health Committee will tease it out more. My job is to tease out what is the state paying for accommodation along with Ronnie McDonald.
So there will be a partnership with Ronald McDonald Charity to deliver the patient accommodation, the parent accommodation.
What will the state be paying? What's ring-fenced for accommodation?
So originally the proposition from the charity was that they would deliver that in full, and at this stage they have come forward to say they would want a contribution from the state towards that. I think the figure that's been talked about at the moment is to a maximum of about 10 million, but it does depend on their ability to fundraise for it.
So we've gone through all of this and these costs, and we didn't put in our plan to provide for accommodation. We utterly relied on a charity. Now that charity is coming back and saying we're not so charitable and we need a contribution from the government. Is that correct?
Yes, but this is a model the world over that charities are used as part of the...
I only want the facts. We'll discuss the models all over. So 10 million to start with is the contribution being asked for, and possibly more.
They're the facts.
Possibly more, is that a fact?
It is subject to the fundraising of the charity.
I see. And when will that be finalised? When will the figure be finalised?
So the planning permission for that is in place, but the actual construction of that facility will be at the back end. So we will work with the charity over the intervening period to assist in delivering that solution.
So planning application is all done and dusted?
We don't need to do it now because it's a lot more low tech than the main hospital.
In relation to tri-location, that's included in the accounts at the beginning. The tri-location, to have a maternity hospital there as well. Is that included in the 2018 accounts as an objective?
No, the Development Board has been established to deliver the children's hospital.
I know, I understand all of that.
So there wouldn't be any...
No, just stay with me a second, please. I have a very limited time. I'm not...
The answer is no, Deputy.
Oh, no, well, maybe I put my question sort of badly, because in the accounts from that board, it talks about a tri-location. in the 2017 accounts. It refers to it.
It may refer to it, but I don't believe that would involve in spending money on it.
No, that's okay. I didn't ask a single thing about money. I asked about tri-location. And under design, on page, it's hard to see the page. Anyway, consultation is the start, design. The following hospital facilities are required to deliver high-quality, child-centred and family-focused services. Number 1, bullet point, the new children's hospital will be tri-located with adult and maternity hospitals on a shared campus. Now, my question is that bullet point included in the 2018 accounts?
So when you say included in the accounts, I read that to be, is there money spent in 2017 recorded in the accounts? And my answer is no.
I heard that, and I'm repeating the question to the board. Is that included in your 18 accounts, that bullet point on a tri-location? Now, you might check and come back. That's all. It's there.
Yes, but I would just reinforce what Mr. Breslin has said. The accounts for the Development Board are not going to include... No,
Mr. Berry, please.
Are not going to include...
No, Mr. Berry, honestly, I've only a short while. I really don't mean to be abrupt. I'm asking specific factual questions. I don't need you to repeat what Mr. Breslin has just said. I've simply asked a factual question.
Well, there are accounts, and they will not include any money.
I didn't ask that question. I asked, was it included as a...
You're asking, are the words included?
Well, the words are extremely important.
Yes,
They're down as a but I'm not asking you, Mr. Breslin. I'm asking the board because they're the accounts of the board.
Yeah, the accounts for 2018 haven't been finalised
I didn't ask you that, please.
Sorry,
I asked you, was the bullet point for tri-location included? That's all. If you don't know, please come back through the chair.
Well,
That's
sorry,
it.
it is. The accounts haven't been finished yet.
I didn't ask about the accounts. I didn't ask about the figures. I asked, is it included down as it is in the 17 accounts at the beginning as a bullet point?
We haven't finalised the bullet points either.
Oh, very good. Okay, well,
So
you might come back.
So we haven't got to that point yet.
In relation to the definitive business case, who carried out that? Who carried out the business case originally and then the definitive business case? And I see costs in your business case development, 245,000 back in 16. Then I see business case development, 43,474. Who did it? What's the total cost? And this is a definitive business case that has been highlighted as being inaccurate, I think. I'll be careful with my words and come back exactly on the words of the business case. Who did it? What was the total cost?
EY prepared the business case.
Who's that?
Ernst & Young.
Thank you very much.
Prepared the business case based on a tender that we completed.
Very good. And did they update that business case then, did they? Were they in from the beginning doing a business case and then it became the definitive business case, is that right?
Yes, they did a draft business case in 2016 and that was finalised in 2017.
What's the total figure gone for that definitive business case, please?
In terms of the figure...
Yeah. Well, look, again, Chair, just so I'll save time. Can I just, through you, get a total cost for the definitive business case that went to Ernst & Young? Is that possible? Yes. Okay. So, and the reason I'm raising that is because on page 28 of this report that cost $500,000, the definitive business case overstated the completeness of the design and understated the risks. And it goes on to highlight this was factually incorrect, and in fact, when the definitive business case was approved in April 17, stage 2 design had been underway for 11 months. So it's correcting, it's saying it was factually incorrect. It says a number of other things about it as well, so I would like to know the cost of that. In relation to the board itself, sorry, the actual words, because I said I'd be precise, the definitive business case has material errors. Okay.
What page are you on?
Page 26.
Oh, 26.
Page 26. There are different pages. I'm quoting from page 28.
Okay.
There are many pages on this.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
How many private beds and private rooms will be in the hospital? Mr. Breslin, could you answer that?
There are no private beds in the hospital.
Thank you very much. Yeah. No private beds?
No, and there is a facility for, within the plans, there's a facility for a small private clinic area, which has, I'm almost certain, 8 consulting rooms. and this has been put in accordance with the contract which was in place at the time. Well, it is still the consultant contract, which entitles consultants to do private outpatient practice on site of a public hospital, and for that reason that is included.
So there's a small clinic area for 8 consultants?
8 rooms.
8 rooms, for a number of consultants?
They could be used by a number of consultants, yes, they could be used by.
And that's a legacy from the contract that was there with the consultant?
Well, no, the consultant contract continues to provide that provision. So
I understand that there are different consultant contracts, so this is the one contract where they're allowed to do private work in a public hospital.
That is correct.
So in that sense it's a legacy from what was there, and then it was copper fastened in a contract. It's not very hard.
There is a consultant contract that allows consultants to do private practice.
There are a number of consultant contracts. This particular contract allows private consultants to do private work in a public hospital.
So it is recognition of that.
Of that, what's in their contract. So a special area is being provided to them.
It's a small area down on the outpatient floor where there are 8 consulting rooms.
Provided for in their contract to do private work in a public hospital.
But if that does function as a private clinic, there will be a charge for it. It will not be freely available.
Has the charge been worked out?
Not that I am aware of.
No. There's no accommodation, and we're reliant on Ronnie MacDonald. It's interesting, but okay, thank you for clarifying that. In relation to communications, which stood out the last time, really jumped out at me, Mr. Barry. You might look at this as the new chair, the cost of PR companies to sell the good news. Have you looked at those in the accounts for 2017 and 18?
Well,
have you looked at...
I have looked at what we're doing on communications and the need for communications.
Yes.
And we have a lot to do, I suppose, a lot of work to do with the resident community in the area.
No, listen to me, Mr. Barry. Please, now listen to me. I know the history and I know about working with residents, and it's very important. This is the board's second time before us. The consultancy fees for a PR company. Have you an up-to-date on what was paid to them? I'm looking at presumably it's under communication.
Yes.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So under communications, there was 267,000 in 16. In 17, under communications, can't see it. Somebody might help me. Here it is. Yeah, 288,000. Yeah, very good. That's 17. In 18, what were we paying for communications to tell the good story?
It's a similar amount, 279.
And that is a contract. I think
that's a tendered contract.
Thanks to the Times, that has emerged. That didn't emerge here. That emerged as a follow-up.
The record, Deputy, that excludes VAT. The figure for 2017, including VAT, is 353,000.
Could anybody tell me, please, the length of the contract with the PR company, who's the PR company, and the total cost, please?
We will, to make sure we get it right, we will send in a note with all of that information.
Mr. Barry, thank you, but it would be helpful if it was here today, because again, it's communications. That's what we're doing here. We want facts. We're looking at costs and how to avoid them. So it really would be very helpful. Then, in relation to the rented building, I asked this and I just forget. You're renting a building as a board, isn't that right? Where is that again?
It's just across from the new hospital that's being built.
Okay. And what lease is there?
Their initial lease was for 3 years, which is just expiring.
Yeah.
And we're in the process of finalising a lease for the next...
For how long?
To 2023.
2023, and then you won't be leasing it anymore after that?
No, because the board...
that's marvellous. And when can we get a figure on that, on those as well?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm coming near the end of my time, so I just wanted to ask in relation to PwC. Now, Mr. Breslin, you sent us a little, I wouldn't call it a love note, but a detailed note in relation...
I sent it, Deputy, but yes, I know what you're referring to.
HSE, actually sent it. Was it the HSE, I think, sent it?
Sorry, I beg your pardon, the HSE. It's unusual to get love notes from the HSE. Anyway, this list here from the board gave us a list, and again, it was something that was extracted rather than reactive, rather than given proactively. And we got a list: design, build and equip, and the various reports. The last one was an internal report in November 18. Mr. Barry, would you be aware of that internal report, what it cost and who was involved in it?
Well, again, to make sure that we get everything just right,
Lovely.
we will include that in the
Okay,
notes.
does anybody else from the board know about this internal report? In fairness to Mr Barry, he's new. Okay. Does anyone have a cost for this? Mr Farrell, are you financing?
Yeah, perhaps you might mention again what is the report. I'm just not quite clear. It's a PwC report.
I'm not quite clear either. I got this from you, so did everybody else. The heading, listing of independent and internal corporate reports relating to reviews, examinations and so on, from 17 to 18. There's a list, and then finally internal report, process to guaranteed maximum price.
That was the report that was completed by Ms. Ayres, again, to review the process that we were undergoing to deliver the prices that you have in front of you.
Just to be fair to you now, Mr Farrell, it's called an internal report.
Yeah, but it's internal audit, the group that did it, yes. It's Ms. Ayres' report. Yeah.
Are you sure of that?
I'm not, if it's different, we'll correct it, right? But I believe it is.
Yeah, I understood that. Sorry.
Maybe a terminology. My understanding is that they were acting as internal auditors.
Auditors, yes.
For the, it's an outsourced internal audit function.
Exactly. It's outsourced internal audit. Yes.
It is outsourced, which is your point, and there was an expense associated with it.
I'm not sure now what my point is. I'm trying to find out what the report was in November 18. I understood that was the report where you looked at, will we go forward or not? Prices are rising, rising, rising. Are we going to go forward? And I understand that you commissioned a number of high-stake or high-worth companies, including PwC, to come in and advise you. Is that the report, or am I mixed up?
This was a report that was reviewed based on, and it outlined the development of the cost of the 1433, and it reviewed the process.
Mr Farrell, so was this Ms Ayres that ran this report, please? You're sure of that now?
Well, if it's not, as I said, I'll correct it.
Sorry, yeah, please.
I give you my best view on this, and based on the page that you've got, the first report mentioned Ms Ayres internal audit services to close out the review of the GMP process. That's Ms Ayres, the internal auditors, and that's 23,000.
The last one
The last one was done by the development board itself.
That's right.
And you've also got that report, and it informed the decision that was made to proceed.
So now, Mr Farrell, we've had it corrected, and this was one you commissioned yourself.
This is a GMP report we call it.
No, listen, please, now, this is extremely important because this was the one that justified you going forward. You couldn't go back, had to go forward. Isn't that right? This was the very one that the recommendation you gave to government, and the government or the department followed that advice. So who was involved in that internal report where you couldn't go backwards or take a different option?
Basically, the primary lead was one of our QSs that works for the development board.
Who's that?
I think we mentioned earlier, I think, that we shouldn't mention names.
Oh no, listen to me. PwC were involved in this. Let's have a list of the names.
No, this is an internal person. This is an employee.
Okay, I'm not interested in names, please.
Sorry, okay.
If for November, if you could stop obfuscating, and I apologise if you're not, but that's what it seems to me. A report was done. PwC was part of that report, including other advisors from Northern Ireland.
No, not in that report.
Well, where is the next one?
I clarify, please, Deputy. This list is a list of development board reports.
Yeah, I understand the development.
What you're interested in is the report that was commissioned, the work that was undertaken by the HSE, not the development board.
Okay.
When the GMP process was concluded, and the development board put their report together and gave it to the HSE and to the department, the HSE undertook a piece of analysis of that, and they involved external expertise in that.
Thank you very much. So now, that's very good. So now we have the external, and that included PwC.
It did.
And Northern Ireland advisors and other ones. And then they came up with a report that said, we've looked at this, and really you have to go ahead with it. You have to go ahead with it. Isn't that right?
There was no they, Deputy. The Secretary-General wrote to the HSE and said, on receipt of the GMP report and the three options that are identified there, and the one option which is recommended as a way forward, which is stick with BAM as the main contractor, the Secretary-General wrote to me and asked us for advice on two things, one of which was what lessons were they in terms of understanding what had happened to get to the place that we were, and the other thing that he asked me to look at was how should we now proceed. I wrote back to the Secretary-General 6 days later and said it would only be possible to look at the latter of those, which is
Mr.
what's
Sullivan,
the best way of
that's
proceeding.
okay. I'm not questioning that at this point. That they're facts, and that you're given a factual analysis. What I'm asking for is that PwC was involved at that point.
PwC were one of the advisors into the HSE's advice to the Department Deputy. Yes,
I've said that
that's
now about
correct.
5 times.
Good.
So PwC were involved, and you've told us, or the HSE have told us, they weren't involved in the decision-making process. I would hope they weren't. We didn't need to be told that. They were brought in as advisors. My question is then, they come up with a conclusion, or they help ye to come up with a conclusion. And that same PwC are then employed as an independent company again in January for $500,000 or thereabouts to come up with the same conclusion. No?
No.
Okay.
Well, I know we might disagree, but let me at least tell you what I think happened.
Yeah.
So we were in a very short constrained period in which a decision had to be made whether to award the contract or not. I had 2 concerns, one of which was how did we get here, and the other was what are the next steps, what's the best next step to take. The Mazars report which you've referred to was conducted by the Development Board, and that told us how we got here. I wasn't satisfied that that would be the final word on the subject, because Mazars are the internal auditors to the Development Board. So it would have been nice to have somebody externally look at that. But as was just said by Mr. O'Sullivan, he said to me, that's not possible in the time available. There's just too much work involved in that.
You're explaining and justifying something that I'm not asking at this point. I'm simply...
But what I am explaining is that there's 2 different jobs that PwC have done.
No, we might come to that now in a minute, and the Chair will have more time to tease out that. But for this point, at this point, the PwC made a conclusion in November. They made a similar conclusion that they weren't asked for, in fact, by their terms of reference.
That's a good point.
Well, I'm delighted, Mr. Breslin. I'm glad I made one good point.
No, it is a good point.
Yeah.
It's been missed, but it is a good point.
Yeah. So, I'm better when you're given out to me, Mr. Breslin.
I've got you off guard.
In any...
I must have missed it. But it must be worth repeating if Mr. Breslin.
You can get him to repeat it, I'm sure, Deputy MacSharry, in your time. At this point, before I lose my train of thought, PwC come back. They were given terms of reference. They would hope that they would do a fairly good report for $500,000. It's unfortunate that they're repeating what Mazars had said to a great extent, aren't they? Anyway, to stick with the point, they come forward then and they give a conclusion that they'd already given in November through yourselves. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? So the perception of that, and we're looking at governance.
Yeah,
we're looking at ability to challenge. We're looking at preventing this happening in the future. And Mr. Barry, we're looking forward to you learning to challenge these things so that
But they retained their independence, and the core of the second task was to do a look-back exercise on the escalation and to review 2,000 documents as they did, to try and find out exactly what happened and what were the weaknesses in that. So that was the core of it. As you said, they also threw in a bit about whether you couldn't have done anything different. That, if you like, wasn't in the terms of reference. It was obiter. It was a little bit off the point. They made
a little bit off the point. It was the very point that the government picked out to justify going forward. You don't expect you to comment on that, but that was the official commentary from government. And the PwC have now concluded.
But as I said in my opening statement, the value of the work they've done is in the detailed look back and the identification of weaknesses that we would address going forward, not in the decision which government made for or against.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we go on, I'm confused now as Chairman, right? Okay, I want to show you 3 documents. I'm holding them up and hope because I can't get them up on the screen. I'll work back. That's the PwC report, commissioned in the end of January, early February, and published a month ago. Okay, we're all reading that. Okay. In December, there was, I think it was an internal, was it HSE or Department of Health document, which PwC had an input into, but it wasn't a PwC document, but had an input. We're right on that. That was December.
Back end of November, early December. Back end of November, early December, yes.
Yeah, December. So then tell me, what is this report then from Mazars on the 17th of December? Yeah. We have Mazars report on the 17th of December and the HSC report with the input from PwC 2 or 3 or 4 days later, because this was all decided before. This is a week to Christmas, and the decision was made after this. But between this and the following week we had the extra report,
Yeah, so
HSE report.
let me walk you back just to where we
And just to finish, so that's PwC report. This one here is, we already had the HSE report towards the end of December. In the 17th of December, we had the Mazars report. And then on the 28th of November, 2 weeks earlier, we had this report. You see this report?
Yeah.
So, I know who wrote the others. Who wrote this report?
That's the Development Board's report, and it's their recommendation on what decision the government should make.
Ye had the Development Board had a report, 100 and something pages, on the 28th of November. Within a fortnight, we have the Mazars report and this report. Within a week, we have the HSE reporting, incorporating PwC's input on the 2 previous reports. And then we get to January and we do this other report.
So I can,
is my sequence correct?
It is, yeah. And I can explain, if I'll just I'll bring you
just
back.
let me ask you one before, because I do want to step. If we're confused, like who's doing the report this month? Because you have one every month.
But there's a good reason for it all. Let me.
Okay, right. Now that was maybe a comment in jest. But let me go back to this report.
Yes.
The guaranteed maximum price discussed at the Health Committee extensively. Do you mind me saying, how you said this was internal, but you had obviously, what consultants helped you with this report? Who did this report?
This is done internally, as far as I'm aware. We didn't employ any external
consultants. Well, I look at Appendix 6 of this, and here's a big report, this report, International Hospital Consultant Benchmarking Report for National Paediatric Hospital, 25th of October, from a company called AECOM. AECOM. So are they external?
But that's an appendix, yes.
But like, this is your international benchmark. So you had external
benchmarking on costs, yes.
Yeah, so you had external consultants in this report.
As an appendix for this was a question around the
guaranteed maximum price.
No, well, the cost per square metre of build was it reasonable or unreasonable?
And then I go to Appendix 6.2, and we have another report, construction inflation overview from line site.
Yes.
So you've had so tell us who these people are, because I got the impression that you did it internally, but several external people helped you do your internal.
Yeah, we relied on those reports, yes. We relied on those reports.
Okay, somebody take me through from line site to ACOM, to year report, to the Mazars report the following week, to the HSE report a week later incorporating PwC, and then the following month the PwC report.
Can I give you...
Can you understand? I think I've got the sequence.
Yeah, but this, you have.
And explain it to the public.
And I'll explain it, because this was a huge decision involved in this. So in September, and we've been over the ground of all of this, the board which I chair was informed that there was a significant escalation in the cost for this project. We weren't at the point where that had been fully completed, and the work was still going on and concluding the GMP. If we were in a calmer environment where we weren't currently on the site and we weren't in a contractual relationship, we would take a stand back. We would probably spend a year going through this. But we knew that we were going to be under pressure once that GMP process completed to make a decision on it.
Just explain to the public, why was there an imperative for a timeline? Were you going to have to pay compensation if you delayed?
We were going to have to decide whether we would just tell BAM to leave the site and re-tender it, and take time in doing that and delay and also extra inflation, or whether we were going to say to BAM, work on. And if we didn't make a decision in a defined window, which is laid out in the contract, there were going to be penalties for that.
So in other words, we had all these rushes because BAM had in their original contract, where the original tender, that if you delay them coming to your decision in relation to phase 2, the taxpayer has to pay up for delaying BAM getting on with the job. And so your backs were to the wall.
And the key for me...
So I'm just saying to Mr. Barry, now you were on the other, but like, it's just a dreadful position for the taxpayer to be put in day one, that if there's any delay moving on to phase 2, the design hadn't been even completed before phase 1 commenced, that we'd have to pay for every delay, and hence all this rushing.
Well, the key for me then was whether that's the case. I hear exactly what the chair is saying, but in that situation, the key for me was that government would be able to make an informed decision, and that we wouldn't get to the finalisation of the GMP process and then decide, oh God, what information do we need? So I wrote...
So can I just ask you, I think you've actually acknowledged it. It would have been better had you had the report on the escalation of costs before the government made the decision.
Yes, it would.
I just want that noted. We were the cart before the horse. We signed the contract for phase 2, knowing there's a problem with costs. Having signed the contract, you move on to get a report on the escalating cost. If right was right, that report should have been done before you move on.
So just to tell you what I did have.
Yeah.
So I wrote to the chair, the then chair of the development board, and I said, we're hearing concern, we're hearing cost escalation. This is the information we will need to inform government with. I want a full, comprehensive report on the GMP process, setting out how you've managed it and how the cost has escalated. And that's the GMP document that you have there. I also said to them that I wanted, and they had already said that they were considering this themselves, I wanted an audit of the GMP process. So other than the development board themselves, I wanted somebody to look at it, lest they found something that wasn't proper within the process. And they used Mazars, who were their internal auditors, to do that.
I take it they had no role in for this big report, Mazars. I can take that. That's okay.
So, but having done that, and this is where optimism bias comes in, I was aware that the development board itself was responsible for the project. And obviously they would put forward the information and seek to do so and be full and open and transparent. But best will in the world, I thought, wouldn't it be good to have some external advice on this? And that involves people with technical skills, which we don't have in the department, to put their eyes across the GMP report produced by the development board and look at the options that were being presented. The HSE has a good deal of that. It has an estates function, it has technical procurement functions and so on. So I asked Dean Sullivan to arrange for that external look at what the development board was saying.
Okay, can I just ask there? I understand you were concerned about developer optimism, that was going to justify the current position. I can understand that. And you were right to be cautious and take a second view. But then you got a report from Mazars. So essentially you're saying to me you weren't happy with that.
No, I was happy with that. But
why did you need the next... Why did PwC have to come in after that if you're happy with this?
I'm going to be frank. If I was sitting here today and say that the independent process to establish how the 450 million escalation happened hinges on the internal auditors to the development board, I think you or somebody here would be saying to me, come on now.
Okay.
So instead we said, first thing we said was we need external input on the decision that needs to be made. And I also wanted external input on how we got here. In fairness, Mr. Sullivan wrote back to me and he said, I can give you external input on the decision, but to do the proper job on how we got here is an extensive piece of work, documentary review. There's no way we'll do that in the time available. So instead what we did was we went to government, we presented to government the Mazars and the HSE and the GMP process, and the Minister recommended to the government that we undertake an independent review of how we got here, and that's the PwC report in January.
And I think you say in your opening statement that decision was made around that time.
In December.
Just for people watching, I thought there was a bit of an argument in January after the Dáil came back. And the
Dáil came back and people saw the terms of reference and said, oh, what about there's a bit missing, would you not put that in? In fact,
so that was in train before the Dáil came
you
back.
Also in January said, I'd like to see this bit.
Yeah.
We reflected, and as the PwC were mobilising, we amended the terms of reference.
Okay.
We were trying to do our job here.
Okay. Fine, and it's just there's such a myriad of reports, and really it sounds to me as if BAM had everybody over a barrel. If he didn't get his signed contract by a date, everyone had to pay up. That was a significant error that we would see at this point. That the state was left in a tight corner.
And also the market out there is just so hot in terms of getting people to bid and inflation. The longer you delay on something, there is a cost to it.
Right. Apologies to Deputy MacSharry for that, but there were so many reports being mentioned, I wanted to at least get them all in sequence.
Give me a little bit of latitude.
I will indeed. I'm sorry about that.
Thanks very much. Welcome everybody. I suppose I must put in my usual beginning clause that sometimes I can be abrupt because I only have 10 minutes. So nothing personal. Mr. Barry, you brought it up yourself to other questioning, so just to be clear for people watching, you're non-executive director of PM Group, isn't that right?
Correct.
And so are the PM Group doing any work at all relevant to the hospital?
No.
Okay. Have they any current or former professional relationship with BAM?
They will, yes, they will have worked with BAM. BAM are probably the second biggest, certainly one of the biggest contractors in the country, so the PM Group will definitely have worked with BAM on projects.
Okay.
And I personally have worked with BAM on many projects.
On the private consultancy side, is it?
Well, also on the state side.
Also on the
I was
state,
with the National Roads Authority for some years, and BAM were one of the contractors.
Okay, and can I just ask you, would you have knowledge of the 9 cases that BAM are taking against arms of the state relevant to other projects?
Well, I've been involved with a lot of disputes with BAM over the years, so I couldn't say that I know all 9 cases.
All right, but just in your experience in terms of National Roads Authority and your substantial international experience or whatever, if a company has form in terms of litigation after the fact, does that come into consideration at tendering stage or assessment of you said yourself you were involved in a few disputes, and of course these things can happen on the building of any project, no matter how small or big. But
disputes, I suppose, are part and parcel of the construction industry.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't like anybody to think that BAM are always in disputes and nobody else is.
Yeah.
Okay? But BAM are in disputes quite regularly.
Yeah.
They are entitled to. I mean, the disputes are always disputes carried out under the terms of the contracts that they're under. So you can't take a prejudiced view against the appointment of a contractor for exercising their rights under other contracts.
It's totally without prejudice, but I suppose common sense demands that you would take a
public procurement procedures are quite prescriptive as to what you can.
Yeah, indeed. One of the clauses is most economically advantageous, isn't it?
Yes, well, that's one of the descriptions.
I suppose if Build a Race sued me 9 times before, it's probably going to come into my consideration of what's economically most advantageous.
Well, you would like it to, but you very often can't.
Well, why can't you?
Because the rules around procurement are quite prescriptive.
Right.
And I suppose, as a buyer, I would welcome the opportunity to be able to take all facets of past performance into account.
Yes.
And in the private sector, that is how I or anybody else would behave.
I'd be very interested in a note on why we can't take such matters into account. I know it's probably a deeper issue, but you have obviously very unique experience there, which we're interested in. Your own involvement with BAM, on the state side or on the private side, is any of that recent or whatever?
Well, yeah, I finished up with the Roads Authority about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So right up until the end of that.
Okay, and on the private side then, again, not to be prying, but just in the public interest, so that.
No, the involvement. Again, I hadn't an interest. I wasn't on the same side of the table as BAM, just to be clear. Okay. In any of these situations.
Right.
Private sector would go back 15 years.
Okay, that's fine. I want to get into. Secretary General, welcome. They retained their independence, you said, of PwC. I said earlier that the contestants can't judge the beauty pageant. I mean, they retained their independence. By your own admission, they threw in a few extra lines at the end, as it were, to reaffirm their genius in terms of their advices of November, December, in the report. I mean, despite the great name and standing globally of PwC, I mean, can you really say that the perception of conflict of interest doesn't exist here when, in the briefing document referred to earlier by Deputy Connolly, it clearly says some of the people involved in what was termed high-level input in November, December were the self-same people clapping themselves on the back for a sweet 55 grand a week for 9 weeks in the report that said, you should go ahead.
So you may or may not accept it, but if I genuinely believe the conflict of interest existed, I would say to you today.
I think as a matter of form, the practice should be not to do these things. And I said at the last meeting that we have the Office of the Comptroller and Auditor General, who I know it's his prerogative to decline a request to do particular work. But the one thing that we have with his office is absolute certainty that no commercial relationships exist. I mean, was the high-level advice pre-Christmas tendered?
So it was competitively procured. PwC were competitively procured under a framework, And then
that's not a tender, though.
It is a tender, yes, and then that's drawn down over the period.
So you went out to tender. How much did they get for that? We know it was 450,000 for the later report, but how much did they get for the high-level input before Christmas?
So there's not, it's with the HSE, but there's not a guaranteed amount. It's based on the work that's done.
All right. So how much did we pay them then?
But could I go back to the question you asked me? Because you answered your own question at the start.
No, I made an observation, which I'm entitled to do too,
But I'll answer it. If you put the question to me, I said I genuinely don't see a conflict of interest, and if I did, I would say it. For example, in a situation where PwC had advised the development board during the course of the escalation of 450 million, I call that one, and there is absolutely no way I'd see that as independent. That's clearly not independent. Instead, PwC were part after that of the state looking at the problem and trying to see what is to be done, and they advised the HSE on next steps. But as a completely separate, we could have done it all in one phase. We could have said, take 3 months to do next steps and also look back. We didn't have the time. The HSE got some advice, and it was in a very constrained period, so it doesn't have a PwC report that they sign off corporately.
So how much did they get?
They got 21,000 for that.
21,000 for that?
We still want to do the look back.
At 55 grand a week, that's probably 2 days.
They have all of the expertise, the ability to mobilise a team internationally on the look back, which is a separate task. How did we end up here? And people have acknowledged it as a good report, and I have said there is recommendations in that. We will implement them, and they will prove to be hugely valuable in delivering this project.
Why didn't we consult our own steering group? The steering group met in November and said, we need another meeting to consider the GMP report so we can make a recommendation to the board, who in turn can make a recommendation to government. So we had time to procure all around us the 4 reports the chairman went to, but we didn't even go to our own steering group. We were supposed to.
We covered that the last day, I think, Mr.
No, we didn't cover it actually.
We did,
didn't
Deputy.
cover it. What we said was there wasn't time.
That's right, and that's still the position.
Can you tell me how much the penalty would have been?
My recollection from seeing the minutes of the previous meeting was that Mr. Pollock referenced a 12 million figure in terms of cost delay. But we'd have
to pay 12 million, even though we weren't on the hook. But you see, if the government went back and said, the government could have said, actually, we're not going ahead with this.
They could have. That was an option on the table,
Wouldn't that, in effect, be buying time at a minimum?
No, because my understanding, but colleagues from the Development Board may wish to comment that if a deferral of that nature had been put in place, there would have been a cost penalty.
All right. So you did a deal for Phase A, leading them to believe they were a shoe-in for Phase B. If they didn't get it, they were going to get money anyway, were they?
I guess we're at risk now of rehearsing what's in the PwC review, so a lot of the points that you're making or referring to are picked up within that review in terms of some of the difficulties with the process that was put in place. In relation to the specific issue that you're asking now, that we did discuss at length at the previous meeting.
No, we did, but it was inconclusive. It was like there wasn't time, and there was people deferring to one another.
But that's not being inconclusive. Those were the facts. I said it in the last.
There wasn't time. I mean, we're talking about.
And I said to you,
800 million of extra cash.
I said to you in the last meeting, around, given the significance and sensitivity of the issue, that it was escalated as quickly as possible for discussion at the board of the Secretary-General Chair.
And why didn't you tell us at the last meeting about the 4% exclusion on
we did.
No, you didn't. That came up at the deeper meeting much later.
I will check the record, but I think we were clear there were
exclusions. No, you didn't. You also said, you mentioned the ACOM report, which I was ironically, and I quoted from ACOM when we had deeper in here, who actually, Mr. Watt said, look, this isn't my project at all. I'll be coming back to that in a second.
I'm not encroaching your time. My recollection of the meeting when Mr. Pollock was here was chairperson, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because it's recollection, is that BAM were on site, and they done Phase 1, and if they were delayed moving on to Phase 2, it was known as a compensatable event, and they'd have to prove how much they were going to lose.
It was going to be a compensatory event if they didn't get the project.
No, let me explain. No, Deputy. No, if they were delayed. But if they could have been removed, and that was the end of it, but if they were retained but delayed, the delay was a compensatory. They could have been removed with no compensation.
Yeah, but we could have said we're not going ahead. I mean, their own steering group hadn't seen it because we didn't have time. Yeah. We didn't have time. It's ridiculous. What have you a steering group for now? Have you got rid of that steering group? Because it seems to me the key decision that they were in existence for, they were excluded from because there wasn't time. Why wasn't there time? Who was sitting on their hands? And can I just quote from the Taoiseach some weeks back? Because I didn't read this in the PwC report. The Taoiseach said, we've looked at the terms of reference, and the terms of reference will be revised to enable PwC to find individuals accountable or to identify individuals who made particular mistakes. So, who are the individuals? Who was asleep at the wheel? Who caused such a substantial delay that we had to rush to take a decision for fear of having to dish out taxpayers' money because we didn't manage our time well enough? Who's responsible?
Well, certainly what is rehearsed within the PwC review, and we've rehearsed it at the previous PAC
I didn't see anybody named.
No, but I was just going to give you a flavour of the time issue again, Deputy, which is that it was late in coming to the table. It was late in the Development Board being aware of the pressure that was on costs. Because of that, it was late being escalated to the steering group that I chair and to the board that Mr Breslin chairs. Yeah. And because of that and the time ticking on the Phase B issue that we talked about, there wasn't much time, is the fact, and that's set out very clearly. That timeline
but the book
is specifically referenced within the PwC
book stops
review.
Nowhere. Isn't that fair to say, Mr Sullivan?
So the terms of reference were amended, and the terms of reference are amended to include that the review will deal with the accountability of the relevant key parties' functions and roles, and that's the job of work the PwC were asked to do.
But the bottom line is here, nobody swings, okay? On we go, systemic failure, culture, time, issues, planning, but the whole team still ploughs on. Right. Except what we now know is, and you mentioned AECOM, I was going to refer to this earlier, you had incorporated the AECOM's own report on construction inflation. The exclusion is 4%. Last year it ran at 7.5% nationally. They say, AECOM, not me, it'll run at 7% this year. Dublin inflation is between 10 and 12%. So really, no one in this room at all knows how much this thing is going to cost us. Because it's already a given that there's going to be a 3% margin for negotiation. It's going to be open season once inflation continues the way it's going as far as BAM is concerned on renegotiation. Isn't that correct?
It's not open season in the sense that any figure can be drawn up. It's
no, I'm not saying any figure, but I mean, to state 1.7 billion or whatever it is, the cost is just wrong. But because if it's going to take between now and 2023, you know, and it stays at the same 3% increase per annum, you know, that's a lot more money, isn't it?
PwC is very clear on this. On page 72, it says if it were to be at 7%, it would generate 47 million additional.
Right.
So, like,
so that's 5 fours.
This is a future scenario.
So 5 fours is what?
No,
540s. That's 200 million extra.
No, that's you're doing it every year. This is what it would generate if it were.
No, but sure, it's an annual increase that's going on at the moment.
So
AECOM didn't say it's going to increase by 7% in total over the next 5 years. They said it's going to increase. You know, we're at 7.5% this year, so there'll be more next year, and they can negotiate. So it's an exclusion, anything over 4%.
You have to choose a potential scenario on inflation. PwC have chosen different average inflation rates ranging from page 72. So their average inflation, if it stays at 4%, the total cost of the project doesn't change. If it were to be
but it's not going to stay at 4%.
Of course, that's why I'm saying there's four different.
So does anybody has anybody, you know, taken a wild guess at what it's going to be cost-wise? Because the people really want to know. I mean, we have this omni-shambles and omni-shambles number 2, part 2 going on with the national broadband. So, you know, what we're saying to people is, look, today the price is 1.7 billion. AECOM are telling us that's going to go up cumulatively of about 3% per year if their projections are correct, maybe even more.
And it's not, so there is an exercise done and it's in the report.
So how much, what's the price?
It's not a wild guess. If it were to be at 7% over the remainder of the project, it would cost an additional 47 million.
No, 7% per annum over the course.
No, it says average inflation over the period. It says average over the period.
Yeah, average over the period, total 7%. A 7% increase in the cost between now and then.
No, it won't be a 7% increase.
Well, what will it be?
The figure, the analysis is done in the PwC report.
So give us
47 million if inflation averages at 7%.
Okay, but it's above 7% at the moment.
Well, then if it averages at 10%, it gives a figure of 97 million.
It's 97 million if it's 10%.
Right. So as things stand, you know, 100 million extra, maybe.
That would seem to be the implied.
There is, like you've said, wild guess. It's.
Well, no, you're telling me it's in PwC report.
Yes. And you've now gone to 10% when we're not at 10%.
No, sorry, Dublin inflation was at 12% last year.
There are 3 indexes to be used, and they're set out as to what they are. They're national indexes.
Yeah.
Some of them are at below 7%, some of them are at above 7%, but they are around 7% currently.
All right. So is it reasonable to say that the price that's been bandied around at the moment is likely to be 50 to 100 million more? Is that reasonable, based on PwC's genius?
I think it's reasonable to say it's 50 million. If inflation were to change, it's in excess of that.
Yeah. OK, I'll leave that for now. Mr Quinn, Mr Watt, when he was here, informed us that he meets you at 11 o'clock every Monday morning. Is that correct?
We have a management committee at 11 o'clock every Monday.
OK. And in all of those meetings, he seemed to indicate that you never ever mentioned to him that there were problems down in with the hospital.
Yeah, this comes back to my obligations as a board member. I've written to the committee in relation to that recently. In summary, not to give you the long version, because I know you're pressed for time, I have obligations under law, excuse me, in terms of the statutory instrument that established the Children's Hospital Board. I have obligations under the Circular 1012, which basically indicates that if a civil servant is serving on a board, they have to satisfy themselves that the board is addressing the matter.
Yes.
If the board is addressing the matter, which this board was, the correct line of authority and the correct line of reporting is through the chair to the minister. And I could see, as a member of the board,
Minister, when you referred,
I'll get to that if I may, Chair. So I was quite clear that the board was meeting frequently with the steering group and was communicating the issues that we had on hand through those structures. As the Chair reminded me, the appropriate minister, as is set out in government policy, is the Minister for Health. I was precluded, I would have been precluded, and not only in breach of my obligations as a board member, but also in breach of law, if I were to report directly either to the Secretary General or to the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform. And I met with, obviously, when the matter of my appointment to the board and the discussions and this and other committees about my obligations was played out, I did meet with Minister Donoghue to basically explain what had happened, and he supported my judgment in relation to what I did. He agreed that I had observed my obligations, and he has said that publicly in the Oireachtas and at committees.
So, when did you meet with Minister Donoghue?
That was on, from recollection, I think, either the 2nd or the 5th of February. If you want an exact date, I can go find it, but it'll take me a moment.
But at the meetings with, you obviously have a very close working relationship, presumably, with the Secretary General, because you meet every Monday.
As close a relationship as anyone can have with the Secretary General.
Oh, yeah, never.
Oh my God.
Would you not? I mean, I realise you have fiduciary duties as a board member, and clearly there's a flaw in the legislation. If on one hand that you're privy to this, and on the other hand you can't share it with the people who matter, and that's the government.
I probably disagree that it's a flaw. I mean, the circular is very well crafted and very deliberate.
I know you may disagree, but as a legislator, I think it's bad practice. If you're the head of procurement for the state on one hand, and you're on a board on the other hand, it defies all logic and credibility that you must keep omni-shambles going off the rails here as a secret from the Department of Public Expenditure, while at the same time you're going off doing an excellent job publicly procuring very successful projects throughout the country. Now, I'm not holding you responsible for that. What I'm saying is, if legally you were prevented from even through the back channel saying, Mr. Watt, let's have a cup of coffee, I have grave concerns. That's perfectly reasonable. The fact that you're saying the law and the fact that the Minister supports you saying that you did the right thing means the law needs to be changed. or else we shouldn't have officials like yourself on board.
But the presumption,
we need you to do.
With respect to your question is that there was no communication, that this was the issues that we were contending with as a board were not being addressed. And the one thing I'm absolutely clear of is that they were being addressed. I mean, if you look at the number of meetings there were between the government
you weren't even consulting the steering group, as I was saying earlier on. I mean,
but
there's a steering group. There's time pressure here, so let's streamline the process to dish out $2 billion at the people's money, so we don't get fined $12 million. I mean, that's effectively what we're saying. What I'm saying is, you're the head of procurement. You have extraordinary expertise, and you're saying the system excluded you from lifting the phone, or at one of those sidelines at one of those meetings at 11 every Monday morning saying, Secretary General, what? I have grave concerns.
But the assumption, again, I mean, the Ministers and Secretaries Act and how the structures are set up within the public service are very clear as to the lines of accountability and responsibility.
Yeah.
Ultimately, this is a project for the Minister for Health. Yeah. And I was absolutely clear that the reporting was taking place to ensure that the Minister for Health was absolutely appraised of the issues that were happening. Yeah. So there are, and you can see in all the minutes, that there was communication taking place. As the board became aware of matters, those matters were brought on through the steering and board, etc. So I could see, as a civil servant, that the appropriate minister was being appraised in relation to these matters. I was also aware that, as the year moved on, and the Secretary General has recounted this at the committee when he did appear here, sorry, that's the Secretary General that there was engagement happening between the Department of Health and his department in relation to bringing that final report to bear, which ultimately came to the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. So I could see the machinery was working in doing what it's meant to do, Deputy.
But it wasn't. It wasn't, because we didn't know for months.
Okay, right.
You know, so the machinery is defective.
Fine.
The standard operating procedure is defective. If we have somebody with your expertise on hand and we're not seeing the appropriate action, oh yeah, look, it was reported to X and reported to Y. If they're not acting about it, it's not my problem. And fine, legally maybe it wasn't your problem, but I'm just saying the system is flawed, if that's the case.
What I'm saying,
we'll have to, that's something the PAC has to consider.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're more than double the time.
Thank you very much. Okay.
And Deputy Murphy.
Double time.
Didn't say that now, we'll carry on. No. Deputy Murphy.
Well, first of all, you're all very welcome, and obviously we're looking at process and we're looking at value for money here as the remit of the committee. I mean, one of the things that costs in any project is if it's not designed and things are not nailed down at a very early stage. And essentially, reading any documentation or report on this, you would have to say that the process is almost all of the reason why we have such significant overruns. That's what it reads to me. Now, the hospital board was set up in, I think, about 2013, and there was individual expertise, there was clinical expertise, there was construction expertise, there was procurement expertise. Mr. Quinn, you would have brought that expertise. You're on the board from the beginning.
Yes, Deputy, I was appointed in 2013.
So, when it comes to on a board where there's particular expertise, say it's clinical expertise, you don't second guess the expertise there. So your expertise in relation to procurement was critical in this, because you would have been the influencer on the board in relation to process. Now,
myself amongst others, though, Deputy, I mean, we have quite a number of people on the board who would have been involved and would have a very strong understanding of the processes of procurement, okay, and would have been intimately involved in procurement. Okay. So it didn't fall simply to myself, okay, just to be clear.
You would have come from the public service side of things.
Yes.
So what, the two-phased process, where did that come from? Where did that idea come from? Did that come from the board itself? Within the board, where was that idea generated from?
There was considerable discussion that took place. Sorry, maybe I'll start again. The board very quickly established a number of structures to try and set out how it would go about doing its business. One of those was a procurement subcommittee that was established.
Were you on that subcommittee?
I was a member of that subcommittee.
Who chaired it?
The chair was, I prefer not to mention names here, but another member of the board who has significant legal experience. And there was a number of parties involved, both from within the board structure, but also more broadly from outside of the structure.
I've limited time, as you know.
Okay, so maybe I'll move on to answer the question you're asking. So in terms of where did the decision come from, a key driver in relation to this whole project was the timeline. There was a very strong push to ensure that this project was to be opened for the tail end of 2018. And we needed to find a mechanism by which the standard process for the delivery of these projects could be accelerated to ensure that that timeline could be met.
Yeah,
and so a number of options were considered, and the two-phase process was discussed.
Were you a supporter of this two-phase process? Is that something that you bought into?
Well, again, boards make decisions on a collective basis, so I have to stand over the decision that was made.
Did you have a disagreement about it?
What we wanted to ensure, boards spent a lot of time debating and discussing matters. So in terms of, just coming back to your question, what we debated and discussed led to the inclusion of controls to try and ensure that the risks that we absolutely identified about potential cost escalation could be managed.
So you did identify that there could be cost risks?
Yes.
And what did you do to mitigate that?
In particular, we set an objective that the two-stage process effectively is an accelerated process. So the idea being you go to market with effectively two phases for the project.
Can I just read from the minutes, because it says the minutes of the May 2014. It's page 3 of a briefing document on the 12th of March, and it says the second part, comprising the remainder of the building contract 2B, will be tendered using a bill of approximate quantities with PC provisional sums for large work packages such as mechanical or electrical works. But both parts will be tendered at the same time.
Correct.
In hindsight, not nailing down, and all of the evidence suggests that you nail down your costs at the beginning. How could you nail down the costs at the beginning for the construction phase when you haven't got a detailed design?
Effectively, the two-stage process enables that design to be completed between phase 1 and phase 2 delivery, effectively.
They were tendered at the same time.
Tendered at the same time with a bill of quantities, and the idea being when you get to the instruction phase, which we hit in December of 2018, this is important, Deputy, if you just give me a little bit of latitude on this, that during that period of time, the absolute detail of the design would be nailed down. So you go with what's called a bill of approximate quantities. There was a nervousness within the board in relation to that, because obviously our concern was that approximate bill of quantities would undershoot. So we set an objective of hitting...
I really have to cut you, because I have other questions I want to ask.
But this is really important. If I might just, one more minute. We set a threshold for cost accuracy that ultimately did not get hit. We wanted to ensure, in terms of risk, that we would design that before we go to tender, that we would be at 90%.
I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there, because I really have to pursue this line that I want to pursue.
Please.
What other example in this country of a two-phase project of a major public construction project were you basing this on? What had been done before that we're using as an example?
This is the first in the public sector side. It is, as I understand it, used more pervasively in the private sector side. Please.
Sorry, if I may. The use of variations on two-phase tendering, that is in one form or another, going out with approximate bills or very incomplete information at an early stage and converting that at a later stage. That is very prevalent in the private sector on projects where there is an urgency to get delivery of the project.
But we just heard earlier that there's penalties. There was penalties for if you had to go back and re-tender when you got to the detailed phase. So was that factored in?
No, it may not have been clear. If the negotiations around the GMP had fallen and the project hadn't gone forward with BAM, there wouldn't have been penalties payable to BAM. The parties would simply have parted ways, but the state would have been faced with the delay and extra costs of re-tendering and all the rest.
That's kind of a variance in what I heard.
Okay, but I'm just saying. Okay, if on the other hand there had been delay and the state wished to proceed with BAM, BAM would have been able to claim additional costs arising from delay and associated costs out of that, if the state had continued with BAM. But if the state had parted from BAM, there wouldn't have been penalties payable.
Well, I understand that part of it. Who drew up the documents? Was there a consultancy firm that drew up the documents in relation to the two-phased process? Who was that?
I think they were standard government documents.
Yeah, we used as a basis, the contract documents were based upon the standard public works contract. They were amended using our legal advisory firm. Legal advisory firm were McCann Fitzgerald, who assisted the board in developing the new form of contract. The actual tender documents themselves would have been developed as is standard practice, Deputy, by the design team who would put together all the detail into the documents.
And what did you test this two-phase process? Did you ask for advice outside of the board?
We did, particularly through our design team. The design team that were appointed, Deputy, are internationally experienced, particularly the lead architectural firm, BDP, are one of the main firms in architectural design for hospitals, certainly in the UK and I think more broadly.
We'd have in-house expertise as well, it's associated with the, for example, with the Department of Finance, who would have obviously be watching the costs of things, or maybe not quite. You would have, for example, expertise in the OPW. Would you have asked them?
Yeah, so the board has already outlined that there was an engagement agreed with the Government Contracts Committee for Construction, which is a consultative body established going back to the foundation of the state.
Was there reservations if you consulted?
The same reservations that we ourselves had as a board in relation to this two-stage process, and their recommendations and the recommendations of the board around the control mechanism that we needed to establish was the same, particularly with regard to achieving a high degree of accuracy but not completeness in the design before it went to the marketplace.
Was the imperative to get this done on time, was that a higher priority than within budget?
I certainly wouldn't agree to that. The priority was to deliver the project within budget from the outset, and the instruction all the way through to the design team was to achieve a project that was delivered to budget, and all the way through the meetings both at Finance Committee, Procurement Committee and the board. We had routine reports from the design team indicating where we were on costs. So we believed when we were going to marketplace that we had a structure that was going to deliver the project within the budget. The one thing I would just mention is just before we went to market, we did get an indication that the market had started to heat up. Remember when this project commenced...
I really don't need to go into that.
Okay.
Mr. Breslin, you obviously had to get some expertise in to tease out, really what was going on and get a professional evaluation done. And there was consultants brought in by yourself, or by the HSE or the department to do that. In terms of, I mean, the whole idea of this hospital was that it was to be tri-located, and the maternity hospital was critically important in terms of the the location, and obviously that is all the more challenging now at the cost of delivering the National Children's Children's Hospital on this site. In terms of the process, would you recommend this process again?
The two-stage process.
The two-stage process, or a separate board to develop it?
The two-stage process, PwC said it is used and it has benefits, but the issue in this, and I'm summarising the PwC findings, is in its execution. Before I would go near two-stage again, I would want to absolutely scrutinise and have a full range of expertise look at the maturity of the design that we would be going to the market with and the controls that would be implemented to get to the GMP. So we wouldn't end up with a delayed GMP and one where an escalating price as took place in this. So I wouldn't. Two-stage is an unusual approach. For most of the healthcare facilities we use, we won't be using two-stage. If there was a particular circumstance where there were a lot of arguments for two-stage, then based on this experience, I would want it to be absolutely invigilated that it was going to be a two-stage that would execute well.
And how immature would you say the approximate approach was?
So the PwC says that the advice in terms of when the definitive business case was being developed, that the design team were saying that it would provide 95% cost certainty. And had it done so, I think we would have been fine. I think on reflection, what PwC are saying is you should, at various gateways where you're making big decisions, you should have extra technical eyes over the product. And I think if I were doing two-stage again, I wouldn't simply take the design team's output. I would want somebody not associated with the project to look at it and say, yeah, it is 95%. I think what you're going to see in terms of further development is within a margin for error of that type. In fact, what we have is a very significant design development which drives the cost upwards. So that's the type of certainty I would want to see in any two-stage.
And in terms of the one step removed, having a board to deliver, I mean, what would if you were to go back and redo things again, would you go the same route?
So I've said this before. I think if we had used an alternative, which was this is a project unlike anything the Irish Health Service has delivered before, and in fact probably unlike anything the Irish public sector has delivered before, but we're just going to use our normal routines, I think we would be rightly criticised. So I don't think in and of itself the construct of the development board is one that wouldn't work in any circumstances. What PwC say is that if you like, and I'm improvising the language now, we put all our eggs into one basket. It was a well-resourced basket. It was professionally brought together, but they were all in there. And that meant that if something wasn't caught, and I'm talking about the technical specifics, if they weren't caught at the development board, there was nothing else that was able to say, no, I think you need to look at that further. So if I were doing it again, and look, there's pros and cons when you put layers over a body that's responsible for delivering something and second guess them, you can slow things down and that can cost money. But I think in the gateways I would want to bring in external, if we were to do this in this way again, I would want external eyes on it to properly give us objective advice as we were seeking approvals for the next stage.
Yeah, and there are significant additional medical facilities that will be constructed into the future. In terms of expertise within the department, is it appropriate to beef them up? What recommendations would you make in terms of learnings from this, in terms of capital projects, or should there be something in a more centralised format?
Yeah, I think there are two. I agree. We should. I think there are two options. I think there potentially is scope to do something that's shared across government, and there are different examples of that in different jurisdictions. But even if that were the case, for me as accounting officer, I would be of a view that we should enhance our own capability, and also in fairness to the HSE estates, who are very expert in this area, I think they could do with additional resources in the light of the type of investment we're going to make over the next 10 years. The reason I say that is when I was a lot younger, I joined the Department of Health, and we had a hospital planning office which had architects, quantity surveyors, procurement expertise, and they were involved in project teams. That was no longer consistent with the role of the department when the HSE was set up. We moved all of those staff out to the HSE. We haven't been involved in the day-to-day of project teams. But what we have lacked as a result of that is somebody who can sit above it with experience of infrastructure and say, well, I know projects and I know what can go wrong, and here are the things I want to try and ask questions about and try. So I would like to see that in the department in the future, and I've made that case.
Given the amount we're spending on consultants, that might be very good value. In having that expertise. And just finally, can I just ask you, I mean, you're the accounting officer and you're responsible, you know.
Just for a moment, just out of courtesy, we're sitting here over 2 hours. If somebody needs to go out for 5 minutes, just please do and come back. We've been able to go in and out from our side of the fence, so please do. The meeting will continue, and if somebody wants to go out for 5 minutes, please do. Okay, I don't think there's any need to spend or anything like that. But
just in relation to the responsibility that you have, and then does the structure, for example, of having a board do this work, does that compromise that responsibility, and is it sufficient that the chairperson has the responsibility to report to you if they're asked to? Is that sufficient?
So there are different models. You could be the Secretary General and accounting officer in a department like the Department of Social Protection, where you employ all the staff and you own all the systems. I often think that will give me a direct line into things, but I guess if I was in the Department of Social Protection, it would also be a scale issue. The more usual one, and certainly in the health sector, is that we're an accounting officer, and then we have bodies underneath, the largest being the HSE, and our duty is to satisfy ourselves that the monitoring systems and procedures are adequate in those bodies, and if information comes to light that they're not, that information is acted upon and improvements are made.
Was that the case with the hospital board?
Well, we are certainly in the overhaul stage of making sure all of those systems are absolutely effective.
But was it the case?
Was it the case
you know, that you were satisfied all along?
I was satisfied until I was no longer satisfied. And
when were you no longer satisfied?
So over the course of September and into...
So very late in the day?
Yes, and that's the reason for commissioning some of the reports, and to make sure, as I commit to doing, that the recommendations that have been identified are fully acted upon and implemented in those bodies.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. And please, Mr. Barry.
I'd like to correct something.
Please.
I was being asked about anybody employed or involved in the board having involvement with any of the companies that we were paying. I forgot one connection. One of the board members was a solicitor with McCann Fitzgerald.
Fine.
Just want to put that on the record, because I said earlier I wasn't aware of any connection.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Cullinane.
Mr. Breslin first. Just two things first, just so I think we'll be on the same page on this. I think we can certainly both agree that we're now left with a project with significant cost overruns, that some of those costs could have been avoided. Would you accept that?
I would, but PwC does break it down a bit, so they say 65.
Well, I'll get into that, but I'm saying that that's my second point.
Okay.
But we can establish that there was a cost overrun where costs could have been contained and indeed reduced. And we have two reports, the Mazars report and the PwC report, which both show failings that led to the cost overrun, and then there's learnings from that, because there's recommendations in the PwC report which obviously are useful for future projects as well. So we can hopefully both agree on that as well.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sure you would have seen the public commentary in relation to very robust exchanges between the Secretary-General of the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform and the Secretary-General of the Department of Communications in relation to the National Broadband Plan. Some would see that as very healthy discussion in relation to a cost-benefit analysis of that particular project, and very strongly held differing views, which I think is healthy when there is challenge. What engagement was there with you and Mr. Watt throughout this process, and certainly maybe in the earlier stages, and if not you, if there was a predecessor or predecessors, what level of engagement was there in relation to looking at cost containment and cost benefit right through this process between the two departments?
I can't say at earlier stages because given the length of the project, I wasn't there from the start, but particularly, and this would be where I was present, in the going to government in 2017 for that investment decision, there was protracted interaction with the Department of Public Expenditure on the proposal, the cost implications of it, the business case for it, the cost-benefit analysis.
Was there disagreements on the two-stage process at any point?
No, there wasn't on the two-stage process. One of the things that came from that was the structures that were put in place to oversee the development board. They came from the engagement with the Department of Public Expenditure, where they sought to have additional structures built in over the development board, and we did that.
Are you satisfied that the issues that were captured in both reports that led to, in part, led to the cost overrun, that some of that is down to failures in both public expenditure and reform and the Department of Health?
So I kind of said it earlier, that we put all our eggs into a basket that was properly provided for and provisioned for. And
I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that in terms of the PwC report.
Yeah, but that doesn't take from the fact that there may have been opportunities over the course of this to insert ourselves into the process and challenge, and PwC
Should there have been more robust challenges from the department and from public expenditure in terms of yourself speaking to each other, but also speaking to the board?
Yeah,
because, as you said, if all the eggs were in that basket, was there sufficient robust challenge in relation to how this project was being managed and how this project was looking at cost containment or worse cost escalation? So are you satisfied that you now understand where the failures were in that area?
Yes, because I think, and colleagues in the Development Board can speak for themselves, but I think they would have felt the weight of the challenge through the process, both from the Department and the HSE, over the course of the 61 million in cost escalation up to the 450 million. We've had very frank and challenging conversations with the Development Board. But I will say this, what PwC says is major construction projects are a field in and of themselves, and whereas I was challenging them on the cost issues, what we weren't able to bring to bear is extra insight above the technical skills in the Development Board that would have been able to unpick why issues were happening and how systems could have been improved.
Okay, and I get that, and that's a fair point. Mr. McCarthy, if you were doing a look back on this, or if you have a lot of experience in looking at process, and a lot of the issues that we cover, it's very often a failure of governance, or there's not sufficient robust exchanges or information at hand to people who need information when they're making decisions. But in terms of the overall project, because this is not just a project that's about construction, it's the build of a hospital from conception to delivery, for the doors opening, being staffed and all. What body, in your view, would have overall or should have overall responsibility for the project?
Well, I would certainly, and I made the point when we met previously, that I would see this as a Department of Health project. In the first instance, they are under the Public Spending Code. They are the sponsoring authority for this. Now, there's obviously a complicated arrangement because of the HSE being in the frame as well. But overall, I would see it as a health project.
Okay, I would concur with that. But then we look at the structure that was set up. So we had the NPHDB. Then we had there was two groups, the CHP and P steering group, and then there was a separate steering group. There was 2 steering groups, wasn't there? So what the PwC report actually said was that the terms of reference and composition of the CHP&P board and the steering group meant that their collective ability to provide challenge to the role of the MPHDB was limited, and they also looked at the board as a single point of failure. I think that's the terminology they used. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the development board itself as a single point of failure. So what lessons have you learnt in relation to that?
So that, that phrase, single point of failure, I used all the eggs in one basket. I think that does frame the issue. The PwC also said that while the governance structures in place above the development board were complex, they did not appear to impede the flow of information relating to the costs. And then they make the point that but
it does raise questions. So sorry, Mister. It does raise questions in relation to challenge.
It does.
It uses the word challenge an awful lot. So I can come back to the board now and start with Mr. Barry, who is new to the board. It does seem to suggest that there was a lack of challenge, of robust discussion, robust debate on very, very serious issues at board level. And I'll bring Mr. Quinn in on this in a moment, but I just want to ask you first: is that something that you would agree with? That the PwC report certainly points to, right across all of the reporting mechanisms that were in place, that there seemed to be a lack of ability, and it actually says, notwithstanding the expertise, which was significant, the challenge that they would have expected, it seems, wasn't sufficient in terms of the documentation they were provided with. Is that a fair assumption of what they said, first of all, and what's your view of that?
Well, I can't really judge on their assessment of what happened in the past, but I would say that it is one of the key functions of a board is to provide challenge and to have independent decision making and independent views, and a gap between the board and the executive. So going forward, I regard that as particularly important and something that we have to have and have to do.
But has the board gone back and looked at, well, where was the challenge? So we have 2 reports now that looks at where the process failures were, and I think one of them says that the Mazars report says that it was noted in the GMP report dated the 12th of November 2018 that a key driver in the escalation of costs was the second stage measurement process, which they estimated was about 142 million. So what anybody that would be looking at where the failures were would be looking at what was happening at board level. Where was the engagement? Where was the robust discussion? Where was the disagreement? What hard questions were being asked? So the question is, was that happening? Have you done a look back to see, they've established now where potentially some of these failings were, well, why wasn't the board asking these questions?
Well, I can't speak for...
Were you on the board then, Mr. Quinn?
I was indeed, Deputy. Maybe I just, in terms of trying to assist answering that question, I mean, what needs to be borne in mind here, and again, the committees have all had access now to board minutes and have seen these matters and how they played out. It has to be borne in mind that certainly, notwithstanding the 61 million that we were aware of from the tail end of 2017, the first indication that the board had that there was any substantial deviation in costs occurred at the tail end of May of 2018. So from the period of basically from the start of...
But if I could just stop you there, just even that in itself, is that not a problem?
Well, all the time the board was getting reports to say that we were on track in terms of our costs. Those questions were being asked. We had established structures around the financial control. But how was it that you didn't know? So where was the failure?
How was it then that you only became aware at that point at the tail end? So where was the failure that led to a circumstance where you only found out at the tail end? Surely then, if things were working effectively, the board would have been aware much earlier. So if it wasn't your fault or the board's fault, it was somebody else's fault.
In looking at it clearly, the tracking of what was happening with the costs and what was happening with quantities as the design developed from the time of tender to the GMP process, that whole process didn't work as it should have done.
But the board were being told it was a single point of failure. We're now being told by Mr. Quinn that they really only became aware of the escalating costs at the tail end. So there was an obvious failure there in process. That how could it be that at the tail end the board... One second, Mr. Sorry, not finished. That the board itself is tasked with making sure that we get value for money. and that we contained costs, only became aware at the tail end. How did that happen?
I think it's important to recognise the process that was actually happening here, Deputy. Like the design team that was working on this in the background, literally taking the millions of components that needed to be nailed into this structure. That was about 80 to 100 people working concurrently on the design to bring that design to conclusion. In addition, they were engaging with the contractors to understand that design, to ensure that that design was fully comprehended, that design worked against the materials and items that had been built.
Sorry, Mr.
So you had a lot
Mr. Quinn, the
sorry,
design...
could I finish, please?
Yes.
Sorry. Just there was a lot of people working in parallel to bring all of these packages, and I can't recall exactly how many packages, but there was 150 packages together, feeding into a funnel effectively to bring that pricing to conclusion. And that's why things moved so quickly, is a lot of these things were happening concurrently. It was not a sequential process that we designed the lights
but all of this has
in
to go
January
back.
21.
Sorry, Mr. Quinn. All of this has to go back to the overall project, because what Mr. Mazar, or what the Mazar's report, says in its report in relation to design, it's on page 18 of the report, that the design best estimate costs increased sharply in June and July 2018 as more packages were costed, as you outlined.
Correct.
So. And the cost of that, I think, was around, the additional cost was about 15 million. So, obviously, again, that seems to me to be a process failure.
In part it is, because it comes back to the time frame within which the board was trying to work to achieve the conclusion of the design. And again, within the Mazar's report on page 17, you will see how the costs had moved on, and the fact that the board were appraised of the estimates all the way through, and it was only in the summer that they started to deviate. The board obviously challenged the design team and the executive to get the work done to complete and conclude the design, so we could understand exactly
Given that you sat on the board, Mr. Quinn, and were you on the board from its beginning?
I was indeed,
right.
Deputy, yeah.
So you've seen it all in terms of what the board did or didn't do, and all of the failures that we now know from the PwC report and the Mazar's report. We now have the benefit of hindsight. At the time, you may not have had that, but would you accept, or do you have a view in terms of your own membership of the board that maybe there was failings on your part, given that you were also head of the Office of Public Procurement? You know, there's a lot of public commentary in relation to that. We're tasked with asking the hard questions of public servants when they come before us. So I'm not giving an opinion. I'm asking from your perspective, with the benefit of hindsight, with the two reports that are now there, a hospital that's gone way over budget. You sat on the board and you have very real expertise in relation to procurement. Yeah. Do you not see any failings on your part in relation to your membership of the board and your role as head of Office of Public Procurement?
Hindsight, as you said, is always a fantastic lens to look through anything, Deputy. Absolutely, in hindsight, I think the one thing I would agree with strongly in terms of the PwC report is that independent challenge function. We put a lot of reliance upon the design team that we put in place. As Secretary-General Breslin has already said, we set a 95% cost certainty objective for that design team and relied upon that. In hindsight, coming back to what the Secretary-General Breslin has already said, I think an independent, arm's-length technical review would be helpful, but I must caution that that's not cheap. You know, that isn't somebody you hire for a couple of days to come in and look at it.
Potentially 500 million, which certainly isn't cheap. So there seems to be, listen, there was definitely process failures. I think people are big enough and should be big enough to recognise that if there was failings on their part, accept there was failings and we learn from them. And we say the same of everybody that comes before us. This is a project where there is massive learnings, and yes. I know the Secretary-General has accepted that. Just two more
Could I just finish?
questions, and I'll be finished then.
There is one other aspect I'll draw attention to. Part of that, as I've already said, has been some form of peer review or external view in relation to some of the technical aspects. The other aspect that we've learned enormously from is just the volatility of the construction market. You will have seen probably in recent weeks that Ireland is now, I think it is now the fourth highest inflationary location in the world for construction. When this project began in 2013, there was nothing happening in construction, and we had to take a view in relation to inflation and inflationary pressures.
Okay, and that was stated several times at the Health Committee, so I accept that. Just two questions to finish, Cathaoirleach. I know this was dealt with the PwC report and the conflicts of interest, and the Secretary-General responded by saying he stands over his view that there was no conflicts of interest. Where in the PwC report itself does it say that it was giving high-level advice to the board in relation to this project?
I don't think it does.
And why not?
The nature of it was, I think if PwC had completed a report and submitted it under the corporate assurance processes that the PwC
No,
used.
some of the individuals, we have it here, that the PwC personnel involved in providing high-level input would also form part of the much larger team that conducted a review. Can I just put this to Mr McCarthy? Would you see that as something that should be declared and something that should at least be included in a report?
I don't think I should be commenting in relation to specifics of something that I haven't examined and reported on.
Is it something that you would be examining at some point?
That's a possibility, and
okay. But it strikes me that you can't, there's something fundamentally wrong when it's not even acknowledged, where it's not even declared, because conflicts of interest can be avoided if there's a declaration. There isn't even a declaration that, because questions were asked, by the way, as well of yourself and others when you were here previously in relation to, were there any conflicts of interest? Was there any relationship between the PwC and this particular project? And to my knowledge, we were told no. We were told, so was the department aware of that high-level advice that PwC was giving? You were well aware of it, but why weren't we told?
Because the nature of a conflict, as I've set out, would have been if where the weaknesses and where the escalation had taken place, which is in the development board, PwC had been advising the development board, and they had no role and no relationship with the development board.
Well, I think our committee might take a different view, and that's up to the committee. But
and also my point that I've made earlier, that they were two quite discrete and different tasks. One was looking backwards into the development board on how the escalation had taken place. The other was, what are the options in terms of finishing out the GMP process or going with a different strategy.
Just one final question. Your department would have responsibility as well for healthy living,
yes,
would it not? Healthy eating.
Yes.
A Big Mac and fries and a Coke wouldn't be part of that, I would imagine. So how is it that McDonald's, of all places, would be part of funding this? I know.
Yeah, it's not McDonald's.
It's
it's
Ronald
a charity
McDonald's
associated with the family, and they're presently delivering a really good service in Crumlin, and families enjoy it and find it absolutely supportive. And they can go beyond what a normal public service would do. They have a means of bringing.
And I'm not disputing the quality of any service that's delivered, but you have to accept that for some people looking at that at the National Children's Hospital, you're talking about children's health, and in part, whatever is done worldwide, we've seen several conflicts before with cigarette companies sponsoring sports, and we eventually saw that was flawed. There was an issue there. Do you not see any issue at all, any concern in relation to a company that?
But it's not the company, Deputy.
No, not the company, but you can't. I don't think you can divorce the two.
People raise their funds in all kinds of different ways. The fact that they have made a really valuable contribution to parents who've been attending Crumlin Hospital and have a track record for doing so, I think gives us a reassurance that the two are not connected.
Well, I certainly wouldn't agree with that. I think they're very well connected. But is it the case that philanthropy was meant to form a significant part, or a role certainly in funding this project, but I think that the philanthropic funds that were anticipated didn't come on stream. So is Ronald McDonald House one of the only few that did come on board?
No, the plan is still to fundraise for the hospital, including for the Children's Research and Education Centre and other aspects of the hospital. And there are people who will do that anonymously.
But you gave us a breakdown at the last meeting, where you had a breakdown of what was estimated in relation to philanthropic funding and what was actually achieved. And I think you acknowledged at that point we haven't got what we had hoped.
No, but the nature of philanthropy is that it doesn't come on board right at the start. It wants to see this thing happening, and the fact that we've set up Children's Health Ireland as a statutory body on the 1st of January and given them a mandate to do the philanthropy engagement, and that the instruction on Phase B has taken place, brings a certainty now to this hospital that allows us to engage with philanthropy to try and bring them on board.
Okay. Can you put me down for a second round of questions?
Deputy O'Brien was next speaker.
Thanks. Just a couple of brief questions, and it's just around the timelines if possible. So we became aware of the cost escalation at the end of May 2018. That's correct, yes? And Ms Conroy, you had asked for a memo to be sent to government at the end of May 2018. Is that correct?
A memo for government at the end of May 2008. That was in the context. That was in the context of discussions at the steering group.
Yes.
I think.
You said that government needed to be advised of potential cost escalation in advance of the budget estimates.
That was in the context of closing out the GMP, and in the context of that it would be preferable if that could be closed out in advance of the estimates process, or in the context of the estimates process.
When did that memo actually go?
So the GMP process was finalised in November, and the Minister brought a memo for government then in December 2018.
Okay, so were you
as soon as we were in a position to bring the necessary advices together, which the Secretary General has already gone through, such that the Minister was in a position to make proposals to government, we did that. So I think the GMP process was finalised, I think, on the 9th of November, and the memo went on the 18th of December.
Okay. So you were happy with that timeline? You weren't concerned that it didn't go earlier?
Well, we would have preferred if we'd had an earlier finalisation of the GMP process. But, you know, as soon as the GMP process was concluded, the memo was brought to government. So there was no delay in bringing advices to government on foot of the GMP process.
So when did it actually go to government? So, because I'm trying to get the timeline.
I think it was the 18th of December.
Which is post-budget.
Yes. Which is post-budget.
Which wasn't what was intended initially. It was due to go pre-budget, so to form part of the estimates.
The GMP process wasn't finalised until the 9th of November.
Okay, but
so we weren't in a position to bring it to government before the estimates process because it wasn't finalised.
Okay, but nobody told DPOR that there was a potential cost overrun going to take place, even though some of the figures had been crystallised pre-budget. Nobody decided, let's tell DPOR that there's an issue coming here. You decided to wait until you had the final figure to go to government.
But the final figure is when it's crystallised, because the GMP process, which has an independent arbitration element brought into it, arrives at that final figure. The GMP process, it was challenged, and PwC explained this in full. It was extended a couple of times because it was proving difficult to finalise the design and the costing of the design as between the development board and the developer. And in that situation, we did not have proper information. In August, the department becomes aware of the claims that the developer is lodging. But
of
again,
200 million, isn't it?
Yes. There's a process of interrogating those and ultimately arbitrating them if required. That doesn't conclude until November, and that's when we have the information on which to base our
The Minister for
proposition.
Health knew in September of the 190 million euros.
Yes.
That was crystallised at that stage, because there was a detailed memo sent.
No, it wasn't crystallised, but the Minister knew in August, but ultimately the GMP outcome wasn't known. What we were saying to him, based on what the Development Board was telling us, there is an emerging problem here and an estimate around that, but not that it is a complete and final figure.
We would have been very clear with the Minister in that note on the 27th of August that there was still work to be done and a process to be concluded to reach a final figure, and that those developments needed careful consideration by the Bill Board in conjunction with the legal and design teams.
And separate to the GMP process, we would have been saying to the Development Board, you need to challenge not just the GMP process, but you also need to look at contingency around how you could seek to offset some of the increase, so that it all doesn't...
The memo that went to the Minister on the 7th of September details the 191 million.
Yes, as an estimate, but not as we've arrived at this as the outcome of the GMP process. So it was a working update. And the memo would have said, we'll be back to you.
Okay, and the memo also says that this estimated 191 million over the value does not include VAT, it doesn't include the sectoral employment order, hyperinflation. So, it's grand to say that we didn't have the final figure, but we knew there was going to be a cost overrun at that stage. We just didn't know how much it was going to be.
Yes, no, that's correct. But we've been through this, and one thing I might say is PwC confirms what we've previously said around the timelines in which the Department establishes things, advises the Minister and so on. So we can't disagree on that. The record is both clear in that PwC have reviewed the documents, but also we've made the documents publicly available, and I think that the timelines are as outlined.
So the reason it didn't go to deeper was because there was no crystallised...
Yes, I've said on the record that we did say to Deeper that we were in this process, that it was challenging, but that we were pushing the Development Board to be robust in concluding matters and to get us there as quickly as possible. And that was our position with the Development Board. Challenge this. You're here on behalf of the state and the taxpayer. Don't accept anything that can be challenged, and robustly push back to get us the best outcome possible.
In hindsight, was that the right approach?
I think it was the only approach, because that's what the contract provided for. Nobody else. We couldn't have said, Development Board, stop what you're doing, we're bringing somebody else in to do this job.
But surely somebody could have said to Pascal, look, there's a potential overrun here. We don't have the final figure yet. It's going to be significant from the reports that we have, and maybe that's something you should take into account in your budget estimates.
Well, also the capital envelopes are 3-year envelopes, and decisions had been made in the context of the NDP. So you can be certain that Health regularly, and including through this process, will be saying we could do with more funding. We have lots of priorities, but the Department of Public Expenditure will be saying that's not part of this discussion. And don't forget, we had a huge supplementary estimate which ended up at 625 million on the current side, and we also had the current estimates for this year to be concluded. So there was a lot of conversations around funding requirements over this period.
None around the potential cost overrun.
There wasn't a specific figure put on for the Children's Hospital because the GMP process was still underway.
Was DPER even aware that there was a potential of a cost overrun?
They were, yeah. They were aware the GMP process was underway and that it was challenging, and that there was a push from the developer for increased costs. I said, and I'm on the record, I maybe have to be more careful about what I say, but I've said that when I came back from my leave, maybe because people have generated a reputation, I immediately assumed this was somebody trying it on, that we were getting pushed by the developer into a place where we needed to be much harder and clearer and challenge the behaviour. What PwC have established, and it is what I said in January, in hindsight, has happened, is that the design has developed over the period to such an extent that the quantities have gone up. But you can take it that in August and in September, I'm very much saying to the Development Board, you're the state, you're here for the taxpayer. Don't accept what people are saying. They have an interest in trying to make extra costs. You push back on everything.
But we had a situation where the Minister for Health on the 18th of September said in the Dáil that the project was in line with the expenditure profile. I mean, that clearly wasn't true.
So, like, the Minister is on the record in the House with a debate around that, and I think he has explained himself, and he's acknowledged that he would, in hindsight, have wished to provide additional context to that. It actually was on the cash profile, so the amount of money that had been spent on the project was in line with the profile. In hindsight, we should have worked with the Minister to say that the guaranteed maximum price process had not yet concluded, and that would be the process that would determine the construction budget when it was concluded. But he has said, I don't need to speak for him, he's on the record of the House on this subject.
If I could just, sorry, just when we're referring to the Minister, I think it would be helpful for the meeting if you said which one.
The Minister for Health in this situation.
Just because it's all the Minister, just be just handy to the Minister for Health, the Minister for
Public Expenditure. Minister in my life. But.
Yeah, I know he's in your life, but we've many in our lives. So.
Okay, I have none in my life.
Probably better off.
Just in relation to there's been a lot of talk, Mr. Quinn, around whether you should have gone to the Minister for Finance as a board member or whether you shouldn't have gone, and you gave a very detailed letter to this committee outlining the reasons you didn't, and I accept those reasons. I'm not going to question that. You say that, in your opinion, the issues were being addressed by the board, and they were being addressed to your satisfaction. Having now looked at the PwC report and again looking back in it, do you still believe that is the case, or if this had happened again, would you have been more forceful in bringing that information to the Minister for Public Expenditure?
Just Deputy, thank you for the question. I guess in one sense it's a difficult question because it's somewhat speculative. In hindsight, I think, as I've already mentioned, the one thing I think the board could have done differently in hindsight was at various review points to maybe add more external review in relation to the design accuracy, because when you stand back and you look at what PwC show in their graph on, what page is that? Page 6, I mean, fundamentally it's an underestimation of costs that happened because the design was not developed as substantially as it could have been. We did start to look at and bring in some particular expertise to look at things like the mechanical and electrical design to see just the degree of appropriateness of the design. But in hindsight, in reality, should I have gone to Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform? No, I don't think I could in hindsight, because again, as I said earlier at the meeting, I'm very bounded by my professional ethics because of the job I do. I mean, doing procurement on behalf of the state provides you with a lot of information around a lot of contracts that are going in a lot of different directions. On your behalf, on everybody's behalf around this table, I have to keep my powder dry on what I know. And I do that because that's part of the professional job that I do. But also I'm very minded that I'm bounded by both the statutory instrument that set up the board, that gives very clear line of authority in terms of reporting and gives clear obligations on me, and the circular says very clearly, if there's a problem that I'm not happy is being addressed, my line of authority, my line of reporting is to the Minister for Health in relation to that. Would I have done anything differently in hindsight? Other than the peer review piece, I think the board, in the context of the job it was trying to do, was driving the executive, the design team to get the process concluded so as we could get a decision to government. Because certainly from our perspective, we did not want to get ahead of any sanctions. We wanted to give not only the facts to government, we wanted to explain what had happened to government, we wanted to give options to government, because we were very obviously gravely concerned around what had happened and how it had happened. But ultimately, should I have gone differently? No, I don't think so, to the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform.
Okay. Mr Barry, obviously we've taken over the role now as the Chair, and I presume you've read all of the minutes of the meetings and you've identified probably weaknesses in some of the controls and the processes that were previously there. Could you outline what steps you've taken to ensure that they are rectified? Or I know the Minister for Health has talked about extending some of the expertise on the board. Have you had any discussions with him around some of the individuals or the areas of expertise you would like to see come onto the board?
I've had a couple of conversations with the Minister for Health, and we have discussed during the course of those conversations the fact that some of the board members are likely to be resigning from the board over the next few months, and if the Minister wants to make new appointments, the opportunity will be there within the numbers that are set out in the statutory basis for the board. It's a matter for the Minister whether he decides to make direct appointments to the board or to go through the Public Appointment Service. And I have no doubt that when the time comes that I'll be offering my view and the view of the boards as to where we need strengthening of the board, given the stage of the project, particularly looking now at the construction and particularly at the commissioning phase at the other end. So in the normal course of events, I expect I'll be giving more input into that.
And as the Chair, you have the opportunity to appoint 3 people to the board.
No, I don't have any appointment powers.
That's been changed in the Children's Health Ireland legislation. We changed the basis of the board away from chair appointments. They're all ministerial appointments, including the chair now. And the normal course would be for a minister to use the state board's process to.
Just by way of the information we've received from the HSE for this morning's meeting included the statutory instrument 246/2007, which refers to 3 being nominated by the judge.
That's been overtaken by the Children's Health Ireland Act, which was enacted on the 1st of January.
Can I just say to the HSE, it would be helpful if we got the current position rather than the 12-year-old position.
In fairness, it's the basis on which the current board was put in place last year, but from 1st of January that's changed.
We'll ask the HSE to send us a formal current position, because I read that and it was on the same line.
And I was of the same opinion that Mr Barry still had that power because of the briefing note you received this morning, but I stand corrected. Just the final question, Chair, if I can. There has been a lot of talk around now trying to control some of the cost escalations and obviously to identify savings. Obviously I don't want you to go into any commercial details, but are we hopeful that we can actually make significant savings in the coming months? Or is it likely, as has been widely reported, that the cost is actually going to continue to increase? Do we have any kind of...
There are some changes being made that will save some monies. They are not huge monies in the context of the overall cost of the hospital. So they will be helpful, but the pressures really are, by and large, all going to be upwards over the next few years rather than otherwise.
And is that the construction inflation cost?
Well, it includes construction inflation. There's the inflation. There are, the PwC report, kind of helpfully, I suppose, in this context, sets out all the residual risks that are still held on the state side, and they're pretty well all going to come into play. And of course, a big part of our job is managing the ones that can be managed. General inflation in the industry is beyond anything that we individually can manage. Some of the others we can manage and will do robustly.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. Now, at this stage, we've completed our first round of questions. I want to say, for the benefit of everyone, the vote in the Dáil is 1 hour's time. So one way or the other, we're not going to then without a break. So I'm going to suspend in a moment for 5 minutes, just for 5 minutes. And I'm going to ask the members, within the remaining hour, do you think we could complete it before the voting? I think we'll ask for cooperation, so it will be strictly 10-minute slots. So we're going to try and work with a view to complete by an hour from now because the voting situation is then. So we've 1:45. That's why I've got to work. So I think if we stay going, we can finish by the voting.
This really, I think they're here a long time.
No, but I'm suspending now for 5 minutes to give everybody, literally 5 minutes suspension. Are you generally okay with a 5 minute suspension?
I use my I've just taken a break, so absolutely fine.
No, but look, we're now suspended for 5 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10. session, and we're going to make every effort to complete before the voting situation. So speakers will be in the same sequence as this morning. Deputy Kate Connell, Catherine Connolly, Catherine Murphy, David Cullinane, and we're going to do absolutely strict 10-minute slots because we won't get out of here if people go beyond that, and we all want to make an effort before the voting situation. So straight away, Deputy O'Connell, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Quinn, I have read your letter.
Connell, I say Connolly.
I don't know what you said. Sorry, your brand. All the Catherines. So the circular that you've referred to, that's about the civil servant reporting and responsibilities when you're nominated to a board, and I understand your interpretation of that. So just maybe you could throw a little bit of light on it for me, because I'm a bit confused. The various lines in it, the scope for further arrangements for information sharing, so that if somebody on the board feels there's a particular need, it appears there's a mechanism there for that person, you in this case, to have requested further arrangements. And then it goes on to say that if a civil servant concerned about serious issues are not being addressed, as you referred to yourself, that they go into the minutes, that you go to a senior board member, and if that, none of that works, you yourself go to the Secretary General of the parent department. And in this case, you consider the parent department to be deeper health. Is it health you'll be referring to here, or deeper?
No, the parent department for my appointment is in fact the Department of Health and the Minister for Health. I was appointed by the Minister.
Oh no,
for
I know
Health.
that. So that just to clarify that.
Yeah.
So really, I think what you're saying, and maybe I'm misinterpreting, is that at no point did you ever think to make arrangements allow for these further arrangements to happen, that you acted within the rules at all times under your statutory responsibilities. And what I find difficult is that you were appointed to the board based on your competency and expertise in procurement. And it seems very clear from all of the other meetings and the meetings today that the costs were escalating, and that it seems to be very, very clear to us now when we look at all the documents, or to me anyway, that it was very obvious early on. Mr. Breslin referred to when he came back from his leave, and that before that even it must have been very apparent to you that it wasn't going to cost the amount of money initially set out. So when I look then at more procurement issues, and we move on to equipment, which I would see as being part of your role, were you ever concerned about the buying or the procurement of equipment for the hospital? Did you ever do anything with regard to this issue in particular going forward?
Okay, there's a number of questions in there, Deputy. I'll start with the circular in the first instance. There is a passage in there that says further arrangements can be established.
Yeah.
To read it exactly, further arrangements for information sharing may be agreed between the board and the minister department, including that a civil servant nominated to the board may brief his minister from time to time on matters he or she considers of significant importance.
His minister in this case is health for you, because the nomination was by health.
To brief, no. This allows that in establishing and appointing a civil servant to a board, that additional arrangements can be put in place. What I'm saying to you is they were not put in place.
They weren't put in place, yeah.
No,
and you never sought that they be put in place?
No, I never sought that they be put in place.
That was my question.
In relation to your question around equipment, yeah, there was a lot of engagement.
So you never sought for additional mechanisms to be put in place for reporting. So at any point did you seek in your role to report the obvious escalations in cost to anybody? Did you make any effort in terms of these further arrangements or otherwise to highlight to whichever minister what was going on?
Well, to be clear, as a board member and the board in its entirety, we're hugely concerned with the escalation of costs. I think I'll remind you, Deputy, that and again, going back to that slide from Mazars, the cost escalation from a board perspective happened over an extraordinarily tight period of time. We were alerted effectively on the last day of May, so at the beginning of June the board became aware of the first issue. May of 18, it was the 30th of May, I think, was the Finance Committee. The main board would have been advised the following week. And the level of cost escalation at that point was 55 million.
Yeah. 55
million. It obviously took off from there and increased from there. But at that moment in time, it was 55 million.
Up to May 18, you were sitting on the board, you were sitting on the procurement subcommittee, you've been appointed due to your expertise and experience. So did it never, before May, was it obvious to you from looking at everything that there would be a huge cost escalation? With your experience, it must have been obvious enough.
No, it wasn't, and it wasn't to the many practitioners who were on the board
and experienced
people. Yeah, no, I'll speak for myself, Deputy. So certainly from our perspective, we believed everything to be in control up to that point and to be on plan in relation to that point. And that is what we were being advised as a board. I mean, you've seen the board minutes. They have been released, so you're aware that's actually the situation. So between June and August, the numbers went up very considerably. Obviously, I'm quite conscious of my role within PAIR, that it was important that the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform be advised appropriately. I'm also conscious that the line of reporting that was established both under statute but also in terms of the governance arrangement was being adhered to. So the board was routinely engaging with the steering structures that were established above it to ensure there was a flow of information. So from my perspective, sitting where I was clear that the information was flowing into the Department of Health and into the HSE. I was also clear from sitting on the PAIR MAC that the matter of escalation of costs was starting to become known within public expenditure and reform. And you're aware from previous correspondence that there was correspondence between the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform and the Department of Health to bring forward that cost report, which ultimately was the fruition of the final tendering report, which, not tendering report, the final cost report, which was provided, from my recollection, in November. So a lot of things took place during that period of time to bring that communication to bear. And again, I was satisfied that that communication was taking place.
Right.
Do you want to, sorry, should I respond then on the equipment matter?
Not yet. I know that. I suppose just to summarise that, I mean, I just find it unsatisfactory that somebody was appointed to a board based on their competency in procurement, and that it wasn't really until about a year ago, give or take, that it seems to have come to the fore. This is with the 50 million, wasn't it? Initial amount. That this was the first moment where somebody with that competency would have dawned on them that this might be a big problem. And in terms of the information feed going to the HSE and the Department of Health, fine. But it just seems to me rather strange that you may not have mentioned this to Mr. Watt at your 11s on a Monday morning. But that said, perhaps that is the way it is. We'll take you at your word. In terms of the equipment issue, and this is important for the meeting, I questioned Mr. Pollock, and I questioned a couple of years ago about the methods for procurement of equipment for the hospital. And I was told that the final decision on buying or leasing of equipment had not been made when I asked the question at the end of January. But it looks like it looks like the equipment's going to be bought now and not with a management solution. Can anyone throw light on who has costed this, how sustainable it is, and how does that relate to the figures, seen there were the public accounts, of the almost 90 million on equipping, 87.9 million in the 2018 costs? So are those costs still the same costs, the 87.9? And
And if things haven't been actually decided yet, well, how do we know that's the real figure? So if it hasn't been decided whether we're going to lease some of it, I know a number of MRI machines have been purchased already from a media report, because according to the media report, a timeline hadn't been met, so there was some sort of timing issue where the imaging machines had to be bought. So it just seemed a little bit uncontrolled again, and I just wonder, how can you have a figure for 87.9 million if you don't really know if you're going to be buying it, leasing it, or off whom?
That's the last question, because it's 10 minutes. Brief answer, or can you answer that yet? Brief answer. Yeah, whoever.
As I understand it, the question of whether to lease or buy was an open question until recently, and the decision has been made to buy.
Have we documentation as the basis of that agreement, saying that, why? Because it's why? What's the rationale between buying over leasing?
It is actually the converse. The normal approach is to buy. There was a proposal under discussion that involved leasing, and it was decided to not proceed with the leasing option.
When you say normal, is that in Ireland or in anything?
Well, for equipment for projects generally.
All right, for hospitals?
Including hospitals.
Yes, okay.
Including hospitals. That's not to say you don't sometimes lease, but your starting point is usually buy, and you would need a reason to lease rather than buy. The case for leasing went through the system, and apparently I wasn't part of it, was unconvincing to all involved.
Mr. Barron, because we're on a tight timetable, I'm going to ask you to send a note to the committee on the point of deputy.
So I can confirm that the Department and the Department of Public Expenditure didn't sign off on the managed equipment service. We didn't feel the case was sufficiently strong, and we're going with the traditional, and the amount of money set aside in the budget is for that traditional procurement, so it doesn't have a budgetary implication making that decision.
And are you confident that's going to cover it? We're going to equip a hospital of that size for 87 million?
There's detailed workup done piece by piece on the equipment that forms that. The question that's flagged in PwC is we're 4 years away from go live. There's a potential for technology change as we approach that. But PwC also identify we will be equipping the existing hospitals. For example, we will be expanding the number of ICU beds in Crumlin for paediatric cardiology. We will be able to move that equipment across into the new hospital.
Okay, we are cut for time, and I do have to move on, Deputy. Yeah, Deputy Connolly.
In relation to the board, the board was constituted anew in 2013. Did any of you serve on the previous board prior to 2013?
To my knowledge, Deputy, I think certainly,
just
one
of yourselves.
Board members. My recollection is potentially one of them, but I'm not 100%.
Of the 3 years, sorry, of yourselves?
Oh, no.
Okay, so you're there from 2013. And then you were reappointed in 18 by the Minister. And now, Mr. Barry, you're telling us they were reappointed in 18 for 5 years. It's a 5-year period?
I believe so.
Good. Yeah. But there are actually some people aren't going to serve that 5-year period.
Correct.
And why is that?
Well, that's for them to say.
I beg your pardon?
That is for them to say.
Oh, have they indicated?
They have indicated to me informally.
Okay, how many people have indicated informally to you that they're going to leave the board?
3.
3, okay. Have they particular expertise or?
Well, they've informed me informally.
Okay,
I leave it to them to identify who they are.
But that in itself is... Okay. This was a competency-based board. The board was set up with competent people to make competent decisions. Mr. Quinn, you had a particular role. And I'm interested in your role because your role is going to be repeated in relation to broadband, and we're going to have our man, presumably a man, I'd prefer a woman, particularly just to balance the gender, but we're going to have our person on the new, watching the public person in relation to broadband. So your role is particularly important on what we learn from it, because when we got a briefing lately, that's what we were told. Who's going to manage, who's going to look after the public on the broadband with the company, and we were told, oh, we'll have our person on it. So your role was vitally important. What do you think you would say to the government in relation to the person they're going to put on for broadband? If that's not an unfair question, in terms of what you've learned now.
Can I speak in relation to my own role?
No, I understand that. Sorry. But if you can't, it's okay. I'm not going to argue with you at all. But have you learned anything that you would say to the government in putting on somebody else like me on the new not a board, but the new company? These are the things you should be careful of. This is what I've learned.
I think the roles are a little bit different, Deputy, with respect in that I was put on that board because of, we were largely, the current board because of my procurement expertise and experience, and I guess the procurement on the national broadband is now done, so it's on to a different phase.
So the person that's going to be appointed to broadband...
Sorry, I would suggest, coming back to, I think what Deputy Cullinane might be saying is, they would need to have a lot of, in my opinion, contract management experience, because the phase has moved on from the buying to the doing.
Do you know, I worry phase. I've sat here 3 years, and today again, the phase moved on. Your board has now moved on to a new phase, and we've a 500,000 report telling us the board simply didn't do their work, if I might put it like that. I wouldn't have one of your jobs, I have to tell you. So, but I'm simply looking at it from what the report is saying. So, you were on for the public purse. You were on as the person appointed for the taxpayer. Now, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Were you?
Sorry, I was appointed as a public interest director. Yes,
and
that's correct.
To be fair to you, I've read that, and it's an impossible task for you. You had to make lots of decisions. Did it reach that standard where you were obliged to report? To look at it, it's very difficult. I actually feel for you. But it seems to me there's something wrong somewhere, either with what the government have laid out as your duty or your ability to carry out the duty. And we cannot go forward, say, with broadband without learning. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, we should always learn.
So you were appointed then because of your expertise, but your duty was to the board, which I understand, except in relation to really exceptional circumstances where there was a level, and you had to analyse that yourself and decide, has it reached that level? And you, in your wisdom, said it never reached that level because you were happy that the board were dealing with the issues. So was the chair, who's now gone. So was the project manager, who was going. They were all dealing with it. You were happy with that, and you didn't need to report anything. Isn't that right?
Well, what I said was I was happy the communication of information was happening. Was I happy with the situation that we found ourselves in?
No, I didn't say you were happy. I'm specifically talking about your report, reporting back to reach that standard.
Trying to be clear that I was unhappy with the situation the board found itself in, but I was happy that the communication was happening and we were dealing with it.
Yeah, you were dealing with it. You were happy the board was dealing with it. It's not quite what the report says from the PwC, isn't it? That's not quite what they say. Let me just say what they say. And you've read it. I'm sure you've read it in detail, just like I have. The oversight body set up by Mr. Breslin, and I find you an extremely straight, honest and communicative witness, and I did on the last occasion. You set up oversight bodies, but those oversight bodies didn't challenge, because of their terms of reference. They didn't challenge the board. The board itself didn't challenge the design team. You relied on the design team. This comes back to you now, Mr. Quinn, with your expertise, but you relied on the design team. You also relied on the executive. Isn't that right? That's what it says.
As a board member, you have to rely on your executive.
Well, that's not what PwC. Sorry now, that's Mr. Quinn. I'm glad you said that, because that's not what PwC are saying. They're saying that you insufficiently challenged the design team. You insufficiently, as a board, insufficiently challenged the executive. That's what PwC are saying for 500,000. Isn't that right?
That's what it says.
Okay, do you agree with that?
I disagree with that.
You disagree with that? That's interesting. So you disagree with that, with their finding. Would the rest of you disagree with that on the board? No, listen, Mr. Barry, you're going forward now with a whole new approach. And bear in mind my frustration on behalf of the ordinary person, because this committee was assured that this wouldn't happen in 15. They were reassured it wouldn't happen when they appeared before us. And each time we've new language, we're moving to a new phase. Okay. The board was appointed with competency. Now we realise they didn't have the competency. My question to you is what I've asked Mr. Quinn. He clearly and he's honestly disagreeing with the finding. Do you disagree with that finding from the PwC of the lack of challenge to the executive and the design team?
I can't honestly.
You can't answer that. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. It's not helpful. It's not helpful as a new chair, and it's not helpful to inspire confidence. And I'm only interested in governance and risk assessment and holding processes to account. You disagree. You can't answer, Mr. Farrell, as a member of the board. Do you accept the PwC finding that there was insufficient challenge, you relied too much on what the design team were telling you and on the executive?
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
No, sorry, I didn't
You
say
don't?
anything.
Sorry? Oh, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, sorry. It's yes or no? It's just yes or no?
No, first of all, just to correct the point of order, I'm not a member of the board, I'm a member of the executive.
I beg your pardon. So it was you, that they were relying on you, I beg your pardon. Thank you for correcting me.
Well,
so they were relying on you without challenge. So obviously I was wrong too.
I think if you're sitting in the executive, you'd know there was challenge, right?
Oh, Lord.
And like the
No,
combination. So there
sorry,
was
Mr. Farrell, I won't be asking you questions.
Okay,
No, I beg your pardon. I made a mistake. I forgot. So I beg your pardon. You're part of the executive, so it's for the board to decide. It's for the board to decide. Do they accept? Dr. Curtis, is it?
I'm not a member.
You're not a member of the board. That's lovely. So it's just Mr. Quinn and the new chairperson. Okay. In relation to the process, Mr. Quinn, and I think you were instrumental in this process. You believed in this process, this new way of doing things in Ireland.
What I believed was it was the most appropriate mechanism to deliver what we were being asked to do.
And the PwC says it was very common, Mr. Breslin says it was very common, but actually what the PwC modifies its statement by saying it was novel in Ireland. This was novel in Ireland, this was new in Ireland. Novel, being new, you'd accept that?
It's novel in the public service in Ireland. I think the Chair has already spoken on
that. So
then,
given the background, given the write-off in relation to the matter, then the new board in 2013, and the reassurances that things were learned and matters were learned, there was an extra duty on you and the board, wasn't there, in relation to this novel way of doing things?
Yes. And
Good. Yeah. And how did you meet that challenge, that extra burden on you in relation to this new way of doing things?
Okay. In terms of the procurement strategy that was defined in 2015, Deputy, it recognised, first of all, that this was novel. It also recognised that this was a deviation from our standard government processes. It recognised that...
I know all that, and you know it, and I know it, and I'm asking you, how did you meet that challenge, given if it was new for the public?
We recognised the risks, and we established, as Secretary-General Breslin has said, an objective that we would hit a high degree of cost certainty before we went to tender.
That actually didn't happen, isn't that right? Cost certainty didn't. No, it didn't actually. The reality is cost certainty didn't happen.
No, that, was what I was saying.
Sorry, I misunderstood, Cost certainty didn't happen.
Correct. We established an objective of that.
Yes.
We received assurances from our design team in relation to that, but subsequently it was established that it didn't happen.
Yes. Now,
Deputy, we're
finished?
Yeah.
Is my last question, or am I over?
Question.
In relation to the design team, you're not accepting that you relied on that too much without challenge. You're not accepting that. The PwC is clearly saying that. The quantity surveyors, I think, is that the right terminology, had conflicting way of assessing figures and accounts. It's all set out in the PwC, and you as a board, and you as an expert were reliant on that without any challenge. In a new way of doing things, novel, no comparison with international standards, even though, according to the report, it was used internationally, but you didn't go back to look at reports internationally. Isn't that right? That's what PwC are saying, Mr. Quinn. Now.
Sorry, there's a multiple questions. I'm not quite clear what you're asking me, Deputy, but what I am clear about is there was considerable challenge going on all the time in this process. We did rely heavily on our advisors. You have to in that regard. The board spends maybe a day and a half, a month in relation to these matters and tries to put in place the appropriate checks and balances to challenge as they can within that time frame.
Okay, I apologise for putting a convoluted question. I apologise, it wasn't fair. But what is clear is that you don't accept the PwC finding that there was reliance on the design team without proper challenge.
No, that's not what I said, Deputy, because you asked was there not sufficient challenge, to my recollection of your question, of the executive, and I'm saying yes, there was.
No,
I think we did, and I've said this earlier in my response, I think we did rely too much on our technical advisors and our design team, and I suggested earlier in responding to Deputy Cullinane that I think we need to have more peer review in relation to that, because that is a real problem.
Deputy Murphy, 10 minutes.
Just want to pick up again on the the way the project was constructed, and there are a number of issues that arise when there's overruns, and they're well teased out in terms of there's expert opinion in Ireland as well as elsewhere in relation to how projects overrun in costs, and poor design, not thought out design, change orders, administration, how you run the site, all of those come into it. So in the design of this, what you were doing was there was a guesstimate on the above ground tender side because the design wasn't worked out, and it was high risk because of that. Would you in hindsight agree that that was the case?
In relation to you're right in terms of the factors that can change costs, absolutely. Was the design adequately defined? No, absolutely not.
And you would have been responsible for signing off on that and thinking that out with an expertise. Would that be the case?
Well, we established as a board, again, you have to remember...
You have a specific expertise on that board.
Correct.
And you're coming from the public service and acutely aware of the finite amount of money. Would this hospital have gone ahead if it had been twice the price originally? You know, you have to ask yourself that question. Do you accept that the lack of nailed down detail was a critical component, and that you have a particular responsibility on the board for advice in relation to that?
I participated in the development of the strategy associated with the procurement, absolutely. Did we believe we had in place the right kind of controls, and had we set the right kind of objectives to drive out that degree of accuracy? Yes, we did. Did, in hindsight, that fail us? Yes, it did. And I mean, ultimately, that is why there was such an underestimation of the costs.
What did you do to mitigate it? What did you do, given that this was so novel in the public service in terms of a major project?
We set out the objectives for the design team in relation to the degree of cost certainty that we were seeking.
Without detailed design at tender stage, though. Might I come in on this, please? I actually want to pursue it with Mr. Quinn.
But I can answer your question as to what is normally done in these situations.
Yeah, I was just asking about the specific about being there at the time, and I would like to hear from Mr. Quinn.
Perhaps you could repeat that last part of the question, if you wouldn't mind. Please.
You hadn't got the detailed design nailed down. Without that being nailed down, you then went to tender.
We were advised, by the way, just before we went to tender, that we had achieved the 95% cost certainty target. We were advised that by the design team.
And how could you be advised by the design team when they didn't have the detail? For example, they did a general assessment on the number of rooms that would be in the hospital, without the detail that one was going to be a theatre, another one was going to be a bedroom.
I don't believe that to be the case, Deputy. My understanding is they were using a cost estimating model which does extrapolate up. We've X amount of theatres, we've X amount of patient rooms, we've X amount of consulting rooms, etc. And they extrapolated that out to be the costs, and they allowed for connecting all these rooms together, piping all these rooms.
It was more a guesstimate than an estimate, though, wasn't it? You know.
Well, we were advised by the design team that it wasn't, and that we were at a degree of detail to enable us to achieve the 95%. And in fact, the board delayed the tender by almost 3 months to achieve what we understood to be the required degree of accuracy. So we didn't. It wasn't. We were putting a guesstimate out there.
Do you place the responsibility on the design team for the project going as far out of kilter in terms of the amount of money that was to be spent?
Well, I think there are two main factors, Deputy, that I'll point out. One is cost inflation that has impacted the project, and between the very initial estimates and the 983 number that emerged and got agreed by government in April 2017, there was very substantial inflationary impact that That's the first aspect. The second aspect is the very considerable underestimation of the quantities.
But and that would have been down to not nailing down the design. Can I just move on, Mr. President, because it's a very short period of time, and I know Deputy Cullinane has to come in. In terms of when you've had an experience with, for example, where you have a responsibility, when you've had an experience that has proved to be very different to what your expectations were, does that make you cautious about other aspects of that would come forward from the board, from a board like, for example, this, given what the PwC report has said? Would that make you more cautious? Would it make you think or double think or even more questioning of the board as a consequence of that?
I think it would indicate to me that what I require is extra levels of assurance, partly from the board themselves, but also how do we build in some external expertise to give that extra assurance, and I think that will be a feature of the conclusion of this project. And I don't question the bona fides of all the people working on it, but given what has happened, I think it merits that at this stage.
So there isn't a full level of trust.
I wouldn't describe it as trust, just that.
And I'm not saying that about the individuals. I accept the point.
Fresh eyes who haven't worked up the proposition can always come with a more independent view of something, and I think that would be appropriate, and that they would have major project skills to be able to validate what the Development Board is coming forward with. Also the recommendations on the strengthening of the organisation, which we will be fully supportive of, and indeed the Board insofar as there's a current vacancy or any future vacancies. We will work supportively with the Development Board to help them to do the job, and then I'll reserve a piece which is some extra eyes to give assurance that the job is being done.
Yeah, and is there particular expertise that you think could be or is necessary even at this early stage?
So it's there already, but I think one of the bits which PwC say commerciality, and I read that to be the contract management, managing this contract with the construction firms to a point where it's done really effectively. And we have experience of doing that on small projects, but doing it on big projects is a much bigger task. So that would be one element. And then the other element, which I referred to in my opening statement, because of what's happened, I think we're going to have a lot of concentration on the construction. But knowing what I know about projects, and this is a health project of a bigger scale, the biggest piece for the successful delivery of the benefits of the project is the handover and bringing into operations of that project. So the commissioning phase, which the Development Board will be doing, but also the staffing, the introduction of the technology, and actually the organisation and the culture and how it puts in place its new hospital. So we've had Tala, we've had Beaumont, we've experienced where that works really well, we've experienced where issues arise. So a focus for me for this remaining piece will be the commissioning and the integration of the building with the people who are going to work in it, who are going to really make it successful. And I would want to bring in some extra advices around what you can do successfully in that space to deliver those benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Cullinane, we're tight for time now.
Yep, we are indeed. Very quickly, Mr. Breslin, because the two-stage process has been talked about an awful lot, can you very quickly crystallise for us what that two-stage process involved, and especially the second part of it? So am I right in saying that phase one would not have had a fully worked out design cost, but you might just very quickly in 60 seconds sum up what the two-stage process
it had a preliminary
involved.
design with a bill of quantities associated with that, and the bill of quantities were priced. What happened in the actuality was that the design the objective was to be 95% cost certainty, but the design was underdeveloped, and as it was developed, extra quantities were required.
But the underdevelopment of that design, was that a product of the two-stage process, or was it a failure elsewhere?
So it's possible that you go to the market on one stage with that design and it would be exposed by the contractor. But I think the feature of this was that the market was gone to knowing that further work would take place on the design.
Yeah, and what we heard from Mr. Quinn and what was in the PwC report was that all of these design packages came in as you put it, at the tail end? And is that where then there was the escalation when the board really became aware of increased costs in relation to the design? Was that what you were saying earlier?
Yes, Deputy. Effectively, it was coming into a pricing funnel in one sense as the design, because there's many different aspects.
My point is, was that a consequence of the two-stage process? So was that two-stage process inherently flawed for the project that was being...
Not necessarily.
drawn?
I mean, the same issues could arise in a standard tender. The issue in terms of standard tender is this process brought all this to a head. In a standard tender, if there are design deficiencies or information gaps in a standard tender, what you end up with is it goes to market, it gets priced up, and the project proceeds, but you end up with claims arising over the life cycle of the project. One of the challenges of this process is this brought all this to a head in the process, which to some degree is a positive, but in most normal projects what happens is you end up with all these claims emerging. Contractors will come forward and say, you didn't put this into the drawings, you're looking for this now, what do you want?
And would it be fair to say that the main driver of the two-stage process that was used was timeframes, Mr. President, that there was pressure to get this done quickly? Was that
one of the drivers, very important driver? There were also issues around, could we actually get, for a complex project this size, somebody to come and bid for it without them being party to the finalisation of it. But it was a very important driver.
And to go back to the PwC report in relation to accountability, this was touched on earlier in relation to sufficient tension, to use that expression, between the executive and the board. You said there was, Mr. Quinn, Mr. Farrell, you say the same, but PwC says different. How did they arrive at a different conclusion? Because you were saying earlier, I think before, I don't think you fully expanded on it. You felt that there was sufficient questions being asked of the executive by the board. Mr. Quinn has said likewise. Challenge is the word that's used in the report. So how can you square that with the report's findings?
If you just take one point that Paul mentioned a few moments ago, was that basically, as they were finalising the design and getting the design certainty, we didn't go ahead with the tender. We deferred it for another 3 months so as we could get additional certainty and get the design team to confirm the 95% and that was there. So while the programme was under a lot of time pressure, there was a certain level, obviously in hindsight again not enough, but there was a certain level of questioning. Time was taken. Okay, it didn't deliver the exact result that we would have liked, but that questioning did take place and took place over a 3-month period.
Okay, when you say it could be a little bit better, what I'm saying is PwC were very clear that there wasn't sufficient challenge between the executive and the board, and it is a bit concerning when we're the main thing we want are learnings, that if there isn't an acceptance that there was a difficulty or an issue, and we can casually dismiss what the PwC report says in its recommendations. Mr. Barry earlier on, when questioned about this, said the recommendations are the key issues here. But if one of the key recommendations isn't accepted, then, and that's fine, you cannot accept it as well, because
I think you can always learn.
So-called independent report.
You can always learn, and continuous improvement, and we are learning that. We will provide that, and I know that's going to happen. So that learning will be taken on board and will be implemented. And not alone that, as you continue through the project of this calibre, you'll have to learn, even continue to improve and continue to enhance, because even though you thought you may have the final direction and there will be some change in the road, because it's a huge project.
Okay, I gave notice to the Chair and to the Secretary General. I wanted to raise an issue. I know it's a local issue, but it was obviously covered very extensive nationally, and it was the mortuary in Waterford and the reporting of very concerning claims that were made by 4 consultant pathologists. The Minister for Health has said that there will be a review into the operations of the mortuary. Can you give us an update on where that is, Mr. Breslin? And Mr. Curran from the States, we're being told now this will progress. It will be built a new mortuary, but given the concerns that were raised, it's the first time I think Mr. Curran and Mr. Breslin has been before a committee since this story broke. Can you give us some indication as to where that is at the moment, that review in the first instance, and then Mr. Curran in terms of where the project is?
So I might ask Mr. Curran just on he's issued the approval and bring it up to date.
Just confirm that the letter of approval has been issued for the construction of the mortuary in Waterford. We expect that construction will commence before the end of the year.
And then on the review, the Minister is currently finalising the terms of that independent review. It will certainly look at all of the processes and pathways, how the mortuary operates, but the precise terms of it are currently being finalised.
But will it look at two very specific issues which are of concern? Because the claims that were made by the 4 consultant pathologists was that there was bodies decomposing on trolleys, that some families could not wake their loved ones in open caskets. The hospital group is saying that it had no evidence of that. Now, these are obviously very serious claims. It was also accepted by the pathologists and by the hospital that no family in Waterford or South East was ever informed of any problems at the mortuary. So there's an issue of open disclosure. So will those issues also be examined in this review? Because we can't have a situation, you would agree with this, Mr. President, where there's claims and counterclaims and no ability to establish the truth or no mechanism to establish exactly what happened. So can you give assurance that those issues will be examined?
So, Deputy, obviously the concerns have been fully heard in relation to this. The review will look at governance and management. I'm not in a position to make the policy call today in this forum. We will work with the Minister on finalising that, and he will engage, I would presume, engage with the local deputies in notifying them of the outcome of that too.
Thank you.
At this stage, vote all has been called in the chamber, so while members leave,
Time. This 95% cost certainty, Mr. Quinn, you said you were advised that it was within that. Advised by the design team, was it? So the people who fabricated the design advised you, the main buyer, that everything was within the 95% certainty range.
There's a reliance within construction projects, and particularly public construction projects.
So for time, who advised you?
The design team.
And you took
that is normal.
And you took their word. The people that underestimated, you took their word at that point.
We relied upon their information, Deputy.
And how far out were you? So it was 95% certainty. How far out?
I'd have to work the maths on it.
Can we have the maths on it? I just want to see. I'd like to know how wrong you were. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, a few questions myself. Precisely on that issue, given that they were wrong to some extent, you have quantified, what comeback have you against that company in terms of financial comeback for advice that didn't stand up? Have you pursued that? Because this is costing the Irish taxpayer money. Somebody made mistakes in relation to the cost of this. The obvious question from the taxpayer is, why should the taxpayer carry the can for somebody's professional mistakes? So, question is, have you considered and taken advice, and are you considering seeking a comeback?
Perhaps I would take that. Yes to taking advice. Yeah. And a key issue in all of this is it costing more because of the design being incomplete at that time, or is it a late identification of costs that were going to occur anyway? In other words,
say that again slowly.
Certainly. A key issue is the hospital actually costing more because we got the cost information late, or was it always going to cost this amount of money, but we didn't realise that until a later stage?
You didn't get the inputs right.
Didn't get the inputs right.
So where are you on that?
Well, there is clear evidence that we didn't get the inputs right, and that the hospital was always going to cost an awful lot more than was thought to be the case. If the quantities in the tender documents had been much more developed and much more complete, then the tenders coming in would have been appropriately bigger. That money would be getting spent anyway.
Okay.
So from the point of view of recourse against those who advised us, we would have to be able to establish that it has cost a lot more, not than we thought it was going to cost, but that it would otherwise have cost if they had got the quantities better in the first place. And that's a difficulty.
Yeah, I'm going to explain that last bit again, because I've been getting it. So you were saying if it was going to cost more anyway.
Yes.
In other words, if we
yes,
all know it was always going to cost the 1.7 billion. The fact that we didn't know about it, tough. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So in other words, we were all led a merry dance and life is tough. There's no comeback. It was always going to cost that if you built that.
Yes.
And the fact that we were all talking about lower figures, we were all being fooled. collectively, the whole lot of us.
Yeah, I mean,
because we were the fools, we pay for it.
And if it wasn't going to cost the 1.7 billion, what would it have cost, and how do you establish that?
Yeah, I'm still having my... Okay, next.
So
I'm not finished on this topic.
Yeah.
Is that design team still with you?
Yes.
And how could you have absolute confidence in the design team that has got this so wrong at this early stage and 4 more years to go? How could you...
This is part of the thinking behind both the PwC view and the board's view, that we need stronger capability ourselves to better know ourselves what is truly going on.
So you're saying PAC is kind of blaming the board rather than the design team. That's what you're saying. You haven't enough commercial experience within the board, and you need to beef up. I think it needs to be strengthened. He used the PwC said it needs to be strengthened.
There is no escaping the reality that the project was significantly underestimated in the first place on the costs, and that as a board we are late in coming to the government and everybody else saying this is really going to cost all of this extra money.
You don't mind me drawing it's a bit like the motorway project at the original. They were always quoted a figure, you know this, they came here. I know eventually you got your budgets
together, yes.
more right. Yeah. So you're saying the fact that a project was always going to cost 1.7 billion or whatever the figure is, the fact that nobody realised that, Asher.
I'm not saying Asher at all. I mean, I think it should have been done much better than it was done. I'm not defending the, how we got to this point.
Okay, can I ask another question? But
in terms of...
Okay, who gave the original figure to the Minister and the Oireachtas of the 700 and whatever the figure was? I'm looking from the PwC report. In the original budget was 790, and then it went to 983 in April of 17.
Well, without knowing for sure, I would assume that started from the development board and worked its way through the HSE to the department. And
so that was done using... The design team was just appointed around that time, and my recollection on it is it was done using costing norms at that period of time. So for design teams, they would usually have norms in the same way as you'd understand that building a house would cost you roughly X amount of money per square metre, building hospitals costs you Y amount of money per square metre. They were very high level costs, and it was before any degree of design. It was on rough order of magnitude of square meterage, from my recollection, but we are going back to 2013.
That's the figure of 983 in the April 2017. That's, I think it's the first page of the PwC report.
983 then, Chair, was the tendered cost that that emerged from the tendering process. And effectively the significant shift between the initial cost and that cost was really inflation, because again, when the project was commenced, there was very little inflation in the tendering market, but by the time we hit the market in 2016, that is when there was a substantial increase in tender prices.
Okay, so we came in with our tender April 17, the following year, just not much long before the end of 18, we're gone up 450 million, which is a 50% increase in 12 months. Okay, 18 months we call it. April 17, 983 million. December, at the end of this report, or at the end of your gross maximum price of November, 16 months later, we're gone up by 50%. And we know changes in bill of quantities, commercial settlements with contractor cost savings. That's there in the report, page 1. Who's responsible for missing the 450 million real cost? You're actually saying, Mr. Barry, it was always actually going to be 1.43 for the construction, and the fact that
sorry to interrupt, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but you were asking me about whether or not we could recover costs from somebody, and I'm saying part of the challenge is to prove that it wouldn't have been the 1.43. I mean, if you took the view that it would only have been 1.33 if you had known all of this from the beginning, how do you establish that?
You still receive bad advice, even if the outcome was going to be always the outcome. It's still bad advice.
Well, I wasn't there, but but if I had been on the board through all of this, I would be unhappy with advice that I'd received. Yes.
Yeah, and that's my question. Why would you continue to work with that company for the next couple of years?
Well, firstly, of course, we're in contract with them. That's
so,
part of it.
And with BAM. So everybody, have we got ourselves so badly caught up in contracts that we can't get away from bad advice?
It is very difficult to change out contracts in the middle of a live project.
So they're here whether we like it or not?
Well,
what changes have they made in their organisation to give you a level of confidence that you clearly haven't had in their work to now?
One of the issues we are taking up with them.
At this stage?
At this stage.
Which is 6 months more has gone at this stage.
Well, I'm sure others may have taken it up with them beforehand.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm saying that it is a live issue with them at the moment.
Okay, I'll actually put the blunt question.
Yeah.
Because I'd say it's not an unreasonable point to ask, should the entire board stand down? Because I'm not saying stop the project, but is the structure that we have in place the right structure? We have the hospital board, we have steering committees, we have the HSE and the Department of Health, and then we have a minister, and then we have a government. That's 6 steps down the line that, you know, responsibility has been pinned, and we know the terms of reference kept any conclusions to be reached were down at that level. They weren't to come up the line near the HSE or the department or higher up. So I would just say at this stage it's an issue, the competence of the entire board. No reflection. If something has gone 50% wrong in what the public has been told between April 17 and November 18, one has the question, can this board even get it right? I'm not asking, and I'm not suggesting, I'm posing a question.
Understood.
I'm not suggesting, and it's a valid question.
Could I just stop?
It's a valid question.
It is a valid question.
And I'm not saying as a recommendation, but I'm just posing a valid question.
And so if I just give you what PwC say, they say significant changes to key individuals within the development board and the paediatric hospital executive in the immediate term would result in a loss of valuable insight and may result in a reduction in the ability of the development board to resist future claims. So that's a warning. It doesn't say there can be no change. In fact, it goes on to say we need to strengthen.
Yeah.
But whole scale, stand everybody down, start from scratch. We have a developer on site who knows this project. If we don't have people on the other side of that table who know it, then we would be very exposed.
Yeah, okay, you can see, so we're in, this is about the 4th dilemma we're in at this stage. We're stuck where we're stuck. Okay, next question then. Given that all that is happening, and it took quite a period to do the maximum guaranteed price.
One thing I wanted to say, because I haven't had an opportunity to say that, I don't want that to take from the fact that there are really good and committed people working on this project at both board level and in the executive. And this issue has obviously cast a cloud over it, but there's been a lot of success. We got a first up planning approval. We've satellite centre in Connolly has already been handed over. So there's a lot of people who've worked really hard. Because I say things can be strengthened, it doesn't take from that.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, and I say I only put it as a question. Next question then. How close are you monitoring the costs? I'm not talking about cash flow when you get your certified. How on top of, have you monthly reports? And what mechanism is there in place when the contractor sees something that could require a change in design, and we call it in layman's English an extra? Are you getting a report on these every month? Are we just going to get another shock in 12 months' time? What's the position?
We are monitoring it very closely, and we are, both as a board and an executive, very engaged in any potential cost increases.
Okay, fine, and I understand that. But I'm asking, have you had to bring in new software, or is your internal audit?
It's not really a software issue. It is a personnel issue.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I can only say it again. The board is very actively involved. The executive are very closely involved. We are working very closely with the design team and everybody on the project in identifying.
Since this report was done, you were saying here to me on the 16th of May, or can you say to me, since this report was completed, or the guaranteed maximum price in November, in the 6 months have elapsed since that report was completed, are you aware of any cost increases in relation to the project in the last 6 months at this point in time?
I'm aware of many claims for additional payments from the contractor.
Wow, so he's on the ball.
Absolutely. but none that have been substantiated as yet.
And what's the process for clearing them off the decks, or do we just wait for a big whack at the end?
The process is that the contractor puts his claims forward. The employer's representative has to make a decision as to whether they're valid or not. Whilst the employer's representative is thinking about all of this, the executive and everybody involved on sort of the developing board side get to give their input into the issues and their arguments as to why money shouldn't be payable, and then a decision is made.
Okay, the obvious question that people want me to ask who are watching this now is, in the last 6 months, what's the quantum of claims submitted by the builder? I acknowledge you've accepted on them, but people will want to know, hang on, we have 4 years to go until this hospital is open. We're now 6 months on from all the fact-finding of the guaranteed maximum price. 6 months have passed. You obviously are on top of it on a weekly and a monthly basis. A very logical question is, now that 6 months have elapsed, now that you've said you've accepted no claims, but the people who are watching this will want the obvious question, what is the quantum of claims that have been submitted to you in the last 6 months that you haven't accepted? What's on the table?
Sure. I think, and I will confirm this to you, make sure it's the right figure, I think it's about €12 million.
In the last 6 months?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Or possibly even in less time than that, since I've been involved in there, about that much is coming.
Okay, thanks. It's important to ask that question. And that's the question.
13.
And Chair, not only is the question, and the experts are down there, not only is the question, is there extra cost, but is that a cost that the developer should bear?
Yeah.
Because the contract says guaranteed maximum price.
Exactly.
So they're challenged on two bases. No, there's no extra cost, keep going, or there is an extra cost, but it's your cost, you pay it.
And I have stated you've not accepted any of these. I'm not saying that just because a claim comes in you have to pay it. Next question, Mr. Barry. When you took over as chairman, what level of briefing did you get? Because you were really being given the poison chalice here at that point in time. So talk to us. I know you were at the Health Committee to discuss your appointment, but after your appointment, what kind of briefing, or who's briefing, or did they just think you're a good man for the job and go in and work it out?
Well,
talk to me on the briefing process to bring up to speed.
The initial communications, I suppose, was fairly brief. I did meet with one of the board members, and I met with the outgoing chairman in very short order, having been asked to take up the role, and with their encouragement I said yes to taking it up. Subsequent to that, my briefing has come really from, whilst I've met with the Secretary-General and with the Minister, of course, my briefing primarily has come from my interaction with other board members and with the executive.
Okay.
And with the contractors.
Yeah, and presumably one of the good reasons you've been asked is because of your experience in relation to the National Roads Authority.
And probably as much in the private sector before that as the National Roads Authority.
Okay. Now, next question then I wanted to ask you is, this guaranteed maximum price, which is the big thing everybody's talking about, if we had that, I want to ask maybe Mr. Breslin or maybe the HSC. I've been asked the question, what was the close-out date for the guaranteed maximum price?
I give the wrong date. I know roughly where it was, but I give the wrong date if I have to
approximately.
give one. It moved, so...
That's my question. How or why did it move? Because
I think it was about June, and then it got deferred to September, and then it was eventually closed out in November.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking on the report. I'm going to help you in the first sentence.
That's where,
First sentence, it says, the conclusion of the guaranteed maximum price process on the 1st of November 18. That was, this report provides a look back at the process, and since it's up to the conclusion of the guaranteed maximum price on the 1st of November.
Yes.
So was there an earlier closure?
There was.
So this was a movable feast.
There were extensions sought and reached by agreement with the developers that more time was needed to finalise the GMP, and that was done without any cost being incurred. People said, we'll finish the job without any penalty, and I think there were 2 extensions to that. Yeah,
because we're at the 1st of November here, the first paragraph in the report. Report itself is issued on the 28th of November, which clearly missed that deadline. I went to Cabinet, we had the Mazars report, I think, on the 17th of December and it went to Cabinet before Christmas. I've heard that that date was moved out to the 1st of November, or from the 1st of November to the 1st of February. Because you've missed the 1st of February date in this report.
It was moved from the 1st of February to the 1st of November?
No, from November onwards to the 1st of February. So what was the final, the question I'm asking is, what was the final close-out date for the guaranteed maximum price?
No, it was 1st of November. Are you referring to when the instruction was given to the next phase? Because then we went to government and then the Development Board instructed.
Yeah. What was the date for that?
The
and what date
Board
was it, and what date did it move to?
Wasn't the instruction given in January?
Yeah. Pardon?
I think the instruction to proceed with Phase B, I think that instruction was given to the contractor in January.
Exactly. Yeah, so definitely the 1st of February. So I'm just wondering why we had this mad rush in the 10 days before Christmas, this report, the Mazars report, the year report, and then commissioning the other report. Like, did it have to be concluded before Christmas? You're indicating there was plenty of space in the new year to do.
No, I'm not. I think it was quite early in January, and I think that the gap between the government authorising us to go ahead and the formal instruction was just finalising the wording of it, I would imagine, in a to and fro with the contractor.
Okay.
I'm not certain about that, but the 9th of January is in my mind, which is essentially as soon as he got back from work.
Chair, the other thing that obviously there was a possibility this would be instructed or not instructed.
Yeah.
I think it would have been obvious to BAM that the decision had been made by government to allow this to move ahead, and over Christmas they would have known that. The actual formality and legal text of the instruction would have been worked on, but if you were sitting in BAM's shoes, you would have known that, you're going ahead with this.
Okay.
I think if uncertainty had continued to prevail over that period, we could have had a different response from the developer.
Okay, so my simple question, send me a note on the exact actual date by which you had to give the contractor his formal notice to proceed to Phase B, because it seems to be early January. Just give us that note, because because we don't have that date. Next question I want to, and it's back to this process of guaranteed maximum price. To me, some of the problem is how long it took to do that, because I'm looking at again the PwC report here, and they actually say this commenced in October 17. Then I go on and say that the Stage 2 detailed design was completed in March 18. So talk to me how you were, what work could you do on the guaranteed maximum price before you had your design for Phase 2 completed? You could do some work, but really the issue here is you had your design completed in March, and it was, literally the end of November before you had your gross guaranteed maximum price finalised. To me, the fact that that took so long put everybody in an invidious position in the month before. It probably meant you didn't even have time to bring the matter to the steering committee. There's so much to happen. I'm just saying, from the board's point of view, you knew these deadlines were imminent. Why did the board, now you probably can't answer, let it run so late? Well, that gross maximum price, had that been signed off earlier, there wouldn't have been this mad panic, and you might have been able to do a detailed report on the cost escalation before. Sure. You get my point.
Oh,
and I'm looking at that. I think the delay in completing this work is one of the problems.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that it was in the board's interest to conclude the negotiations and get a price agreed. It was probably in the contractor's interest to run the clock down a bit. Now I wasn't there, but if I look at it from the outside, that's how it looks to me. I did notice in the reports that there were great difficulties in reaching agreement on unit prices with the contractor, and most of the pricing issues ended up going to the independent expert for adjudication. And normally in these situations you would get most things agreed through negotiation, and you'd have a minority of issues would go to the independent expert because they couldn't be agreed. For all of the pricing issues, or virtually all of the pricing issues to go, suggests that both sides of the party, or both parties to the negotiations, weren't in the same space.
So I don't think we've had this discussion before here. Tell me about the independent expert that was required to adjudicate on some of these, because I don't think, I've sat here at the brief, I haven't heard this point being discussed now.
under the sort of the contractual process to arrive at the adjusted contract price.
Yeah.
You know, you've got the original tender price. There's to be an adjusted price with adjustments because of change in quantities, in change of specifications, and so on.
Yeah.
And there pretty well has to be a mechanism as to how do you work it out if the two parties can't agree. And the agreement, and the contractual agreement was that in the event that the two parties couldn't agree, it would go to adjudication.
And who was the adjudicator? What firm or who were these?
It was an individual.
An individual?
Yes.
And did that take so long, or was there just a...
No,
everything was shoved on
the individual would have been appointed before the row started. He would have been available.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, but as I say, normally in these situations, most of the issues get worked out in negotiation and not that much goes to adjudication. Here, an awful lot of the pricing issues had to go to adjudication, and that took time.
Slow down
and you're wondering, why did this take until November?
Yeah.
Well, because the adjudicator had to be involved to arrive at negotiations, a conclusion, I suppose, on a lot of the issues.
Yeah, okay, nobody on the previous meetings made any reference of how much of
Sorry,
the
I wasn't
dispute...
there. Is that, do I have that?
That is correct in terms of how the
I've no
process
issue,
ran.
but it's new that there was such a level of arbitration, but adjudication by an
yes.
external
And
panel
I would say
during that period.
I would say there was great frustration on the development board's part at the fact that it took so long and was so difficult to arrive at.
It sounds to me as you have a contractor on site you don't work very well with, that everything has to go to adjudication. It sounds to me like you have a design team that has got it badly wrong and have you locked in. Is there any good news in relation to anybody you're dealing with in this project? You hear what's coming out now.
Oh, I do
The
indeed,
builder is a
yes.
problem. We can't hardly even talk to the guy to agree routine stuff. Everything has to go. The design team, you're examining,
sure, yeah.
have you a case? So I'm just saying, it sounds to me, if anyone was doing a project and they're having a problem with everybody they're employing, and listening to what you're saying, you're all contractually caught. So they have the taxpayer in enough.
Just to come back to what
there is a contract in place now with the contractor, and whilst we spent a lot of time focused on the residual risks that the state still carries, an awful lot of risk has been transferred to the contractor. So we have a contractor who was signed up to a contract price to deliver this project over the next few years. An awful lot of the risks have been transferred to the contractor, and those risks will stay with the contractor.
But it doesn't sound a smooth process so far.
Oh, it won't be a smooth process, no.
So
It'll be a continual challenge to the end. Yes.
I was just going to add, I mean, in terms of good news here, I mean, you know, the Chair is right. A huge amount of the issues that normally arise during the construction phase now have been addressed, because all those battles and fights have been had with the contractors involved to get to a pricing point that is now locked down. Yes, there are still risks, and we have to, you know, it's well set out in the PwC report and elsewhere that the project still carries other risks, like, as we said, inflation. But a lot of the issues associated with how many widgets, what type of widgets, and what cost those widgets are going to be provided at have already been now knocked down. But let's not also forget the fact that this project is now probably 2 years ahead of where it would otherwise be if we had followed the standard project. So I know there are a lot of challenges.
I've seen that chart. Believe it if you know, not everyone will fully accept that, you know. At a major price. You know, and I think Mr. President made part of it was commencing the work, because that's why you went for the phase 2, which now, Mr. Barry, you'll be able to answer this one. You've said it's the first time that we've had this two-phase project in the public sector. You said it's a regular or
variations on it are quite common in the private sector.
And that's why I'm asking you this question. So talk to me just on your knowledge of the private sector, where these have applied, where there was two-stage process or a variation of it, and the contractor was on site. Tell me how many types of contracts where the contractor was removed when it came to stage 2, or is it normal in even the private sector, the guy, once he gets his foot on site, in 99 times out of 100 gets to finish the job out? How real?
The guy normally gets to finish the job out.
There you go.
Because the drivers that cause you to go, I mean, you normally go with out to tender at an early stage if you're in a hurry to get the job done.
Yeah. As you did here.
So if that's a big driver on the job, I mean, that is normally what's behind going on. Although sometimes you'll want to get contractors in if the job is very complex, because they can contribute a lot to the design development.
Yeah.
But typically, you're under time pressure, and that's a factor. And of course, that time pressure never goes away. Now, you don't normally on the private sector jobs necessarily have it as clean cut as it is here, where you start off with approximate quantities and X months later you have a contract price that includes for everything. But you do very often start off with approximate quantities and work your way towards resolutions or guaranteed maxes on jobs as the job goes along. But replacing the contractor is a very rare thing. But I just add to that in the private sector, the private sector has more robust remedies available than the public sector.
What, to close the gate?
Well, they can close the gate, or they can tell a contractor they'll never work with them again.
Yeah.
Or they can, or any parties who aren't behaving won't last long in business.
Right, and you mentioned a couple of hours ago that you can't take previous experience into account.
Whereas you can take previous experience in some respects. Yeah. If they've experience of building projects of that type before and all of that. But if somebody is simply underperforms or is difficult to deal with, or that sort of thing, it's very difficult to take that into account in the public domain.
Right. Can I tell you? Can you just? Yeah. Sorry, Mr.
One of your previous questions. The 8th of January was the date of instruction of the
8th of January.
Phase B.
Okay. Right. Just in general, because it's cropped up years ago and it'll start cropping up again. What mechanisms have you mechanism in place to ensure the subcontractor are getting paid for the work? Because Ireland has been plagued with the guy who does the last bit of the job not being paid. He actually probably doesn't even know who the main contractor is. You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
What kind of mechanisms have you, like at maximum peak, how many will be working on this project?
2,500.
Right. So lots of those are individual, very small contractors who are, way down the supply chain in terms of, links with the main contractor. Talk to me about that, because we don't want at the end of this having a line of people saying we never got paid.
Yeah.
What can you do? I know it's not, but you must have something, because people, what happens to subcontractors, you very well know, they take a level of comfort knowing they're going on to a public job. It's a government-funded job. Doesn't mean the government is going to pay them, but they go on the basis this is a public leave. There's going to be no issue with the main contractor being paid here by and large. So this is an issue that's big in construction, and this is a big construction. So talk to me about looking after the 2,500 people.
It is a big issue, and I would say it's one that neither we nor the industry has cracked. The contractual relationships, as you know, are such that we are obliged to pay, and we as the state will certainly pay all our obligations, and I'm sure we pay them in a timely fashion and all of that. It's what happens in the different layers, of course, below that. And we as client, we can't follow through the money from the contractor, to whom we pay it through all their commercial arrangements the whole way down.
Yeah.
And the different tiers of contractor will never say, oh, we're just not paying the guy below us. We're saying we don't owe him the money for whatever reason. Sometimes it's genuine, sometimes it's made up.
Yeah.
And we don't have a good way of ensuring that there is sort of what I would call fair treatment the whole way down the line through the different levels of contracting. We've never had it before. I mean, I ran into this with the NRA.
Of course you did.
And we could try and use a bit of moral persuasion where we could. But that's as far as it got. And there was no way to enforce the whole way through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Connolly wants to speak, because this is a big issue.
Yeah, indeed.
Relevant
Yes.
to the ordinary people working on the site.
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Curran.
Just mention that there is a piece of legislation which has recently been, a couple of years ago, which is the Construction Act. Correct me if I'm wrong on the title of the Act, but it is a guarantee where there is a process where a contractor or subcontractor can go to get resolution of those where have payment issues.
I know, but he essentially has to, I nearly think, walk out. Yeah, to implement it. Mr. Whitley, sorry, this was deeper legislation.
Correct, and it was brought through under our watch.
I was deeper spokesperson possibly when it was going
the Act is the Construction Contracts Act, Chair, and it was passed in 2014 from my recollection and enacted. It is centred in the Department of Business at this moment in time, and it provides a mechanism where subcontractors can assure that they get payment, but they do need to act. They do need to ensure that they're enforcing their rights, but it gives them rights. It also provides for a low-cost adjudication. So if there is a subcontractor who's not getting paid, he can go to an adjudicator and get a very quick determination, which is legally binding, so he can enforce his rights. The challenge in the industry that we're in is that often subcontractors leave it too late and then find themselves on the wrong end of having that leverage. But those rights are there for them, and certainly from our department and from a public procurement perspective, we encourage subcontractors because, again, they often come back to the state as the last avenue of recourse, and we had that with the Carillion collapse.
And the Minister of the day essentially threw some of the blame on the subcontractors. You left your debt outstanding too long, you should have moved earlier.
It's very hard for us.
It is. You won't get a job again.
Well, that's right. They're relying on relationships with bigger contractors. Yeah.
Well,
and for them,
which to some degree, to which you want to guard your relationship or your cash flow. I go for cash flow every time, personally. And they are entitled under the Act to enforce the minimum statutory period, which is defined in the Act, which from my recollection is 30 days.
Okay, because you're from Deeper, I'm going to ask you to do me a favour. Deeper, will you ask the appropriate colleague, oh no, it's gone to business, to send a summary of that issue in layman's English that I can hand out to the guy who has two guys working with him with the back of his trailer and his Jeep, and he's going to these sites tomorrow. The country's full of them. Right? Yeah. So just a layman's version of it, not a legalistic version, because it would be very helpful to all people out there. Last question then, probably Health and HSC. What's to happen Crumlin and Temple Street? I might have asked this the last day, I'm not sure. Those bills.
Yeah, so Temple Street, in all probability, as part of the matter group, will be retained for, there'll be some usage of it in terms of the matter and service in that hospital. Crumlin is now will become an asset of Children's Health Ireland, the disposal of which, if it were to be disposed, the proceeds would go to Children's Health Ireland, or the alternative use of it. So if moved out, are there other health services that could be put in there? Could it be a mixed development? We will do an options appraisal on that, but any financial gain from it will go towards this hospital.
This hospital?
Yes.
Right, just talking, so who owns Crumlin Children's Hospital?
So Children's Health Ireland.
Yeah, so was it state property?
State body.
It is state property.
Yeah.
Okay, and people, so there's no plan yet. It could end up being another facility for the health services.
So there's some reasonable facilities in there, theatres and so on. There'll be potentially an argument for using them for a period. I'm sure other people would say some residential development would be very good. Probably something that you'd master plan and come up with an options appraisal and decide which way to go.
Okay, so in the numbers of staff in Temple Street and in Crumlin, how many of those staff, if it was to happen tomorrow morning, will move to?
We'd be hoping everybody would move across. This is such a huge opportunity for people who've looked for this.
So the plan would be
years.
The staff from Crumlin, they won't just stay in Crumlin doing something different. The plan would be, they would be the staff.
Now we have experience of doing these moves in other health facilities. Sometimes people come up to retirement and they don't make the move. But by and large, I think they'd be all up for this.
Yeah, okay, look, we'll conclude on that, and I hope the staffing thing works well, because whether it's the finest children's hospital in the world, has nothing got to do with the architectural design and the cost. It's got to do with the staffing and the medical care. And that's all hope that end of it works out. So I think on that note, we'll adjourn. At this stage now, I would like to thank our witnesses from the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board, the Department of Health and the HSE for your attendance and information provided, and to the CNAG and his staff. It's agreed that that the clerk will seek any follow-up information and carry out any agreed actions arising from our discussion today, and that's agreed. We will now adjourn until the 30th of May, when we'll be meeting with the Department of Finance to discuss the Appropriation Accounts 2017 for the Minister of Finance, the CNAG report, Chapter 1, Exchequer Financial Outturn for 2017, Chapter 22, Irish Fiscal Advisory Council, and the CNAG Special Report 105 on Ireland's transactions with the EU in 2017, Finance Accounts 2017. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.